Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good whatever time it might be in your location. You let me know if you can hear me and you can see me before we continue. I hope you can hear me better. My voice is getting better and better every single day. So I hope we can have a good show. You can call us if you want, if you have time, of course. If you don't have time, it's not a big deal. That's about it. So, a lot of football lately, huh? Crazy football. African Cup of Nations, the Asian Cup, Carabao Cup, FA Cup, Premier League, a lot of football. Just sometimes it's just too much. It's just too much that the quality might even go down because it's too much. Everywhere you switch is something going on. So how the same people can watch all these competitions is just beyond me. So you don't do anything else. You don't walk. You don't study. You don't do anything. Just football 24/7. It's just a way of consuming everything and enslaving us on watching TV. But you have just to be careful and choose what is relevant to you in that particular moment. And just try also to live life without football somehow. Okay, do something else. Go to church or something. Go skydiving or something. Go walk the dog. Go to the park. Just be active. Anyways, it is what it is. But we're here to discuss about some football because you can't really talk about every single aspect of football, just what you can say. All right. So the link being provided there, and feedback will be much appreciated if you can provide some feedback about the whole thing. If you can hear, you can see, that's the most important. And then we go from there. Dominic, he said, hi. Hello, Mr. Dominic. Mr. Eben, Tottenham. Are you a Tottenham fan? Happy New Year, bro. It's been long watching you. Your regular viewer from Ghana. Hello, Ghana. Yeah, the Black Stars let us down. They have the best drip. All the traditional clothes. All the vibes. And then they couldn't even get to the group stage. But you know what? It's gonna be okay. The Black Star needs to rebuild a brand new team. Brand new team from scratches. Chris Houston is not somebody that is a good coach, even when he was in the Premier League with Brighton, and it's always try to get a result. That is his football. Never let people express themselves. It's always let's try to get a draw. Let maintain ourselves to the Premier League or something. And then you take him, you put him as a coach of a big nation like Ghana. So he brought the same tactics, the same dead tactics to the national team. All right, so talking about Afcon, only 4 teams left: DRC, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, and Bafana of South Africa. A lot of surprises, because in this stage, nobody knew that Congo were going to be there or South Africa. Nigeria, yes, you can tell because they are always big. Cote d'Ivoire because they are the host nation, but after getting smashed by Equatorial Guinea 4, nobody really gave them a chance. So this is just like destiny for them to get in this stage. And it's getting interesting. 4 teams, the best 4 teams in Africa right now are Congo, the DRC of course, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, and South Africa. That's the numbers. The results don't lie. The numbers are there. You like it or not, that's the way it is. And the story of underdogs always fascinates me. At the beginning of Afcon, before even that, I said I would like to see an underdog win this Afcon. I have nothing against Nigeria or Cote d'Ivoire or Mali or Morocco, but I'm just kind of tired of the same people. I just want to see somebody from nowhere doing something. So it's not done yet, because on paper you can say, oh, Cote d'Ivoire are playing home, they're gonna smash Congo. This is the team that nobody saw in this stage. Bafana, mostly their players that play for like Mamelodi Sundowns, few of them from Kaiser Chiefs and Orlando Pirates. They are local boys, right? Nobody gave them a chance. Look at them today. So the surprises are not done yet. Just imagine if the final of Afcon 2023, because that's the way it's called, 2023, played in 2024. Bafana against the Leopard of Congo. Can you believe it? 2 underdogs. That is going to be something, right? But we are not there yet. We're gonna talk about the Afcon. The semi-finals and the finals. But just to give you the test of how good this Afcon been. Greeting from Kenya, Mr. Dominic. Something tells me that Alex Matos could be better than all our current midfielders in the next 2 months. Well, he need to play games. Have you watched any of his games against well, he plays now for Huddersfield Town, right? Yeah, so it's hard to say just by looking at somebody and you say, oh, he's better than anybody. You have to prove in the high level, but you need a chance. You need somebody to give you a chance, right? So I'm not going to assume all of a sudden that he's better than anybody that we have, because we still have a hell of players there. It's just something is not working for them. Alex Matos doesn't have any experience in the Premier League. He played like for 5 minutes for Pochettino. And now he's in the Championship. Championship is a very physical league, but technically less than the Premier League. So I'm not going to assume that he's gonna be such and such. You have to prove it. So, and the midfield, at Chelsea Football Club, the midfield right now is They are good individuals. The setup is not good. But even if the setup is not good for certain players, but you have to show us why we paid 120 million on you, you know? So instead of all the time, because of the coach didn't play him from a deeper position or from more advanced position, it's everything changes. Everything depends on the result at the end, right? When Pochettino decides to play somebody like Enzo Fernandez in more advanced position and he end up by scoring a goal or having an assist, nobody is gonna complain about it. It's master class. But when he plays from a deeper position or whatever position it is and we end up by losing, why did you play him from that position? So I've seen people switching and flip-flopping all the time. Even when Pora was there. Oh no, he's not number 6 because he can't defend, he can't tackle, he doesn't have the pace. You have to play him from a more advanced positions where he can impact more in the final third. Remember back in the day under Pora and Lampard. So it's just changing all the time. So we might have a case of like Kai Havertz where you don't know where to play him. You know, every position is bad and he might have a good game and 10 bad games. So I don't like to blame all the time on somebody else for your own mistakes, because if you are a good football player and you still play in the midfield, it's not like you are playing as a winger or as a wing back or, number 9. You're still in your comfort zone. Deep position or more advanced position, you have to do something. At least to show something. But if everything is going to be on, let's blame that guy from the academy, Gallagher, and you can't even win your duels one-on-one with another player, you got destroyed, and you have to blame somebody else, there is a problem here. Because you're supposed to be like a marquee signing. You're supposed to be the maestro. You're supposed to take us to the next level. Even if everybody is bad, you create a difference. But if you, the guy that we expect to bail us out, is complaining about everybody else, and then you are not what they sold us, Good players don't complain that much because they would always do something. So, Alex Matos, it's too soon to say anything about him. I haven't watched even one. I don't even know if he started or he played any game in the championship so far. So, Matos, not really sure. You've watched the guy play and he's good. Everybody looks good, bro. Everybody looks good on compilation videos. Everybody looks good. You might look good against Wimbledon, Blackburn Rovers, Preston North End. You might look good on that. Did you see how good Enzo Fernandez looked against Preston or against Borough? You might look good in one game or against the Sunday League team. It doesn't mean that you're going to look good against Liverpool. And against Liverpool, you got destroyed by a 17, 18 years old. Put you in the pocket. So, when it comes to he's good, he's such and such, I don't really hype people that much anymore. No, you have to do it at Chelsea and you have to do it regularly. You bet like in the next few months we will be having a different conversation about this guy. I'm not very sure. I'm not really very sure about what you say. Depending, you might start few games and then you are fed out by the coach. You are on loan. The reality of players on loan is completely different because you're going back to Chelsea at the end of the season. Sometimes they don't give you a chance. They just want you to win them a game or do something, but they don't care about developing you or giving you minutes. You are there to do the job. So that is your opinion about Alex Matos, but I'm not really sure about it. I haven't watched him yet. I don't even know if he already started any game. So saying that he's going to be our best midfielder when you have Caicedo, you have Enzo, you have Gallagher, you have whatever, and you have also somebody like Cesar Casadei, Andrew Santos, the people who played even more games in the high level than you do. That is questionable, my friends. That is questionable. But hey, that is your opinion. So we respect your opinion. People, don't forget to like. If you want to help few more people to join us, you have to smash that like button. It doesn't cost anything and doesn't cost you money or time. That's all. That's all we ask in this channel is a like to encourage us to continue. You like, that means somebody else might join us, and the more we are, the longer we might stay. That's it. No money asked, no membership, no super chat or whatever. We just have fun here, huh? Nothing really special. Anyways, what time? So the game is still very long, very long way to go. 3 hours until the kickoff. So I will see how far we can go with this show. And that depends on the reaction from you people. If you wanna keep us busy by asking questions or calling. Okay, so we are going to check on some news from different people. Let me see this. So some update, some news here. The transfer window is already closed, but the transfer window never really closed because it's every single day it's speculations, and that's what people want to hear. So you will find tons of news. So this guy here, Lucas, he chose Tottenham over Liverpool, not Liverpool, Barcelona. So is that means that Tottenham Hotspurs all of a sudden got the pull power? Because we saw Dragusin, that is his name, right? The centre back guy. he chose Tottenham over Bayern Munich, which was really crazy because how can you even explain to people that I rejected Bayern Munich, German champions, a team that I can win one trophy at least every single season. This season is not that sure though because of Leverkusen and Xabi Alonso. But you know what I mean. In general, you know that you sign for Bayern Munich. It's more prestige to play there. And you have a better chance of winning a couple of trophies. This the first season. And he rejected them to sign for Tottenham Hotspurs. And he said that he's just like Dragusan guy. He's loyal. He's like, you know, I already talked with Tottenham Hotspurs. We already agreed on personal terms. I gave my word. It was taking time because the two clubs didn't agree on fee, but everything was agreed between me and the club. So Bayern Munich came the last minute to hijack the deal, and he said, no, I have to be loyal. I have to stay loyal because I already gave my word to Spurs. And then this one was the opposite. This guy, Lucas Bergvall, he already agreed everything with Barcelona. And then all of a sudden, Tottenham came calling. He changed his mind, went to Tottenham. So, is this pulling the new pull power from Ange Postecoglou? Is this has to do with the vision of the club? I don't know. But only time will tell if he made the right decision. Barcelona also got a lot of youngsters. Probably he was thinking, moving to Barcelona, I might not even play. I will be loaned out for a few years and I might not even make it. So let me go to Spurs. So it's a complicated one, but I think Tottenham Hotspurs had a good window, in general. They got Timo Werner, Dragusan, and this guy here, Lucas. So let's wait and see. Many big teams didn't even attempt to get anybody. Okay, let's go. Jadon Sancho. What Jadon Sancho is training about. So Borussia Dortmund director, he was asked about the buy option and he said that we naturally advocated for an option with Sancho and Madsen, but the negotiations position was not such that we couldn't implement it. And so we will accept it for now. Yeah, Jan Madsen also is a guy that Pochettino didn't want to give a chance. But he moved to Germany 5 games since he moved, 5 start from his natural position. Left back, he's bossing it in Germany. And then they drew only one game, 0-0. They drew a game. I don't even think that they conceded a goal. He had 1 assist already. He's just a very good left back. But at Chelsea Football Club, apparently he's not tall enough, he's not physical enough, and he's not a left back. Basically, that is not his position according according to Pochettino. But this is the position that he's been playing his entire career, and you just came out of the blue and say, no, you are not even a player. Basically, I'm gonna use you whenever I need you to, and if I don't have anybody in that position, I can move you. Basically, he humiliated Maatsen at Chelsea Football Club. And Jadon Sancho, everybody knows the story, and he's also having very good time in Germany, wearing number 10. Life is good, getting the same salary, 350k a week, which Manchester United are probably paying more than 200k just to cover the fee, because Dortmund won't pay that kind of money. Okay, so we will see what's gonna happen the end of the season, where Sancho is gonna end up. If Ten Hag is sacked and the new manager wanna give him another chance, I think he's gonna do good at Manchester United. Or if they decide to get rid of him, it's gonna be cheap. It's gonna be not 75 million that they paid on him, because everybody knows that you wanna get rid of him. So nobody's gonna be rushing and pushing and try to get him, because they know at some point you have no choice but to sell him. All right, so what else Mr. Romano been talking about here? Mauricio Pochettino said on Modric, now he's on the bench. It's about the form. If you keep your form and you are the best during every training session, it's about meritocracy. Come on, this guy talking about meritocracy when Levi Colwill playing as a left back, Ben Chilwell, Marc Cucurella and Maatsen are on the bench, and he's talking about meritocracy. Crap. Look who is talking about meritocracy. Mauricio Pochettino. And when Sterling is having stinkers almost 99% of the time, and he's gonna have one good game about a Sunday league team, and he buys himself 3 more months as a starter, and he's talking about meritocracy. What do you know about meritocracy? This guy is the most unjust manager that you can find in the world of football. Same with Noni Madueke. He doesn't really reward somebody based on merit. This is a bunch of crap PR. I know that Modric is not doing that good, but sometimes to be good you have to play consistently. How many games that he help us, because of him we are in the Carabao Cup final. You score against Newcastle United the last minute, you got punished for 2 more games on the bench, and then they bring you again for 10 minutes here and there. Where is consistency here? For me, before I judge this guy Modric, you have to give him consistent games, run-off games. Allow him to make mistakes, and allow him to fail all the time, and not the way he's been treated so far. All right, people, so remember that the show is for the people. I woke up 3:30 in the morning. because the house is a little quiet that moment. I don't have the Blue Army and destroying everything. So I woke up. I only slept probably for 2 or 3 hours. That's how tough it is to watch Chelsea on the weekend. So I am here for people to call. If people call, it encourages me to say, oh man, I didn't really waste my sleep for no reason, because I feel good talking to people. But if you don't do anything, you don't participate, you don't like, you don't dislike, you don't comment, you don't call, and then what the point of me being here, right? Because this show is supposed to be different than other shows of you watching me talking for 4 hours. That is not the concept of the show. Dominic said that, by the way, talking about Poch, it is a must what? Poch must play 4-2-3-1 system. That system is not working at Chelsea at all. Yeah, probably that is the only system that he knows. Probably he's one-dimensional, who can't think outside the box, who can't adapt to the opposition, and he just need to impose his system to the opposition. Listen, we are not in that stage. I think Chelsea need to be like flexible. That's the word. They need to be flexible in this moment, because they are not in the position of imposing themselves to the opposition, if that makes sense. But he's there with his 4-2-3-1, trying to reproduce what he did at Tottenham Hotspurs. But you don't have a Ken, you don't have Son, you know, you don't have Dembele, you don't have Wanyama, you don't have mature players on their prime. You have nothing. So a better thing would be to adapt to the opposition and adapt to the players that you have. So that is the problem with one-dimensional managers. You know, you have to adapt to the opposition instead of trying to impose your way of play, even with different kind of players. So yeah, I can understand what you're trying to say here. Let me read a little bit here. Chelsea want to sign set piece. What? To sign set piece in the summer. I think Pochettino is simply talking about Michael Olise. You want to sign set piece? How can you sign a set piece? What do you mean by signing a set piece? Wait. Hello, Skylar.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you guys are playing Wolves, who we just played, and almost got out of an embarrassment by an 18-year-old. So, yeah. Speaking of embarrassment, I mean, Chelsea, I don't know what's going on at your club. I did watch that Liverpool game, and I was on another stream, and I already said that unless Chelsea don't park the bus and hit them on the counter, I can't see them getting any sort of result. And you guys tried to play their game. You went toe-to-toe and got beat 4-1. So, you know, again, I'm not really sure what Pochettino is trying to do, what his excuses are. I mean, my biggest problem with Poch is that every time I watch his press conference, it feels so uninspiring. Like,
yeah.
I mean, you are manager of a very, very big football club. Like, Chelsea is arguably one of the most successful club in the last 15 years.
15 years,
you know,
yeah.
next to Man City. and they are still and they are in a final this year. I have the same problem with Ten Hag as well. Like whenever I watch his press conference, it's so like dull, so boring. So like I mean I don't know how he motivates his players or how he gets the result out of them, but I just feel like both of these managers, they are very on the same pedestal. Unable to inculcate any style of play.
Yeah,
Inspire players.
the problem I see is like Ten Hag, you give him the Chelsea team, he might get more positive result than Pochettino. Pochettino, you know that at the beginning I didn't want him because of PSG and Tottenham Hotspurs, but I kept an open mind because that's me. Even if I don't choose you, I will give you the benefit of the doubt and try to find some positivity. But just like you said, his press conferences become so dull, repeating the same thing all the time, or talking about injuries and a young team and we are missing this and this. It's all the same. Well, it could be the language problem because most of the questions he doesn't even understand the question, and then he answer completely different kind of answer. Like he didn't get the question before, and nobody is there to even correct him and say, I didn't ask you this, but they're just gonna let it run so people can interpret, and it's gonna open the door to all kind of interpretation. So I'm just like the reason why I still even watch his press conferences is like because I have to do the YouTube thing and I have to kind of know what he tried to say. But uninspiring, boring, it takes like 20 minutes of no reason. Like they will ask him even a simple question, but because of his English, he will try to throw some word out there, like 1,000 words in different tense, just so you pick what you feel like picking and you make your own conclusion. He will be rambling for 15 freaking minutes without saying anything. And on the pitch, I don't see what he's trying to do. People out of positions, and you complain about we don't have a left back, but you have 3 of them on the bench, and you play Levi Cole as a left back. Or we don't have a tall players to help us in the final third or in both boxes. We don't have anybody. What? And the only tall guy that you have, you allow him to go on loan. Armando Broja. He scored only 2 goals this season, but even when he's not scoring, he can keep the opposition busy because he is very physical. So some of the decisions that he's making is just driving me crazy at the moment. But I think you can't even compare him with Ten Hag, in my opinion, at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, because one thing is that Ten Hag has been in the job for a long time, but there are quite a bit of similarities between them, personality-wise. So they are not really dynamic characters like Klopp and Pep. So I was making comparison that way. But yeah, we'll see Ten Hag, because this guy has been rambling about that once I have my first team back, you will see the results. So let's see. Now that we have everyone back, let's see what he does. So, but yeah, I mean, Wolves, I was shocked to see how they played in the first half. I mean, we should have scored minimum 5 goals in that game, minimum 5. So I wasn't expecting that kind of a performance from an away team, which is on a very good form. They haven't lost a home game in like 8 or 9 games.
Yeah,
so
they beat us on Christmas Eve, bro. I'm shaking. Like right now, I'm shaking.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
I remember.
I'm not gonna lie. I am terrified about this game because they know how to score goals, and Chelsea, I don't see where the goal is gonna come from. Probably Nkunku, but you don't count on Nkunku because he might get injured after 5 minutes. So you don't know what you got. And them, you know what? I wanted them like Wolves to beat Manchester United so they can be complacent a little bit, relax a little bit against us. But the fact that they lost the last minute, Kobe Minor, and then they are coming to the bridge, just kind of getting their revenge of losing the last minute. So I something else really.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves, they are a very like an unpredictable team at the moment. After that loss, especially because I watched quite a few games of Gary O'Neill because I wanted to see what he does. Obviously, he got very unfairly sacked by Bournemouth, so I wanted to see what this guy does. And yeah, I mean, you should be very careful because they have some very, very dangerous players. I mean, Cunha, Pedro Neto, he scored that goal which made it 3-3. And yeah, I mean, the defense is a bit
Lemina also
shaky.
is a very good
Yeah,
player.
Lamina is a decent player, and yeah, the only big problem is that they don't have the top scorer, which is that South Korean guy.
Yeah, Huang. He's still in
Yeah,
the Asian Cup, right?
yeah, he's at the Asia Cup, so that was a miss for them. But yeah, I mean, if they play the same way which they did against us, I expect Chelsea to at least put 1 or 2 goals past them. But I don't think they'll make that mistake. I think the way they came out second half, that was very, very like it could have gone either way. So it was good that Scott McTominay got that goal. Otherwise, it could have been very nervous. But anyways, I think Chelsea, man, it's a very. I always say that it's a very different club. There is no such thing as project there, because if you see at United and Arsenal, there is always that tagline like trust the process. I don't think that works at Chelsea. I mean, if you don't get results, you'll be kicked out. That's the way you guys operate and have operated successfully. So this the whole thing which Pochettino, like you mentioned about that set piece thing. I mean, that's a very, very lame excuse. Like he's saying that there is no set piece taker. He's mentioning about James Ward-Prowse. Like if we had that kind of a player, your chances of scoring goals increases by 35%, which is great. But I don't think you should be coming out like that in excuse. You have got
it's like not every team got James Ward-Prowse.
Yeah, who takes
not
the
every
set pieces? I don't even know.
Set pieces doesn't depend necessarily on one player. It's a structure. It's organization in the structure. So coming to say as if we had somebody like James and then it was going to be something different, that is just ridiculous. Because even set pieces this season, Raheem Sterling scored already 2 goals from set pieces. Thiago Silva already scored 2 goals from set pieces. You know, Cole Palmer took them, or
Disasi's got a couple of goals, if I'm not
wrong. So I don't know what he's trying to do. It looks like he doesn't have anything really to give as an excuse. So, we don't have enough tall guys, or we don't have enough people who can take set pieces. Gallagher is doing it. You can deliver a very good set piece in the box, but if there is nobody there to take, I don't think James was gonna have assist if there is nobody in the box that understand the entire organization and structure to take advantage. So I don't know, man. He sounds like somebody who is losing it. So okay, let me just throw something out there just to take attention away from the real problem.
Yeah, I mean, Pochettino, like, I just feel like he's, if you look at where he's been successful, Tottenham and Southampton, he's like a big fish in a small pond kind of manager. Like, the PSG job didn't work out because PSG, whatever legacy they have, it's a big club, they have big players. Yeah. And same is happening at Chelsea. He's not, I don't think he has the personality or the, charisma to manage a club at the size of Chelsea. That's my major gripe, and I don't think he can change it because, whatever he has done at Southampton and Tottenham, the expectations are very low.
Nobody expected him to be there, and it just happened that he had very good players. Nobody expected anything, and you had time, kind of, develop them a little bit until they get to their prime. And you start winning. But not really like a team like Manchester United or Chelsea where the fans are behind. They are just on top there pushing and they expect something. You have to deliver now. That is a different kind of story. So.
Yeah, I mean, look, even if he wins this cup against Liverpool, and he'll probably survive and get let's say if he does.
Yeah, if he does,
if he does, and he will get the rest of the season, the next season he'll be under pressure again. If he doesn't get to top 4 or win another cup, his head could be on the chopping block. So that's why I said, at Chelsea, I think that's a very good culture you have. Like, if you don't produce results, you should not be the manager. You should be held accountable for your actions, which is not at the cases of Arsenal and Liverpool and United. These Arsenal people, they think they are challenging for the league.
Yeah.
I mean, they are going to get split today against Liverpool. If you watch that game, I watched our games against you guys. They don't have Salah, and still they put 4 past you. That's how potent attack they have. Only team that could stop is Man City. So we'll see, man.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. Yeah, the final. If we continue to play the way we are playing now, a final is a final. On your day, you might win it because of many other aspects. But and Liverpool also, like, I refuse even to talk about the referee. But if you look at that referee, it looks like everybody wanna roll the red carpet for Liverpool and Klopp. They are getting away with everything since the incident against Tottenham Hotspurs at the beginning of the season. It looks like they apologized 1,000 times. They suspended everybody involved from that game, from refereeing Liverpool games until the end of the season, which is where is integrity here? Like, you never happened before. But if you look at other teams are victim of even worse situations, but they don't get referees suspended for the entire season from refereeing Liverpool games. And now that he announced that he's leaving, looks like everybody feel somehow that they have to help him. Even that Paul Tierney guy, Klopp really destroyed him for years, criticizing him, pushing him. He got the ban. But now it looks like even the same guy that Klopp was calling names is afraid of giving any kind of decisions against them. It's like that game, if you look at least 2 clear penalties, if it was the other way around, there were going to be penalties. He was awful, tried to be a good guy to show Klopp that, I got your message and I'm a good boy at the moment. But I didn't want to really discuss about that because we lost 4-1. That all people will remember. They say, oh, but you lost. But you don't know how one game or one penalty can change the dynamic of the game. But nobody's gonna remember that. But referees, it looks like everybody is determined for Klopp to win something before he leaves this season.
I get that. Even Paul Tierney, he was the guy who gave the penalty. He was in the VAR room. He gave the penalty to Wolves for a very light tackle on Neto by Casemiro. So, and that same foul wasn't given against Chelsea. So,
the same thing. Yeah. It's too, because it was a Liverpool, because he wanna play the good guy, because Klopp attacked him a lot. He named him so many times in press conference. I don't know what's going on with this guy, but he never gave a decision for us. So this kind of claim always plays in referee's mind. It's a mind game. It's just so you can put them in your pocket. So that's what it's just like rewarding abuses on referees. That is exactly what is happening at the moment. So that game, yes, we lost heavily. We were nowhere to be seen, all over the place. But sometimes in football, one decision for you and the game is different. So it is what it is. I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't see Chelsea really winning
When are you guys playing? Is it today or like what's the time?
Yes, we're playing today. Yeah, we're playing today now in 2 hours 40 minutes. Thank you so much for helping Mr. Skylar. He's gone. So anybody that wanna come and talk, let's do it. Okay, Dominic, let me answer to your questions. Chelsea want to sign a set piece summer. I think Poch is simply talking about Michael Olise. Set pieces. How many set pieces Michael Olise scored? Those are just assumptions. Those are just like people assuming that, oh, because Michael Olise, I don't know how many assists he got this season, how many free kicks he scored, and what makes him a set piece specialist. I think people been just copying and pasting the same thing on social media. That's how social media works. Somebody will say something and we all copy paste, but in reality, just because you had one assist from, say, a set piece doesn't mean that you are a set piece specialist. Like for years, Chelsea fans were saying that Kepa Arrizabalaga was penalty specialist just because he saved one penalty against Frankfurt in Europa League under Mauricio Sarri. All of a sudden, he's a specialist in saving penalties. And then we went to penalties in the final against City. He didn't save even the easiest one from Aguero. Even was like, he was surprised to score that kind of penalty, right? So just because you save one penalty or two penalties, you are not specialist. Like, I don't know, people try to set piece specialist. I don't think it's gonna be Olise. And Olise coming to Chelsea doesn't depend on Pochettino. Chelsea wanted to buy him before even he became the set piece, the so-called specialist. The guy is specialist in getting injured too. So I don't know. It's just a narrative that is trending. It's a trending narrative, but it doesn't mean that he's gonna choose Chelsea. And Chelsea need to raise 100 million for the financial fair play. They have to sell probably every single academy product. And Michael Olise probably got his own ambitions to go to other teams. So you take it whatever is gonna please you, but I'm not gonna put like hope on Olise or anything. And what are you gonna do with Olise? Angelo Gabriel can play as Olise. Diego Moreira can play as Olise. And you have Cole Palmer. You have so many of them. I mean, it's a feel-good factor, but at the end of the day, I don't see it happening. Yeah, Angelo Gabriel, he's scoring, he's assisting, he's just amazing. Okay, you can also play somebody like Andrew Santos as Michael Olise. Those players, they are in that low level so far because they are not playing football. They are not given a chance to play. So if you're gonna spend a 60-70 million again on Olise, to do what really? He's a good player, but it doesn't mean that you have to always sign every single good player in the planet. You know, it's becoming a Chelsea thing, right? Of okay, let's go there and sign this guy for the heck of it, hijack everybody, go play, just because Arsenal did the scouting, let's go and get Mikhailo Modric, because if Arsenal are after you, that means you are good, and the rest is history. Everybody said how Pulisic was the worst signing in the Chelsea history, and it was a shame for him to wear number 10, blah, 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 blah. And then Mikhailo Modric was going to save us from all this. What is happening? So listen, I don't really get too excited anymore about any signings, including Osimhen, including whatever, Messi, Ronaldo. I'm old enough to understand that it doesn't mean anything. The end of the day, you have to do it at Chelsea Football Club. All the vibes, means nothing. The end of the day. So that is not me. You sign for Chelsea, it's okay. I'll be like, yeah, good. I support you, but it's not. I'm not gonna jump into the bandwagon of, oh, man, this guy is the savior. This is a steal. He's gonna do this and that. No, you have to do it instead of what you could do. And look at this. While Chelsea are struggling to score goals, Datro Fofana is cooking. Yesterday he scored a couple goals for Burnley, but he won't get any chance from Pochettino. So that's the way it is. Okay, people. So we already discussed a little bit about pretty much everything. If you wanna follow me, you follow me here on Twitter, Green Turf, and you're gonna watch some more videos on the Green Turf YouTube channel. We talked about the African Cup of Nations. We talked about other topics. So slowly and surely, we're gonna land to talking about more Premier League, because we have so many games today, and then we will see where we go from there. Peoples.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. I'm alive.
Very funny. I'm alive. I like that. So, how was the weather like in your part of the world there? Still very cold?
Still cold, but it's getting better. Yesterday we had some beautiful sun outside yesterday. So, yeah. It's now on and off. You can have some sunny days. You can have still some cold, still some snow on the way. But it's beautiful. I can't really complain, really. If you
so that you know how you can see when the weather changes, your mood, your feeling, everything you just like get vitamins, you get extra energy. You know how that feeling is. You come when you've had such a long time with bad cold weather, and suddenly the sun is shining, and it's plus 3-4 degrees centigrade. I don't know about your Fahrenheit, but it's like whoa. Yes, you can see a light at the end of the tunnel, kind of thing. That good feeling. But then again, suddenly, like 1 week later, bang! It was back to frost. It's just not funny at all. But that is what happens when you live in these. But okay, then again, I've obviously born in Africa. We have 10 months of heat, just straight heat. Just every day you wake up, it's like 35 degrees. You go to bed, and then you have like 3 months ways or 2 months ways, just rain. You never stop. And then back to heat. So you have only like off and on switch. You don't have like 4 seasons. I actually like the 4 seasons. I never used to like the beginning, but I had to acclimatize, and then yeah. So where have you been? I've seen you've done many lives, but I was wondering where you didn't do any therapy sessions. So it's nice to see you back.
All right. So what is your?
I didn't see after the Liverpool game. I thought you were going to do a therapy session, but I didn't see where you did one. I was waiting for to hear their. I always watch all your videos from the when we got smashed by Liverpool there, 4-1, whatever it was. It should have been at least 8-1, but we were lucky. The 4-1 scoreline looks favorable, but I was wondering, Mr. Oakes is not doing any lives, so we need to come there. We need to cry, and but I suppose you weren't in the mood, so we've been waiting for you to come live.
All right. So, what do you think about the game today?
I'm more worried about FFP. I'm more worried about this 100 million. I don't know. I was going to ask you, what is the truth? What is the ups and downs? I hear so much rumors and stuff. I thought if anybody knows the details, Mr. Oakes knows exactly what. If it's true, Chelsea has to raise 100 million or something, or what is the exact truth? What's the truth? I want to hear the truth.
So what? The question. What is your question exactly?
My question is, I want to hear that because I hear so many rumors and stuff. That Chelsea is.
There's always rumors about Chelsea, right? It's always about they're gonna get relegated. It's always about they spend 1 billion, and let that worried about itself. It's just like some people on TV said, I'm worried about Chelsea because of the financial fair play. I think they have to raise 1 million. So just because somebody said it and because he's known in football doesn't mean that is necessarily the problem. Chelsea been trying to sell for a while now. Everybody knows that you have to balance books at some point. Everybody knows that is in 3 years period. But like I said, anybody can make headlines if he's known in the world of football. But the problem we have now is like everything is becoming like a gospel. If I say, I think Chelsea might do this and that, doesn't mean that it's going to happen. It's just like guesstimation. You'd say something because of your position, but there is nothing gospel there. There's nothing to worry. Those billionaires, they know what they are doing. So nobody is going to teach them out of the blue that you have to do this and that.
I have a theory on that, by the way. This way they're saying that Chelsea is desperate. They must raise 100 million before, I don't know, whatever time frame. My theory is that, as you said this before, this is from your theory. My theory is based on your theory. So my theory is that the clubs, or some club which are interested in getting, let's say, Gallagher, or maybe getting Reece James or whoever, they want to buy him cheap. So they don't want to pay the asking price of whatever Chelsea want, whatever ridiculous money. I think they want 50, 60, whatever. So you spread this narrative, you spread these rumors about Chelsea is desperate, they're desperate to raise 100 million, so that when Chelsea tries to sell the player, they can get him cheap because they know Chelsea just needs money, they need cash. So you can get the player at a big discount compared to if Chelsea is not desperate to sell, then they're not going to give any discount, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, whatever the motivation is, all I know is there is some guys who apparently is a financial expert who went on Talk Sports or something, who say, I think that Chelsea might need at least 100, and it just took off. Oh, somebody said that, oh, Chelsea need this. That's how the news has spread in this industry, because people are looking for headlines, people are looking for something to sell. But if you go to the details of those little things, everybody knows, by the way, that you have to sell in order to buy, and people don't even mention about the chunk of salary that you're gonna get rid of. Kepa Abracadabra is you take other other salaries like Lewis Hall, and so many other stuff. It's gonna balance it out itself. But I'm not even worried about anything in that nature. But it's if people don't create this kind of stuff, and then the business is gone, is dead. It's the industry. This industry needs to function every day. So somebody need to bring something on the table. But yeah, I'm old enough not to be manipulated.
Now, you me, I'm just looking. I'm just saying, looking at the table. Chelsea's on 31 points. Let's just say, for whatever unknown reason, Chelsea gets deducted 10 points. We'll be on 21 points. Would just be below Brentford United there, who's on 22. Luton. Wow, that team is playing Luton and Nottingham Forest. So that would be proper relegation battle. Wow, oh my God, yeah. And then, yeah, that'll be panic stations because there's so many teams on the same points. Only Burnley is finished. But if you look at Everton, Nottingham Forest, Luton, Brentford, even Crystal Palace, they're all in that relegation mix. It's very, very tight there. So a win like today is very, very important, and you need to just to be sure that if anything happens, then you do get deducted 10 points. But then again, Nottingham Forest is also in trouble with FFP, so they probably get minus 10 points. So they're on 20. So they'd be automatic relegation. So you'd have Nottingham Forest and Brentford and Sheffield relegated. Then you'd have one more. So it'd be a big fight at the bottom there. But yeah, let's hope that it doesn't come to that. But they'll punish Chelsea as they always do, but they will leave Man City alone as they always do. So I don't know how that works, but Man City, you can be sure nothing will happen to them. They don't want anything to happen to them. They always look after it for them. But Forest, Chelsea, any excuse they can find, they'll punish them. That's how it works. Chelsea is always the scapegoat for everything.
Wow. All right. So people, let me see. This might cause me issues here. So that Fofana, people, he did a very good job yesterday. 5 touches inside the opposition box. 2 crucial goals for Burnley. Only couple of appearances into his spell at Burnley. So that
they sold him or loaned him?
No, it's a loan, but I don't see. I think he will be sold. I think he will be sold at some point.
He's better than Broja. That's all I can tell you. Broja is useless. And Broja has had his chance, and the guy is. Nope. I told you this before, but I think Broja, he's had a fair crack at the whip, and we've seen that. Okay, maybe he's not ready for that big time there. He hasn't got enough quality to be a centre forward for Chelsea. Sorry to say that, but maybe then why the hell did you send out DD for Fofana? Makes no sense. But okay, let him get match game time somewhere else. Come back with confidence, and then once he's back at Chelsea, they will destroy his confidence again. You know how it is at Chelsea. If he gets a chance, I don't know, but we need a center. We need a striker. Yeah, I mean, this business of playing Cole Palmer as a fake number 9 it's nonsense. Makes no sense. But at least he's back. Jackson is back, so at least we'll be back to that Jackson. I like Jackson. He's a very hard-working player, so that could be interesting. And Madueke, that guy, fucking useless. He don't like to defend. He don't like to backtrack. The same as we saw against Liverpool. They're the ones who cost us the game. For Madueke and Sterling, not tracking their players, just being lazy. And you can't just think that this is not, old boys football where you can just stay up the halfway line. No, you've got to backtrack. You've got to chase your man and not leave him wide open. They made that Liverpool player, that young guy, the right back, they made him look like a world-class player. He's not that good. But when you get all that free space, well, of course you're going to look good. And so yes, no, Madueke out of the team for sure. Put in somebody who's gonna work for the team. I don't know. What was your starting line? Your prediction, or what did you predict was going to be starting lineup? I'm interested to hear. I didn't see your video.
Well, I don't see football the same way you see it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not those kind of black or white, or you're not tracking, or you're not doing this and that, and you are crap and all the time, or broja. I think football is not that black or white. Football is not scripted somehow. There are so many elements that need to work together in order for a football team to work.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see it your way. That was your rambling about the players. And tomorrow, if Noni Madueke or somebody else score a goal, and all of a sudden, I always tell you that he was good and all that. So I don't do that. I just believe that you can have a good time or bad time. It can happen. The entire structure of the team can make you a world class or a flop on that day. So that's just your own responsibility. I didn't say that. I still believe that in certain teams, you need those flair players that will unlock defenses and will allow you to score goals. I also check on context behind things. Context, like in Broja, which he was more than 1 year out with an ACL injury, and I know how that injury is very, very hard. And I also believe that you can still be a very good player in a team without scoring goals, but your role is so important that the new generation of TikTok don't see it, because you didn't score, you didn't do step overs, you didn't dribble past a couple of people for you to have a short 10-second clip on TikTok. So those little things for them, if they don't exist, and then you are not a good football player. Somebody like
if you don't work hard,
Broja, you can see even if he doesn't score. The manager been complaining about the size, so we don't have enough height. But you see, even defensively and offensively, both boxes, when they cross the ball, nobody is gonna be afraid of Raheem Sterling, because he's not gonna even bother to jump. Right? Somebody like Jackson, he doesn't even know. It looks like it's illegal to touch the ball with his head. So I know that there are so many roles in that team that certain players are playing, but just because we're not winning games and there is a certain kind of narrative, people tend to neglect everything. You know what game you are bad or you are good. But me playing football and understanding football in another level, I know that football is not only about scoring, assisting, dribbling, or fighting physically with referees and insulting people. That is not football that I know. But
it's a team game. So everybody has to pull their weight. And if you have, especially at that level, at the Premier League level, when you're level Liverpool, Chelsea, whatever, you're at the top level. It's small differences which decide the outcome of the game. So, like, first of all, that game against Liverpool, I would just say definitely it was a very naive, very bold tactics from Poch there to play to be so offensive. What do you think was going to happen? I know, yes, we all draw the Liverpool, but sometimes you got to count your chickens before you're thinking, okay, this team's on fire at the moment. If we're going to just go toe to toe with them, they're going to embarrass us, as it happened there. But playing slow, that slow oil tanker, slow Badishvili in the defense against a fast Jotas and what have you, those kind of players. That was ridiculous. Why he didn't play Colwell there, I have no idea. Because
Colwell is injured. He was injured. He's been injured for 3 games now. So what do you want? You want him to?
Yeah. But then you could have played Disasi there, Disasi and Silva, and then you could have played your friend there, the right back, our French guy. I like him. What's his name? Gusto. You could have played. You could have done something, but not Badishvili. No, I'm sorry, but that guy he's for that.
This is the problem. This is the problem. I still remember so many games here that you came. You say how Thiago Silva. You always even call him my friend. Your friend Thiago Silva here. Did you see how? Did you see how he was and how he slowed down where he can't put a tackle and whatever. That's why I don't follow the popular opinion. I analyze football my own way, because just because you had a good game against a Sunday league team, basically against Wimbledon or against Blackburn or Middlesbrough, teams like that, and all of a sudden world class. Did you see? Today we kept a clean sheet, and did you see? We don't need this and that. So I understand what you're saying, but you are part of that club of flip-flop.
Don't throw me in that bus. Don't throw me under that bus.
No, you are part of those today's generation of TikTok, of everything change depending on the result at the end. First of all, you don't watch 90 minutes, and then you jump on TikTok for 15 seconds, and you pull those stupid statistics that means nothing, and then you check on, oh, look at this, that means you are good or that means you are bad. But football is not that way, I have a hard time here. Everybody come to insult me here. Why you support Thiago Silva? Look at, you have to start preparing for the future. The Sassi is the next coming of Marcel Desailly and Badiashile. You have to do this and that. And then when we lose, all of a sudden, you switch again. Like, I want people to be consistent. Be consistent.
Yeah, but if the team is not consistent, how can you be consistent? The team is not consistent.
No, so in your say, because in your say, it's like one game and then you make one conclusion. The next game, if we lose, it's another conclusion. So you have to be able to say, you know what, this game, even if we lost, but I still stick on my guns.
Yeah, but if your team loses and they've been absolutely awful, you mean to tell me you're not allowed to criticize, you're not allowed to point out where you think things went wrong, what was the issue? You should just keep quiet and you just clap your hands, say, no, the team is fantastic, whatever. No, that is naive. If your team is playing lousy for whatever reason, because 2 or 3 players are being lazy, not pulling the weight or out of form or whatever, they've been exposed. I'll say like against Liverpool, Badishvili was exposed. It's just too slow for that particular game. Other games is good. If you're playing other teams which don't attack as fast, yes, Badishvili is very, very good. But when you're playing a team, Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal, or whatever, do not play Badishvili. Play him centre forward or something. But don't play him at the back there because he's too slow at turning. But I still go down to, I will protect the players. I'll still go down to the team selection. There was a bit, I don't know. But there was also other players there you can look at. You can point fingers at, let's say, Caicedo. Caicedo, for example, he's out of form. I don't know what's happened to him. He's all over the place. His timing of his tackles, and he just doesn't look like he was at one point there. Especially after he went to somewhere to play South America or something, and he came back injured. Since then, he's not quite living up to his level. His timings are all off, but give him time. Obviously, there's as I said, Sterling is hot, blows hot and cold on his day. Sterling is world class, and so when he's off, he's awful to watch. And on top of that, you can have an awful game, but at least if you're attacking game, if you're not able to dribble, if you're not able, fair enough, it can happen to everybody. But work hard in other ways, so compensate by, taking part in the game, by tackling, by becoming like a deep midfielder or something. Do something, but just don't hang there with your head down and what have you. And the manager should see, maybe sub him long before. And if you can see that Cole Palmer as a false number 9, he's been being marked by 2 defenders. He's not getting a sniff of the ball. And maybe as a manager, you have to change your tactics in game management. I think that's sometimes Poch waits too long. He waits until halftime. When you can see that these things aren't going too well. I mean, look at us against Liverpool. The first 30 minutes, we didn't even cross the halfway line. We couldn't get rid of the ball. We couldn't put more than 3 passes together. We were absolutely awful. And that again, manager should have seen that. Okay, I've got to change something here, because we can't carry on like this. Liverpool is really, really going to smash us. And yes, how many times did the Nunez hit the bar? Was it 4 times? That game, we were lucky that we didn't get completely, utterly embarrassed, because it could have been a tennis score. But we were lucky. Our goalkeeper was very good. He's made a lot of good saves there. And so Nunez, he needs glasses. If he had, contact lenses or something, that would have been Poch. If Nunez had scored two more goals, Poch would have been fired. I'm telling you. If we had lost, let's say 6-1, 7-1, Poch would have been fired. And but he was lucky. But I don't know. I want to see how he's going to play against Wolves. It's not easy. It's a hard team to play against. They play very compact. They play in the counter-attack football there, so that is going to be very, very. I don't know how he's going to play. If he's going to play a sort of like a counter-attacking team, or if he's going to play a possession-based lineup. That is going to be interesting to see if Jackson comes straight back into the team, or does he start from the bench, or I don't know how he's going to do his team selection. It's going to be very interesting to see where he goes.
That is where you people need to know exactly what you want. Like I said, the manager is always in the lose-lose situation. You just talked about that Liverpool, and the problem is, before the game, you don't say anything. When the lineup comes out, it's always, oh no, good, we're gonna win.
What?
And then after that, oh no, we were slow, why did we do this and that, why did you play this and that? It's always after the result. So you and Pochettino, you are always reactive and not proactive. Like you just wait for us to lose or win in order to make a final conclusion.
If you're playing the game, let's just say you're playing the game. Okay, you see the lineup, Chilwell, whatever, blah blah blah, and the game starts, and straight away you can see the first 20 minutes. Chilwell on the left-hand side there is absolutely useless. He's getting overrun. He's been exposed. He can't tackle. He can't do anything. You as a manager, you don't just stick to that formation. You say, okay, Chilwell's in trouble there. Something's wrong there. Either you sub him, or either you bring more cover for him. You change your tactics so that he doesn't get exposed, so that he's not being overrun by that young fullback there. You have to have some kind of in-game management, but you don't just stick to your guns and say, oh no, we'll just leave it as it is. That is a poor management. You'll see Klopp, you see Pep, you see all these top managers. During the game, they change formations, they change the style of play, what have you, to counteract whoever you're playing, how they're playing. But we don't. That's unfortunate. We haven't reached that stage yet in Chelsea's in development that we can during the game change our way or our formations to counterbalance whatever we are facing. We just stay with the same. This is why it's quite easy to play against Chelsea, because we just carry on the same. We never change.
Yeah, because other teams don't have 12 injured players, key players injured. So you can say that you have to change. It's very easy to say, but when you can't even have your starting 11, you have to always change all the time based on what you got in hand. For a young team, for an old team that's been together for years, that is understandable. You can always find the same kind of pattern of play because they've been together for a long time and they are mature physically. They are not babies anymore. But when you have to deal with this kind of situation with a team of babies, literally, that becomes even more complicated than just, oh, look at how, Klopp changed or how Pep Guardiola changed the system during the game, because they already understand. They have been for 9 years together. Those pattern of play is becoming like they can even close their eyes and understand what Pep want or Klopp want. So there are a lot of aspects in football, and that's why I'm not definite. I'm not those online experts where everything need to be black or white, because I can see different aspects. Am I defending Pochettino? Hell no. I didn't even want him to begin with.
But so we too.
He's there. We have to support him. That's what I think is my duty as a fan. Just because I don't choose anybody, I have just to support my team, and by supporting my team, I support the manager too. But there are so many aspects to this than black or white, get out, you are bad, you didn't change this and that. Because no manager is having the same kind of issues that Pochettino got. Even, he's awful. But even an awful manager can win games with good players. If you have Reece James, you have Nkunku, you have Drogba in front, you have John Terry in the defense, no matter how bad you are, you know that you have already a court of players that can bail you out all the time. So it's not making it any easier by having a brand new team that's been together for 6 months. And on top of that, they are not even physically and mentally mature. So for me, it's not. I'm not going to jump into the bandwagon of you are bad, you are good. That is not how football works in my world.
Of course, I'm going to disagree with you. Of course, I'm going to disagree with you. So I don't buy into this narrative. Oh, they're too young, they're immature, blah, 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 blah. It's Chelsea Football Club, Premier League team, elite team. If you are bought and you come into the squad, you are an elite player. There's no excuses about, baby, whatever, we have to mature. No. You're an elite player. Behave like an elite player. Perform like an elite player. And perform to the salary they are paying you. This business of, he needs 5 years to mature, whatever. I don't believe that nonsense for 1 second. You can see, let's say Gilchrist. They throw him in there. He hasn't had time to mature or whatever, grow up. He's just straight away in there playing like he's one of the old boys. So what excuses do you guys have? They have no excuses. You just do your job. Go in there and do your job. And obviously, the most important thing, the first thing of your job when you get that big contract to play for whatever team it is in the Premier League is your number one and your biggest priority, stay fit. That is, availability is the best ability. Stay fit to be available. And then once your chance comes, go in there, give it 100%, whether you can do a dribble or you can't dribble, it doesn't matter. You should do your best and follow instructions, be a good teammate. I mean, football is not as complicated and as hard as people sometimes trying to make it out. At the end of the day, if the manager lays out the correct tactics and the manager has trained you well and you've practiced well, you should be able to perform. But, if the manager is not in complete control or maybe he's not quite sure what he's doing, then this is when things start, what's it say? when the mad starts hitting the fan. I can't say the English word for it because you'll get banned. But that's when things start to hit the fan, and then things just go downhill. But that game against Liverpool, when I saw Chelsea, they weren't that bad. I know 4-1 sounds terrible, but I looked at that game there and I thought, yes, but there are some positive signs, a lot of positive signs. And I saw, despite we being smashed, I still saw a lot of positives in that team there. I think, okay, there's room for growth here. You can see some areas of that team, some players where you think, okay, you just need some teammates who actually play with them, and you can see that it's not completely hopeless. Yes, it was Liverpool. It's Liverpool. Come on, it's probably, as we speak, probably the best team in the world. So it can happen. You can get beaten, but we weren't completely and utterly outclassed. We had our chances there. We can even claim that Gallagher should have got a penalty. We should have actually had 2 penalties, but you're not going to go to Anfield unless somebody gets an axe and chops off your leg. You're not likely to get a penalty up there. That's just how it works. And who knows? A penalty, had Gallagher got a penalty there, Chelsea gone 1-0 ahead, it would be a completely different game. Sometimes in these games, it's just small moments which decide the outcome of a game. It can be small, ridiculous moments which has a big bearing at the end result. So as I said, yes, we lost. I wasn't even angry. I thought, okay, I knew what's going to happen, but I still left that game saying, you know what, Chelsea is not finished. There's opportunity here for this team here for growth, and they've got a lot of very good players. Even though the media narrative and all that, they want to smash any chance they have is to make Chelsea look bad and everything. But I just still think. And I think you probably think I'm smoking something, but I'm positive. I'm positive.
You are smoking something and drinking something, something like from
Why?
Russia or from Zenit St. Petersburg or something. Because you are contradicting yourself a lot. Like sometimes I just even don't know what you're talking about, because we were talking about many aspects of the game. But you, the guy who tried to, you narrow the aspect to make your point and win the debate, or you expand your vision of football depending on what fits you in that particular moment. These are the things that I had said, that I was talking about. Like football is many aspects. Pochettino need to take responsibility on this, on that. And you look at the other aspect, he got 12 injuries. And he had a bunch of babies, and you say, no, that is utter nonsense because you are a baby, I don't buy this and that. That's telling me that somebody like Broja is in the same level as Aguero, basically.
Broja doesn't have the talent. He doesn't have the talent. That's 2 different things. Broja does not have the talent, the actual talent from God, to say the natural physical ability. You can't compare Messi. Messi is given a gift from God where he can control the ball in a small space, dribble, whatever. You can't compare Messi to, let's say, to Broja. There's 2 different people, 2 different physical talents.
But the way you said it, that's the problem. You contradict yourself one more time. That is your tactics of like, let me just throw everything there. Let me put stew, put carrot, put onion, everything in one pot, and let me just confuse you, because you are just coming to what I just said, but you want your own conclusion so you can win. What I said is there are so many aspects. There are quality aspects.
I'm asking you, is Broja, his talent, his physical talent, what he can, his technique, whatever, hand on heart, is he a good enough player for Chelsea? This was a simple question, yes or no, nothing about.
That's why I said in that you're not gonna get any answer from me, because football is not black or white. There are aspects of the game, and I'm not trying to put whoever you want. Put Diego Costa or Drogba or put Higuain there. I brought Broja just to make a point. So don't try just to focus on Broja. So you
but
can
that was the
win.
first
I'm trying to make a point. Put Giloboji or put Donald Trump there as a number 9. So I'm trying to make a point here that they are different quality. They are different age. Also can count in football. Experience can count in football. Coaching can count on in football. There are different aspects. It's never a black or white. You are bad, you are good. Certain players are matured very, very early. Just like I have a 12 years old, my neighbor here, who just got admitted to the most prestigious university in America because he's just a genius. Like so don't expect your kids, because they are the same age, that he's gonna be like that guy, because 99% of them are gonna have a normal growth. Those people are just rare cases, just like in football, because Pele won the World Cup at 17 years old. Doesn't mean that everybody need to be the Pele level. So I'm trying to make a point here that so many aspects in football that people try to ignore just because we are living in the world of quick fix now. Oh,
no, but if you look at Broja, for example, to go back to your, and by the way, congratulations to the son. But if you look at Broja, he has a ceiling. Every player has a ceiling. Okay, I don't care who you are, you all have a ceiling. And Broja, we've sort of like seen his ceiling, where he's at, where we can see, okay, he's there. He's probably not going to go any higher than there. And the question is, that ceiling he has, is it of good enough quality to be the main striker at Chelsea when you are having a tough time controlling, doing simple things like controlling the ball, shooting, whatever? That's my only point, that his ceiling is not very high. You know,
how do you know that? What is your definition of ceilings? Because
we have seen his.
Let me give you an example. Didier Drogba became the king of Stamford Bridge, but people forget where he came from. This is the guy who never went to an academy. He never followed the structure, you know. He was playing in Abidjan when he was a kid on the street. His uncle took him to France. He hated there in France, was crying every day when I go back home. Somehow find a joy to play with people on the street in France. And, you know, slowly, second division here, injury prone there. Drogba becomes somebody when he was already like 25 years old. Marseille, by chance, everybody got injured. Oh, let's try Drogba. And then he did good for one season, and all of a sudden he had a very good season. And then Jose Mourinho took him to Chelsea when he was already 26 years old. So the point I'm trying to make here is, like, any of us, everybody got a pattern to everything. It's not gonna be the same. It's not just because you grow up together that you're gonna have the same kind of pattern to success. Everybody is different. We are created differently. So the point I'm trying to make here, let me even remind people who are watching. DJ, thank you so much. You are heading to Stamford Bridge. I hope that you can bring some luck today. If we lose today, DJ is gonna be blamed, because I'm gonna hold him responsible. He's at the Stamford Bridge and we lost. Let me just remind people who are watching a little bit what is happening before we go with Victor. Liverpool are top of the table, 22 games played, 51 points. Manchester City still got one game in hand. They are second, 46 points. Arsenal are third, 46 points. Spurs of odd people, 44 points, even though they dropped point the other day, the last minute. West Ham of odd people are 6th. Oh, this is embarrassing. Number 7, we have Brighton. Manchester United are 8th. Newcastle United are 9th. Chelsea 10th FC. We are in the place that we belong. This place is our place to change this position from 10th to Chelsea, you know. Number 10th is called Chelsea from now on. 11th, Wolves, the team that we're going to play against today. 12, Fulham. 13, Bournemouth. 14, Crystal Palace. 15, Brentford. 16th, Luton Town. 17th, Nottingham Forest. 18th, Everton. 19th, Burnley. Sheffield United are bottom of the table with only 10 points. Chelsea, we are almost safe, people. We still need how many points? 9 points only, and we're gonna stay in the division.
We need 19 points, not 9.
No, 40, 19. We are not deducted points yet.
We need 50. We need 50 points to be safe.
No, 40 points is the minimum you can stay.
If they deduct Chelsea 10 points because
did you know how many years it took investigation to come to the conclusion of taking 10 points from Everton? 3 years. Nothing is going to happen this year. And before the 3-year cycle, Chelsea are going to be good with the financial fair play. So I don't want to even hear that.
But Nottingham Forest, the same boat as Everton. How long they take to investigate them? Not very long.
Investigation of Nottingham Forest also took 3 years from when they were in the championship. So I don't want to get to those details, but I know what I'm talking about. So on Saturday, it was Everton against Tottenham Hotspurs 2-2. Brighton beat Crystal Palace 4-1, yes. Burnley 2, Fulham 2. Datro Fofana scored couple goals for Burnley. Newcastle 4, Luton Town 4. What a game that was. Sheffield United lost at home 5-0 against Aston Villa evening. And we're going to play them not long ago. Second leg. Or it's not even a second leg. It's called replay. Against Villa. Lord have mercy. Burnley today. Bournemouth against Nottingham Forest. Interesting today, Sunday. And Chelsea against Wolves. Manchester United against West Ham United. Arsenal against Liverpool. 11:30 Eastern. And the last game actually is going to be tomorrow, right? Brentford against the Manchester City. So, very interesting. Very, very interesting day.
Brentford is in big trouble. Even though they got their main man back again, but they look like they're in trouble, Brentford. They are in the mix. But they got, what's his name back from suspension?
Tony.
Ivan Tony. So maybe there's some hope. They've at least got a striker, but I don't know. They've got some tough games coming up. So I don't know. Hi, Victor. Sorry, Victor is here. Hi, Mr. Victor.
Hello, Mr. Oz and People's Republic. Good morning. How are you all feeling today?
I'm still sleepy and I'm waiting for Chelsea
This is what the dear old Chelsea does to us, right? We don't even get to sleep yet. They give us all these draws of performances, and we stay awake all day, all night discussing and watching them. But anyway, I just chanced your discussion, and I was like, let me stay on until the game. And you were all talking about pure talent, raw talent versus hard work, I guess. I probably just added the last version because you were talking about talented players. And I feel like there is the over the course of this game, over a century or more than this game has been, sisters, not every player was talented. or even remotely talented, like the ones that came out of the lot that we know, George Best, we know Maradona, we know all these great talents that have passed through. A great majority, 99% of them, were probably not just talented, but they did hard work. And sometimes the coach and how they were deployed to go and do the job helps them get better. Sometimes they don't even know the position they play or where they will excel until they are on the field. And here, because it's a team sport, the other 10 makes them look good, and then they develop on it. So yes, just like Oz says, there are many variables that makes a player good. The team that they were in at that particular point in time, their own talents they bring to the table, the technique that they need, and the work ethic, the coach, the other players. A lot of factors make a player a good player. Sterling is where we are because Sterling went through a process. Okay, City. If he hadn't gotten the chance to Liverpool, because he had a brush with that coach at that time, he was forgotten his name. He was also the coach of Leicester. But I remember
Brenda.
He took Sterling under his wings and worked with him and pushed him there. And this is just one example because folks will know because he's in our team. But there's a lot to do with circumstances for a player to be the player that normally we see them to be at the end of their careers. So for me, my concern most is Chelsea. So I'm thinking about Chelsea and I'm thinking about, do we have any real raw talents, to people that get the ball and they kind of have a whole vision of the field or where to go, how to use their body to displace opponents, create spaces for themselves, make incursions, dribble when they need to, and not when they need to, and give a simple pass. All what is called as football IQ. Do we have enough in a team? The reason why everybody is afraid of Manchester City and they pencil Manchester City in as the winners is because they have abundance of them. They have a lot. Kevin De Bruyne, Till Silva, all of them. Most of them can do that. Then you add the athleticism that you need to be able to defend, to win 50-50 balls, run because it's a running game. So there are so many things that makes a player good. Chelsea lacks a lot of these in the current crop of players. If I take out Cole Palmer, whom I think is very instinctive, he's very good, he's naturally gifted, and he needs a coach to even make him better. So that is why Pep was trying to put him out there, and for him to come out and be one of our best players is a shame to our squad. I think he's the only one that, in my opinion, with the current crop. Okay, Nkunku is a brute force. I'm not saying it's a brute force because he scored goals, and I haven't seen much of him really at Chelsea. We don't know how he's going to do with our team. Chukwuemeka can be that good because he's purposeful, he's positive, he gets the ball, he wants to turn around and move with it. But as a side of that, our team is full of folks who needs the ability of a coach to see what they lack and add that to their game. And that is where me personally, I do not think that Pochettino is capable, unless he is there but he hasn't been able to show us. But he needs to know that a lot of these players don't have the raw talent to be able to do this instinctively, and that they have to add that to their game. It's possible. They all may not be, what's it called, Maradona. Like Oz was saying, we all come with different talents, but that's also the reason why you go to special places to add technique to it. Some people need to work doubly harder to get to that point in all things that requires your body. That's why we have training as the talent, and then of course when you are placed in a better circumstance and you are deployed with the knowledge and the importance of what needs to be done to be successful, then all of these come together to make you what you want to be in all things that requires the body to be able to work in all all human endeavor, whether it's sports, whether it's dance or the arts, or anything else. So for me to bring, the reason why I chipped in this early was to get to this portion of the conversation, to make folks know, yes, we may not be that good. Yes, for me, I am utterly disappointed in Caicedo. I am utterly disappointed in Enzo, our midfield, which is basically the spine of the team. They have to be strong, they have to be athletic, they have to be smart on the ball, they have to move the ball forward, but they are very, very much afraid to do that. So if you are a coach, what do? You sit down and say, how can I get the best out of these two? Okay, because the way they are, we cannot sit them down because they cost £250 million. So the two of them have to play. Or you make sure you sharpen up one so that one is playing constantly and the other one can substitute them. But if the two of them have to play, what do I get out of them? They are not necessarily gifted. Enzo is not necessarily an athlete of any real, any real strength. I have never seen one remarkable tackling, dispossessing of a ball from the opponent in Enzo, even though he's supposed to be in the midfield, right? So you know that he is what? The Fabregas type. So you sharpen that aspect of his football, where he will get the ball, look at build passes that are positive to move the ball forward, because he's not going to dispossess anybody. He cannot run with the opposing team and dispossess anybody. He is not that kind of player. So you find the areas that are basic, that anybody that calls himself a professional footballer can excel in. And then you sharpen that aspect and make him good. This is when I will agree with Oz that we need time. But you need to see a little bit of it even now, because Porsche has been here for half a year. And that should have been seen a long time ago. So with the injuries and everything that we keep talking about all the time, the reason why folks are mad is not because we're crazy and we want success overnight. It's because we know that the basic things are not being done. And we see the same things over and over and over again, even if they are not talented, even if they don't have the natural ability or the instinct or the propensity to be able to do these things naturally without being coached. Sometimes a good coach can bring those things out of them by letting them do the basic things well. And then we know that, okay, this is where we are studying from. And then there is something called adding on to your game in the course of your career. Then they begin to add those things on right before our very eyes. Okay, Caicedo was not doing this yesterday, but today he's doing it because he started from the basics and he's adding on to those games because the things he started adding on gave him confidence, because he begat success. So he began to be very good. So I'll wrap it up by saying that that is what the problem is with Chelsea, because we know we stuck with them. God knows when we can even purchase another player because of our financial predicament. So if we are stuck with this, what must the fan base expect? A coach that will make the best, do the best to make sure he brings the best out of this. It's possible out of these players. It's possible.
Victor, can I ask you a question? If you look at
let me say hi to Aziz. Are you doing okay, Aziz?
Hey, good morning, my brothers, man.
Perfect.
Okay, morning. Now, Mr. People's Republic, continue your question, and after that,
sorry,
we're
I
gonna
have to ask
listen.
very small question here. So, if you talk about talent and etc., by the way, very nice, very well spoken. If you look at the players we have there in Chelsea, which of those players would you say has hit the ceiling, has hit the apex, and which of those players has an extra gear to give, where there is something more? So, like you can say, let's say Jackson. I think Jackson, he may look average now, but I still think there's some more talent. There's an extra gear. Cole Palmer. Which other players do you see? Like, let's say Sterling. I think Sterling's hit his ceiling, just like Broja hit his ceiling. Which players do you see where there's room to improvement, something more to come?
Well, what do you mean by hitting the ceiling? It's just like you can't improve anymore. That is your level, right? And you're
Exactly.
talking about a 28 years old Raheem Sterling, and then you put a 21 years old Broja. So I don't know how your ceiling,
But Roger is
how
not
you
ceiling. That's my whole
measure
point.
people's ceilings. I just don't get
is
it.
not going. Exactly, that's my whole point. Roger has hit his ceiling. He's not. He's physically, his gift from God or whatever it is there. He's not going to go any higher. While somebody like Jackson, I just see a lot of raw talent. I see coaching. You just give him some coaching, that guy is going to be a superstar, like on the level of Drogba. But but there's some players. I mean, Disasi. Is there room for improvement there? What about Badiashile? My point is that which players do you see they can, with good coaching, they can go another level up? Or which players do you see that there's no way they can move up?
If I want to come in here, there are several factors. It depends on the position you play, or you naturally are placed to do the job. Knowing that if there's a job that is given to you that requires running and you hate running, you may not ever be improved because it's a running game. For me, I feel like Silva is come to the end. Of course, everything points to the fact that he's at the twilight of his career. He is an old dog, and even he may be improved. I believe that if you stay in the game for one more year, I mean, right now, let me give you a scenario. If Pochettino was to drop out and say, I can't do this project anymore, and you are fortunate enough to get any of the top elite managers, do you think these players will play the same way? No, I mean, just forget about manager bounce, okay? The first 2-3 maybe games, they will run for any manager, but you think that going forward, they will all play this way? No. It depends on the leadership. Even Thiago Silva can be bended a little bit. Even him at 39. With somebody will come in and say, hey, the way you play, I don't want it. When you get the ball, look forward. I don't care about anything. Play the ball forward. He plays it forward a few times. Maybe it misses the target. But a few more times it does. It results into a goal. What does that do to Thiago? Thiago's, okay, this aspect of my game, I had never seen. I never even thought existed. Okay, so now let me do more. I've added to my game. So all players are capable of improvement based on how they are deployed, like I said earlier, what they are asked to do, and if they do it and they become successful. The reason why some of them are completely frustrated out of their mind, almost game after game after game, they stand on the field completely lost and frustrated, because even when we draw, sometimes even when we win, is because they don't have any real strategy and they have to fight awfully hard to maintain a draw or to win a game. And most of the time they lose. So when they lose, well, it's neither here nor there. So yes, in my simple answer to that question, People's Republic, is that if they are there and they are amendable, you are capable of learning new things. And it's important. I always tell people that I work with, it's important that that individual is willing to learn, because you never stop learning in life. So if you are willing to learn, you can improve your game. Okay, you have to put in the work. None of them, in my opinion, Broja may go to Fulham and may excel because of other circumstances that you don't get at Chelsea. Look at Pulisic, what he's doing in Italy. They all leave this cursed what is it called, club, and they are all doing well. Sometimes they are doing well before they come here. They come here and they flop. They go out, they do well. It's very, very remarkable with Chelsea. So for me, I just wanna have Aziz come in and make me have his go at this. But for me, if you look at Chelsea and our players, if we say that they've all hit they've hit their ceiling, then we have a remarkable policy and culture in our club that nobody else can compete, because every team, in my opinion, every team, every player is capable of improving based on what is told to them, their work ethic, what they do with their own, how they prepare themselves for the game, and how much they love the club they are playing for, that they will go through bricks and work hard to achieve their goals. And if we don't have that at Chelsea, at the current crop of players, you can do whatever you want. You can cry until the cows come home. You will get the same results we've been getting for the past year and a half.
Yeah. All right. So Mr. Aziz King, the floor is yours. Anything you wanna discuss? Let's
Mr.
go.
Victor, I want to agree with everything you said. I want to say something. After that game against Liverpool on the weekday, I've come to conclusion those boys are not good enough. The
We
coaching
hear you.
system is bang average. The coaching system is bang average. If you see, look at the class between Klopp and Pochettino. Look at the class. One, you don't play players out of position. I've always been saying this thing. If you play, you're forcing something that is not working. Don't do it. You're forcing something that is not working. Playing by the shield as a left back. Don't do it. Secondly, we don't have an individual. Chelsea has always been blessed with individualism, like a pure talent that can, if the ball is not going our way, one player is going to do it. Remember, we used to have people like Lampard, player like Drogba, Hazard. Just, you understand? We used to be blessed with players like that. But now, we don't have. Are we going to rely on Cole Palmer? Today he's going to score. Tomorrow he's going to play some shooting game. We'll forget about it. Or are we going to rely on Gallagher? He can't cross a sheet of a corner or save himself to score a goal. Are we going to rely on Enzo Fernandez? So sometimes you have to look into all these players. Are they really good enough? Did we even do our scouting very well?
Well, Chelsea scouting is they scout on YouTube just like everybody here, because when we got Mikhailo Modric, I'm not gonna blame Chelsea fans for Mikhailo Modric, because I didn't see any Chelsea fans who wanted Modric. We didn't even care about it because he was already an Arsenal fans. Apparently, he was watching their games, posting Arsenal stuff on Instagram every day. We didn't even care. Out of the blue, it took like 2 hours. Breaking news: Chelsea board are already in Turkey, and they're gonna fly back with Mikhailo Modric. So I didn't see any push from Chelsea fan here. Oh, let's get him. No, it came out of the blue. So the scouting department and our board need to be questioned.
Do these players, even when we're losing 2-0, did these players come there and fight? Or, you understand? Or they just give up? Like, I'd rather you beating me 2-0 and I see fight. You understand? They are not fighting for the badge. They are not, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to kill myself with this team no more. And I pray no Chelsea fans to kill themselves for this team no more, because this team is bang average. This team is more, it's not even average, it's bang average. Like, I don't know what you can call after average. That's how bad
below
that team.
Average. Oh,
yeah, below average.
Or Sunday League. Okay. Yeah. It's
No. Okay. Let's go back. Let's analyze all the goals we lost. We're doing a counter and they took the ball from us. The first mentality of every big team is, if I lose the ball, everybody should come back and help. Who was helping Ben Chilwell when he lost the ball?
Yeah, we were all over the place. The structure, it looks like so the problem with Chelsea is not like one thing only. It's the coaching, the lack of quality, also the lack of fighting for the badge. There are so many aspects.
Let me finish. One more question. Let me finish. The problem of Chelsea is from the board and Pochettino. Because the players, they used to say something, the players react to who the coach is. You want to tell me, if a world-class coach comes now, or a Pep Guardiola comes now and coach this same Chelsea team, do you think they won't perform well?
Well, that's where the quality also is going to play, because Pep Guardiola won't waste his time coaching somebody like Sterling already, who let him down so many times in the Champions League, missing one-on-one. Like, if we bring a coach with a lot of character, I'm telling you, more than half of the players that we have now won't be there because they are not good enough for him.
But Oz, I agree with you. I have agreed. Today is really. I have to check my drink. I'm agreeing with you with everything you were saying, but what I'm saying is, we have what we have right now. So you want to say to me that if Pep was going to, or if a top class coach, if was to come to Chelsea, would get rid of half of them. Until he does that, you think he's not going to get anything from this crop of players that cost $1 billion more? You see, that's what I'm saying. Like, you all agree that Pochettino doesn't have the spine. I mean, look at the way the guy interviews. Does he have any passion in him? I mean, the players the players reflect the coach 100% on the field, because the way I even spoke to you at length as to how I have evaluated these players, right? If I was in front of them, I will give it to them. Do you watch yourself on TV when you are done, or on the film when you are done? How many times have you got to? Yesterday, look at the goals galore in this Premier League that we saw. Everybody is scoring, from Newcastle to Luton. Everybody's free flowing football. They get the ball. They don't waste time between Silva and Disasi and Chilwell or whoever pass among themselves 50 billion times before the ball is moved forward, and then we lose it again because we don't have any talent to really move the ball forward. Every single team is free scoring now and moving the ball and running with it and giving their fans something to be proud of or to anticipate, except for Chelsea. When it comes to Chelsea, we hold on to the ball. We almost all the time are on top when it comes to possession, but we don't do anything with it. And this coach sees it every single. I don't know. I have a job, and I spend a minute to watch Chelsea, and I can already tell what I could do to improve it. When you get the ball, the goalpost is on the other side. Just make sure you get it there. And if you lose it, try and get the ball again back. Basic, simple rule. Don't play it amongst yourself. If you don't have the talent to play it from the back, just kick the ball in. That is also accepted in football. Basic, simple rule. We are suffering because we have dealt with these mediocre coaches for the past 2 years. Potter and Lampard. Lampard knew he was not staying for as long, any longer than he's been asked to. So he was doing his best, and then he left. And then we went and got another coach who, in my opinion, is poorer than Potter. In my opinion, this coach, it doesn't say anything after his press conference for you to get any sense of confidence that he will be in a position to motivate these players and deploy them to go and perform. That is the problem. This coach cannot do anything. That is a problem right now.
Okay. Yeah, we have a coaching issues, to be honest with you, but the quality and lack of maturity, those little things here and there also is not making it easier. So, gentlemen, I don't know if anybody watched my videos that I made yesterday. Enzo Fernandez and Moises Caicedo. And I'm not saying anything bad here because I don't believe on money equals success. I was one of the few people who said I'm not happy about the money that we are spending on them. But they are here. They are our players for 8 years. We have to support them. Why are they good against Sunday League teams, and then when it got tough against a serious opposition, we have to blame everything on Gallagher? What's going on here? It looks like they can't do any wrong. They are only responsible for success, and they are not responsible for losses. Anybody wanna?
Let me chime in on that Gallagher. I saw Gallagher this week. I've seen what he can give to us. is not he can't play more than what he knows. Because I'm gonna say something that might offend you. Watch that game against Liverpool again. That guy was just running like an headless chicken. All of them in the midfield, everybody, especially him, he was running like an headless chicken. He had a chance to pass through Gary Cahill. Maybe we could have scored. Tell me this MF tried to dribble back. He fell down. They countered. That's when they had the penalty. And I've noticed, if he's not playing well, I don't know why Pochettino is using him more as an attacker. This guy is not offering nothing in up front as an attacker. Let him sit. Let him play as a sitting midfielder with Moses Caicedo, because I don't see what this guy offers up front. And secondly, if you notice, anytime they use Gallagher, Moses Caicedo is ending up doing 2 or 3 man's job, because Gallagher is going there to go attack somebody. So if they beat Gallagher, it's only going to be left to Moses Caicedo. Everybody start blaming Moses Caicedo. Oh, it's Moses Caicedo's fault. He's not holding back. He's not doing his job. You all need to go back and watch how Gallagher played this season.
But
you guys can say, oh, you guys can give it all. Oh, he's giving it all for Chelsea. But stick to the simple position. Stay in your fucking position, for Christ's sake. Help your midfielder.
That's the problem. My problem now is Gallagher is a free agent. He's gonna be sold, by the way. There's no way he's gonna stay there. But when you spend 130 million on a player, I think you should not blame your mistakes to somebody else. You should be able to bail us out. Even Willian used to do it. This is how you know a world-class player, because everybody is crap around, but you are the only guy that showed something. So why do we have to always blame somebody else for somebody who was apparently a missing piece? All right? A missing piece is somebody who would take the what they say, game to the scruff of the neck and win you. But why do you have to depend on perfect conditions from everybody else? But what is the difference with Jorginho then? Because
Mr. Holt, Mr. Holt, you are just making excuses for him. Football is a team effort. I've played football in the midfield. Football is a team effort. If you are going out of position, if you are going out of position to go mark another player, the opposition team will pound on that position because you've left space. Look at that game against Luton. That's why they almost equalized. Like we won 3-2. We're leading 3-0. Your boy Gallagher was going out of position. He's making Moses Caicedo to be doing 2-3 persons job. Everybody is not Kante. Nobody can play the game like Kante or Makalele. You feel me? Moses Caicedo can only do what he can do best. Even against Liverpool, he was the best among all of them in the midfield, because Gallagher and Enzo Fernandez, they were going forward. They were making this guy to do 3 man's job. They were not helping at all.
So
let me say this real quick, or you go first.
No, you go first. I've been talking for 3 hours.
For me, listen. In my line of work, I work with other people. Okay, and I know sometimes you have to have human psychology. You have to be able to do certain things with other people so that you can get results. And I'm just telling you here that the reason why Gallagher is the indispensable player in the eyes of Pochettino is because maybe Pochettino saw something in him when he came to Chelsea. Maybe it happened on the field of play, or maybe during the training ground, and he saw this guy intercepts. He's strong. He can run. Maybe not so much as I thought he could when he was at the Palace. And he can break up attacks. Okay, he can break up advancements of the opposition. And as a coach, you want a player like that. Now, if you have a player like that, but that player's natural position is much more upfront, what do? Then you get two midfielders behind him, okay, deep midfielders behind him, who are the pivots, who will help him. So he plays really number 10, but he is the one that intercepts. So he should actually place a little bit further back. But he was more successful when he was at Palace playing number 10. Okay, so that's the conundrum with Gallagher. Gallagher, there's a player in there, he can't just be all that bad. Look at the goal he scored against Palace when we were there, when he started playing for us. Those are the kinds of goals he was scoring at Palace. He was scoring on and off. He scored like 8 or 9 in a season. He can barely scrape away 1 at Chelsea. Think about that. So he is capable if he has the kind of support and if he's put out there to be successful, because he's put, as people say all the time with Chelsea and also with Pochettino, in his position that he likes best, because he likes to drift forward and he likes to have a chance at goal, and he wants to score, because in football, especially if you're one of the attacking midfielders, if you score, you are remembered. If you don't score, you slowly get out of favor. So it's very important that you put the player out there to succeed. Now, we all know the politics around Gallagher, that he's going to end up leaving, right? Because they want money, because it's pure profit, blah, blah, blah. All of that has been said about him. But it's emblematic of what is at stake and wrong at Chelsea, that we do not improve these players. We do not play them in a natural position because the coach is lost. This coach doesn't know what he is doing with the players he has, period. I do not care what he has done at PSG or Spurs or Southampton or wherever he's been. He is not good enough. He's not a good motivator of people. And if you see his press conference and the way he speaks, regardless of his language barrier, he can, gentleman at Aston Villa, he's the same, his English or whatever is poor. But on the side, yesterday, when they were scoring, the way he was jumping about, and I'm not saying that change your character, change who you are, but all that matters. The players reflect the coach, and I have said it, and we all have said it several times. There can be improvement in all these players. All of these players can improve. Don't tell me that they are involved in this kind of sports and they cannot improve. They can improve maybe to a point. They cannot be the best, because majority of the time it's instinctive. The way you play the game, it's instinctive. Like when Caicedo gets the ball, and I'm like, I can predict 80% of the time where he's gonna pass it. Yes, that is not.
And if you make a good point here, the positions. The other day we play against Liverpool, if you notice, at some point, basically, Gallagher was like a number 9. If you look at the gap between the 3 midfielders that we had, you ask yourself, what are we trying to do here? We are not compact enough, and we are not really, I don't know if we're not following what the manager is asking us, but that is a pattern. You can tell that he doesn't know really where to place them and get the best out of them. The question that I ask mostly is that, yes, Pochettino can't get the best out of them. We are all over the place. But when you are a good player, when you spend 120 million on somebody, you're waiting for that person also to be like your magician at some point. When nothing is working for you, he's the guy who will score you 1 goal and save your job. So probably they are not in the level of what people try to sell us. When we bought them, all we heard is like, okay, we're going to win everything. They are the missing pieces. They are amazing. We are lucky to have them, blah, blah. But when something is not working good, it's the system to blame, it's the manager to blame, it's Gallagher to blame, it's somebody else to blame. All I want to see from our marquee signings is to take responsibilities when we need you the most and do it for us, and we continue building. But if your own mistakes, like how many balls like Moises Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez lost one-on-one? Those are jewels. Okay, this has nothing to do with the system or anything. It's you and me, face to face. Let's do it, and you got to dispossess the 99% of the time. That has something also to do with your skill, not only with somebody else, because it's one-on-one. It's called duel for a reason. So all I want to see from those marquee signings is also to bail us out and say, you know what, forget it. I'm going to take this 60-yard, bam, top bin or top corner or something. That's what I'm expecting from them. People's Republic, you haven't said anything.
You can see mentality. I know people keep blaming the coach, whatever, but the gulf in mentality, that fight, that winner mentality, that obviously Liverpool, they're on top of the table. They're playing for the championship. They're playing for their manager who's leaving. Blah blah blah. So they've got motivation in abundance. So there's everything is going their way in terms of mentality. While the Chelsea, if you saw them when they lost, they didn't look like they didn't really give a stuff. It was just like, okay, we lost, so what? We are still going to be 10th, mid-table, express, what have you. So that also a lot of mentality is there. That winner mentality is that the fight. Look, as I said in the first half, as I said to you an hour and a half ago, Chelsea did not leave we did not even cross the halfway line. We lost every single duel. People not backtracking, just being completely and utterly overrun. Manager on the sideline, not having a clue. Maybe just change his tactics a bit. Maybe we shouldn't be so attack-minded. Maybe we have to drop Gallagher back into the midfield there. Let him support Caicedo and Enzo, who are being overrun. Nope, we leave him up there as some kind of number 9. So now you've got two fake number 9s. You will go to Cole and Gallagher up there, leaving an expressway in the middle of the field there. And that was a simple things which a manager from the sideline, in-game management, you should be able to address and fix. But if you're in over your head and you don't really know, you don't have that quality, experience, whatever it is as a manager, and this is what happens in these things here. While other managers, they can change these things here. But as I said, let's be honest, that game there, Liverpool were miles ahead. Not just streets ahead, they were miles ahead of Chelsea. I mean, I fear for that Carabao Cup final there. If Chelsea played that way, there'd be another big humiliation. But then again, a cup final is a cup final. Chelsea do tend to show up in cup finals. They might have a different motivation. We might just be lucky. Buddy Shield's not playing, so we might have a chance. But we must not be as naive as we were in that game against Liverpool at Anfield the other day. Because if we play like that naive, that open, we'll get smashed again.
Yeah.
Did you say cup final is cup final? Chelsea have not shown up for cup final the last four we played. I think we've lost all these FA Cups and everything. We've lost a lot of cup finals except for the Champions League the last 5 years or so that we played the cup finals. So we are not that good. And with this crop of players, it might not. The only thing is that yes, you never know what can. That's the reason why we play the game. Is anything can happen. A player, a keeper can fall over or go what's up, Bizarre can pass the ball to an opponent and then you get a free, open goal and score. Yes, that can happen. But if you are going to go, merit and ability and know the form, we know for sure that Chelsea is not anywhere near Liverpool. For the fact that he can even sit there and say that, the cup final, we will not play bad like we played like this, means that he doesn't know what he's talking about. He cannot face the reality. This coach, he does not know what he talks about. He does not understand what is going on. I shudder when I always get like so frustrated. The games might be awful, right? But to listen to this coach after the fact or before when we play the games and when he does his press conference, which is so manicured and managed and the questions are tailored to not put him on a wall or on a corner somewhere for him to answer for how he come about with his selection. Now, a minute ago, everybody was talking about how we perform towards, other play. We don't run. The ball is in our, in our half all the time. He sees it though. He sees it. He doesn't do anything about it. If I were him, I would just simply, regardless of who is available, I will go to the academy and pick players. If the players that I have are not listening to my instructions, and if it becomes a scandal because we invested £1 billion in them and we give them 150 or 325,000 pounds a week, so if we don't play them, it's a problem, then I go out there and I defend it. Now, if you put them out there next time, they will play because they themselves want to redeem themselves, or if they don't, so you win. It's a win-win. I don't understand how coaches that are established in Europe the ones that are not established and they are still trying to pay their rent or whatever. But you are okay without a job for a year. You will be fine. If you stand for something, however, and you come on top, you become employed forever. You get what is called tenure in professorship in colleges, because you've gone over the point where you cannot be fired. You've proven yourself that you are a good coach. That is why Pep has a sway like that on his players. Because if you don't do what he's saying, he will stand for something. He will let you go if you are Sterling. And now you think when Sterling left, that's why I told you earlier, I work with people. You know what the psychological effect it will have on others? He is a British player. So he's an English player, I should say. He is proving that he scores. And Pep says, I don't want him because he's not prolific enough. The ones that get to stay get to say to themselves, you know what, if Sterling is gone, I could be gone. Let me do well. So it's about, sometimes you need to do that to make a point. This coach has no spine in him, regardless of how long he has been at Chelsea. He has no spine to take a stand, to do anything that will tell them, the fan base that he stands for something. Now, I hear that he's a very good people person. He invites them to his home or wherever and have barbecues with them and all of that. That is good. Yeah. Whatever he does with them to encourage the rapport, to encourage comradeship and chemistry, I know that you need to do that when you are the leader of men. But you also have to draw a line where we can tell, we the fan base, because it's a show business. You are showing us what you can do with these kids or with these players, where you can draw a line and say, because if they come in and do the same thing every week, today I will be completely surprised if Sterling is not on the list of players in the next 3 minutes when it comes out. But why is Sterling playing? Even though he was completely bad, he was horrible.
Who would you play in Sterling's place?
Oh no, my top what is it called, attacking midfield, my wingers today, if I were the one in charge, I'll put Palmer on the right, then I'll put Chukwuemeka on the left.
Yes,
easily.
thank you very much.
Easily. You know what? Because
I think Palmer does better behind the striker as a number 9 in the free, as a number 10 in the free role.
But you have Nkunku there, and Nkunku is instinctive. So and he can score. He knows where the goal is at, even when he's facing the other side of the field. He knows where the goal is at. It's almost like he has eyes behind his head. But you have to put players in there who can also help with defense. I mean, have you ever seen Sterling come back and tackle and get the ball and run back with it? No.
Well, I saw it against the City, though.
Exactly. But here, he's not doing it. So if he's not doing it as a coach, you tell them, if you don't do this, you are sitting down. I don't care how much you are paid. You draw a line. And if that means that you, the coach, is gone, even the people that are before under you will say, this coach stands for something. Even the people who comes with him to every team to help as assistant coaches will say, you know what, he stood for something, and because of that, we are out of a job. And then your reputation will slowly cripple into the mainstream of football coaching, and everybody will know your philosophy. we still talk about Sari ball. So we still talk about that kind of game, because that is the kind of philosophy, culture that he put on his players or in his clubs, wherever he goes. What can we say about Pochettino? Because we don't see that. It's not consistent here.
Victor.
Yeah.
Since you work with psychology or you in that field, very interesting. You mentioned that point. For me, it just dawned upon me. Now you mentioned that Pochettino, he invites him to grill parties and barbecues and what have you and all that. Could it be because he comes across as being a little bit soft, and I don't mean this in a bad way. I mean this in a nice way. He's a nice person. He's a good person. He's like Mr. Oakes, a perfect gentleman. Never hurt a fly.
I'm not that. You don't know me. Don't talk about me. Yes.
And but as a leader of men, this is using your expression, not Mr. Victor. As a leader of men, you have to have a little bit of a dog in you, a little bit of a bastard, sorry to use that word, to where players will do as you want. But if you are too friendly with the players, if you're a bit too soft with them, this reflects on the mentality of the players as well on the field, where if you look at a Klopp, you can just see, even if you don't know nothing about psychology, you just know this guy, you don't mess with him. He's Mr. 1000 volts. Klopp, Pepsi, same thing. You can see it straight away. These guys, they have some kind of temperament, some kind of psychology there, where they don't believe in 50%. They want 100%. They want you to fight. They want you to die for that badge, whatever you, that kind of thing. There. Wow, with the Chelsea, it's like I'm
gonna have to cut you. I'm sorry about that, because the team the team news is probably out. Cole Palmer, Malo Gusto, Christopher Nkunku start according to some links, but I'm gonna jump right now to official Chelsea account, and starting 11: Petrovic, Gusto, Disasi, Thiago Silva, Ben Chilwell, Caicedo, Gallagher, Enzo, Palmer, Nkunku, and Sterling.
Oh, nice.
Gentlemen, your first impression. Who wanna jump first?
Victor.
Victor is not available, I don't think. He's
I'm here. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah. I mean, it's very close. I would have preferred Chukwuemeka to Gallagher, in my opinion. But I think he's going with Gallagher. The selection is one most have predicted for the weekend, for this weekend. And he's beginning to listen, because he has no option but to listen to us now, since he all kinds of tricks that he has doesn't necessarily pan out, and we need a reaction. We need a reaction from this team today. And Wolves is not a pushover. Wolves is coming to play because they know that we will get the ball and play among ourselves in the back for a long time. So for me, my gut reaction is that it's close. Sterling continues to be the penciled-in player right now because of his wages, which I think is not the reason to pick him. For me, Sterling is not to be playing week in and week out, regardless of how he comes up. No, today might be the day he comes in and scores 2 goals and then buy himself 2 months of selection. But you need consistency. So between the 2 goals that he scored and the next 2 goals that he scores, you would have already lost your position on the table. So for me, that is the problem. Everybody else in there, I like the fact that he's using Nkunku, but I would have preferred Chukwuemeka coming in and playing. But if he's in the, I don't know if he's in the reserves. If he's on the bench, and maybe he will bring him in later.
Okay, so talking about the bench, let me remind you the bench: Bettinelli, Beckstrom, Badiashile, Gilchrist, Casadei, Chukwuemeka, Madueke, Modric, Jackson. Aziz, what do you think about the starting 11?
To be honest here, I would have want to play Chukwuemeka. I want to see the midfield of Chukwuemeka, Enzo, and Caicedo. Because Chukwuemeka can hold the ball, he can push the ball forward. That is what we are lacking in that midfield. Someone that can impose himself in the midfield, like a Loftus-Cheek kind of player, like a Yaya Toure kind of player. And that's what I seen in Chukwuemeka before he got injured. So with that kind of player, he can create space for the like of what's his name, Cole Palmer, or even one of our wingers to do something. I'm fine if it's this formation. If this is our best squad, I'm cool with it. I don't care no more. I just want the 3 points. I don't like to do again.
People's Republic. Tell us what do you think about the starting 11? Because after the game, when we are smashed 3-0 here, you're gonna come here and tell me, oh no, he made a mistake. Tell us what is the mistake here.
There is no
and
mistake.
Remember, you are on the record.
There is no mistake there. I mean, he has no, look at the bench there. I mean, it's not as if he's drowning in quality replacements. So he's got no choice. And after being smashed by Liverpool, he's in damage control mode or therapy, what do you want to call it. So this game, maybe they won't attack as much as they will. They'll take it easy. They'll take it easy just to repair. As I say, was that licking their wounds kind of thing. After that, you need to find your feet. But I think the formation looks good. There's no body shield there, so I'm happy. And but Chilwell was also very, very suspect against Liverpool. So let's not forget about him. He always gets a free ticket, free pass. Nobody criticized him. I don't know why, but questions also have to be asked about his performance on the left there. Yes, he looks good attacking when we're playing in small teams, but sometimes he gets exposed. So, but yeah, as Chukwuemeka, yes, I could agree. He could have. But then again, are you going to play a counter-attacking team, or are you going to play a team which is going to be in the front foot? What is this formation? Is this a team where we want the ball, or do we want the opposition to have the ball? I don't know. This is again one of those games. Low block teams, Chelsea, we all struggle. So you might as well just you know what? Here, Wolves have the ball. We don't want to attack. We'll wait for you to attack, and then we'll hit you on the counter attack. We don't want to be on the front foot because we always lose this kind of game. So,
Mr.
Yes, sir.
You know why I even thought? You know what I've always been thinking? Even with Jackson back, Nkuku back, why can't we play Jackson up front, Nkuku behind, Cole Palmer on the left side, Sterling on the right. Cole Palmer on the right side, Sterling on the left side. And you have a double pivot of either Enzo and Caicedo, or Enzo and Gallagher or Caicedo.
And this is the Jackson that you always call the useless guy.
Said, did you watch? That is what we have, and that is what we're going to use. I'm just suggesting because Nkuku looks like a player that can create. So you can have two creative players like Cole Palmer and Nkuku doing beats.
But probably we're playing two in front. We don't even know how.
Did you see where I'm coming from?
This is the Jackson that you just
we don't have any other
he called listen, like I always say, at the beginning like this is a lose-lose situation, sir.
No, because we don't have any option. Did we buy any players in January? No, we don't have any option. So it's what we have, we're going to play.
Nkunku is the most clinical among all of them.
The thing is this, that we are taking up the sprawl here. This is the problem. The whole entire team needs to perform. If you have a team sport and you are always waiting for one person to be the panacea of your problems, come in and solve all of it, we are in trouble because we are all talking about Chukwuemeka here, and that will be the day that Chukwuemeka will go on the field and then flop. And then we come back and we say, oh my goodness, where are we? Because we are putting all of our faith in one player out of a team sport. Even if he comes in as brilliant, right? Nkuku came in on the field last time and scored a goal. Did we win? No. But he did his job. All 11 have to be good. So it is about the culture, the mentality, what they do with the ball when they get it. I guarantee you that at home, this is why we never used to perform at home. The players become complacent. The only reason why they will come in and give us maybe 20 minutes of running is because they know that the fan base is furious. They are not there for the right reason, and the coach does not threaten their positions. He does not tell them that if you go out there, you don't perform, I will go and get an academy player to come and perform, because my job is at stake as well as yours. And that is the problem. The entire team needs to perform. especially if you need a convincing win. And at the moment, we are beating over, we are picking the little scraps here and there because we know that maybe a player will come in and change it. Yes, some players can come in and take the mentality, or because of their singular performance, be great, and then the others will follow and motivate them. But at the moment, we don't know if Nkunku is even capable of that. So for the selection fan, we get all excited about it, and then they go out there and they don't perform because the fundamentals is wrong. Our fundamentals is wrong. It's not the right approach. So if we get the fundamentals right, even when we lose, we know we are on the right track because the players went out there and they gave it all. So for me, if you're asking us to react on this particular lineup, I will say that for me, it is neither here nor there. We could have complained about the player that is playing right now, but has anything really changed fundamentally? We just want to move up a little bit up the table with a win. But we know that even if we were to smash Wolves today and win, which is highly impossible because of the way we play, the reason why players at other teams don't score against us a lot, us, is because we hold on to the ball a lot. If we were to play a lot, people will find even more vulnerabilities in the way we play. We don't defend very well. Our midfield can't hold on to the ball. My last point, the three people he has chosen today do not advance the game. Enzo, Caicedo, Gallagher get the ball past 10 yards to the side and then move on. They don't even run. Gallagher will intercept every now and then. When he intercepts every now and then, we tell him he has put in the work rate. But his work doesn't end up giving us anything. Every now and then he'll give you an assist here. But his work is not necessarily even forward. But he loves that trio in the middle of our game where you need to win. You need to win the midfield. And those three do not win you any midfield game unless you are playing a championship team. Until those three are good, we are in trouble.
All right, Mr. Miller, are you there? Right, Jay?
Yes, I am here.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Yeah, I think Chelsea have a big issue on the board and the coach, because every match you can see the ball of them turn back the ball. I don't think he might tell the ball and say play the ball forward. Every Gallagher is the main one. When Gallagher not driving forward, you have to turn back the ball. Yes, he's a good player in tackle and everything, yes. But end of the day, if you have a vision, move the ball forward, and that is Chelsea downfall. I don't think that coach is the right coach either, because I don't think the coach is teaching him anything either. That coach mind is set on Tottenham. It's not all about Chelsea. And the board needs to dash away, because as far as I can see, they are in this for money. It is not about trophy or anything. It's just all about sell the academy, play them, and to make profit. I don't see where Chelsea going forward.
Okay. So you are not confident about the game today, right?
Well, it is an easy game, so they will win. But
easy? This is Wolves that beat us on Christmas Eve. We're talking about here.
Yeah, man. No, man.
They scored 3 goals against Manchester United a few days ago.
Yeah. But but Chelsea coming from that 4-1 defeat, I think them gonna do better to take shame out of them eye. But when it comes to big team, I don't see anything where and the coach sit on his sideline chopping him 10. It's like him not get up like clap the man and shout and point. Him just relax. Whatever coach is that.
Okay, so if let's say he sacked the coach, Mr. Pochettino, who would you like to bring at Chelsea?
And the coach, what I will bring, and the coach why you also coach Messi, Ronaldinho from Spain. Yeah, I think that guy is a good coach. I don't remember his name, but I think that guy is a good coach.
He coached Messi. Are you talking about Enrique or something? But you have to be realistic. Who is on the market there? Because the coach market also is gonna be very tough. Klopp is leaving. The other guy, Xavi Alonso, no,
Xavi Alonso, they are.
Yeah, he might go to Bayern, Xabi Alonso, and then we have Xavi, a lot of Zaz there, who just left Barcelona, so they need a coach. So it's gonna be very interesting to see if Pochettino goes, who's gonna replace him. But
you will come round to my way of thinking. When Pochettino's gone, when we say, okay, there needs a mentality change in this club. This club is too soft, too weak. You'll come to the same conclusion as I did last time. You'll say it's Diego Simeone. You'll understand when the time comes. You think, okay, maybe the people who probably knew what he was talking about Simeone. This change of mentality in this club, too weak, too soft. These players are going to have to produce more. And there's only manager who get a tune out of these players here.
And Chelsea in an FFP problem now, where we should not be, because what they are doing is totally foolishness. And you're going around and you have a lot of good baller from the academy, and before you build them and you just spend money like that.
Yeah, financial.
I think when they came in, and folks that, and you know, people are entitled to their opinion, but I find it very hard to believe that, you know, if any ownership comes into a new club and spend £1 billion and more, I think they made a dreadful mistake of getting rid of the old school, you know, everybody that was there, because they wanted to start afresh. You don't do that with people. If you bring people who have no institutional knowledge, they have no idea what is going on. There is a reason why there's always, even in the coaching circles, you always have people that know the Chelsea way or the Liverpool way or the Manchester United way. And so that when you bring in new coaches and they bring their old new philosophy they want to implement the way that things are done, who is taking care of the dressing room, who does this, who does that, is something that the coach will never know. The new coach will never know. So you have people that have institutional knowledge that will help. Getting rid of everybody was their fatal mistake. But in terms of investment, you wouldn't tell me that regardless of how big a club Chelsea is, at some point Chelsea was spending more money than all German club combined.
Yeah.
In fact, all Europe combined. So folks that say that they are in, yes, maybe in future, in 10 years, the value of the club will appreciate. And if they were to get rid of it, they will make their money back. But currently, we are now even facing crisis because they came in and spent money willy-nilly to impress. And also because the ones that were here and were on amazing wages were not performing. So they were caught within a rock and a hard place. They had to do something. So they decided to buy these players, and they created a formula which has backfired heavily, because they said, okay, if we invest in young players who are talented, everybody's talking about them, then hopefully we can, give them lower wages. We clear the wages of these old folks who are not performing anyway. And at some point, even us, we were talking about, go get young people. If the Jorginhos and the rest are not performing, go get young people. They'll give you the same kind of performance. But we forget that you have to continue to perform to stay within the conversation of European football and keep them active and all of that. No, if you are not playing European football and you are drifting lower and lower down the table, you get cut out of the conversation of elite football in Europe. So therefore, regardless of what Chelsea, remember, there are a lot of teams that have won the European Cup before, and they are in wallowing in the second divisions of their respective leagues, and nobody talks about them. So there was a day that Chelsea was not what Chelsea is today. We could go back to that day where, okay, Chelsea is a London team, but what else? They don't do anything. That's why people say that we don't have a tradition. We bought our caps or we bought our field, but we should continue to maintain that reputation so that we are talked about as one of the big teams in Europe. And so that's where we, the fan base, come in. We want that so that we are proud of it and we hold our chest high when we are talking about football with our rival friends. But at the moment, if you tell me that all they want is money out of it, I don't think they are getting a penny out. We have spent a lot of monies that can build stadiums on these players who are flop and flop. I've even forgotten where Fofana is. Supposed to be our midfield that has been injured forever. He doesn't play.
Malang Sarr still on 120k a week.
Exactly, and you are still paying them, and you haven't seen them a whole year.
So I don't cut you guys. So Malang Sarr can play left back. So you let go Ian Maatsen is one of the best young left back. And you have Malang Sarr. He's just getting paid for nothing. Make him work for his money. You can have him sit back and drink wine and collect 100k a week, and he can play left back.
Well, life is good for him. I don't think even Pochettino doesn't know him, even he exists, because one of the press conferences they asked him about Malang Sarr and he didn't even know what to say. If we go to Jan Maatsen and all that, it's gonna take you to another debate, because Victor is not gonna be happy with you. He's gonna talk about physicality. But in Germany, 4 games, never lost one, and played 90 minutes out of all the games that he played. Had already 1 assist. I've seen him bullying people twice his size. But that is too late, you know. Now it's about, let's get the best out of what we got right now. And just please stop playing people out of position.
Because it's gonna play people out of position, because what? How can you let go a left back and I force defender to play left back? And you know that is our Chelsea weak point. And he keep on doing it. That coach don't mean Chelsea any good. Him doing what he feel like. And those type of coach need to pack up and left.
Yeah. And Pochettino, that is not even his first time. When he was at PSG, I saw him, you know, putting like Marquinhos in the midfield, Danilo Pereira as a center back. That is his thing. I don't know what he tried to prove people. He want to show you that he knows better than you and it's going to always work. I don't know what he's trying to do. But listen, gentlemen, we're going to take a break. I will be back. Everything is going to be on the screen. I just been here for 3 hours. Woke up like 3:30 in the morning in my location. Still sleepy, but need some coffee to keep me up until the end of the game. So everything is going to be on the screen. I will be on and off. The telephone is gonna be always there. If you see something, you wanna jump back and talk to us. But we're gonna take a break. Everybody go make your coffee, make your popcorn or whatever. People's Republic, go smoke something before you come and hammer me here for whatever. I'm gonna ask you guys, don't be afraid. If you are not positive, you tell us your score predictions for the halftime, because halftime we're gonna be back here again and we're gonna talk about the second half. So anybody is positive about the game first half?
I think Chelsea will be under 1 before halftime.
Tell me, say it again.
Chelsea is gonna be under 1 before halftime.
We're gonna be down 1-0 down for them. Halftime. Okay.
Yeah, I think somebody gonna sell it because Pochettino always do film foolishness. Defender, a right back.
Oh wow! All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I respect that, and I will see you in halftime.
Okay, no problem.
All right, Mr. Miller. People's Republic, what do you think?
Chelsea will dominate the first half. They'll probably score 1-0, and then they fall asleep the second half, as usual.
1-0 in the first half for Chelsea.
Yeah. Nkunku will score.
Nkunku to score. All right. Some positivity at least.
I'm always a positive guy. You know that.
No, when it fits you, though. When it fits you. But depend on the final results. All right,
Yeah.
Listen, get some coffee, drink whatever you wanna drink, and come back at halftime. Because I need to do the same. I need to make some breakfast and then come back.
Ciao.
All right, Mr. Victor, are you positive?
Yeah, I would tend to.
Yeah,
agree.
that doesn't sound good though. It's just whatever.
Exactly. I mean, this is what Chelsea has done to us. We used to be able to write out some of these teams. We knew we will pin it there as a win before we start. There are some teams that you know for sure that Manchester City will be like, okay, this team is a win already, and then they'll move on to the more difficult games. But right now, there is no easy game for Chelsea at all. And I feel like, because there is a sense that we need to react to a horrible, miserable 4-1 defeat by Liverpool, they will come out to, and also because they are home and they know people are watching them to criticize them, regardless of the comfort that these players have because they've been given 7 to 8 to 9 years of contract. They still have their own, what is it called, reputation to protect. So I think they will come out swinging. And so I will agree more with People's Republic that they will swing the first 20 minutes or so. And being Chelsea and being the way we are, it will be very, very, very hard for us to see it within the duration of the team of the game, the 90 minutes that we are playing. But if they do well, even if we concede and the motivation is there, we will come back. So for the first half, I will predict either we are on top or it's a draw. And we'll go from there.
All right. Thank you for helping, brother. Come back at halftime. And everybody, I'm not going anywhere, okay? Everything is going to be on the screen, but I need to make some coffee, some breakfast. And then I'll be back. Even Mr. Miller, I'll be back. So like I said, come back at halftime. And then we're going to continue the debate. I've been here for 3 hours. More than 3 hours already, woke up 3:30 in the morning, so I need to kind of refresh myself a little bit before we continue the show. So be positive, and I will open the phone again very soon for everybody to call. So stay tuned, don't go away.
Welcome into the latest edition of ESPN FC. I'm Dan Thomas, joined in the studio today by Shaka Hislop and Stevie Nicol. We'll be talking about all the action from across Europe later on in the show, but we'll start with the breaking news that Kylian Mbappe will join Real Madrid in the summer. La Parisienne reported it earlier today, and it has been substantiated by our very own Julien Laurent. It looks like after all the drama, all the soap opera, he will be going to the Spanish capital. Luis Garcia, Frank Leboeuf, and the man himself, Julien Laurent, joins us. Jules, why is this time different to others when we thought he was going?
It's a good question, Dan. I think he feels now 25. He gave it another go in Paris. Remember all the drama from 2 years ago in May 2022 when we all thought that he was finally going to go to Real Madrid, and in the end he changed his mind. I think there was a lot of going back and forth and changing his mind all the time, and in the end he decided to stay, just to stay a bit longer to see if maybe he could deliver the Champions League for the first time ever in Paris. But I think he feels right now that this is the right time for him to get that big move, the big change, even for his own career, I think on and off the pitch, to get to another level, another dimension. And there's no bigger club really than Real Madrid. It's also one of his dreams to play and to wear that shirt that his idols growing up, Zinedine Zidane and Cristiano Ronaldo, wore before. So I think this time he felt probably more like the right thing to do than it was 2 years ago.
And this is it, Jules. There's not going to be a phone call from the French president or whoever to ring him up and say, do this for the country, stay with us for one more season?
I don't think so this time. Really, he seems to have made his mind up properly, completely as well. I mean, with him, we never know. But this time, although he hasn't yet told PSG or Real Madrid, neither the two clubs, but within the family, between themselves, they've decided. I think a few people start to be aware now. They're starting telling people. Obviously, the news is starting to break everywhere because I think he wanted a resolution very, very quickly, early. Last time, remember, 2 years ago was in May. That was really late, I think, for everyone. This time, everybody, the two clubs and himself, wanted a decision to make as early as possible. And now he's done it. They played on Friday night. And I think 10 days before the Champions League, he's back in Paris. I think it's no coincidence that he decided to take his decision now. We expect him to announce it officially, properly next week, maybe Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. That's what we've been told. But it doesn't look like now anything is going to change.
Frank, you've been a big champion of him staying in Paris. You felt like it was a good fit for him. Do you feel like now is the right time to move away?
Yes, I think so. I really think that, like just explained, that there is a time where you have the right to change your mind. You've done everything you had to do to try to help your favorite club and it's what he did, and it didn't work. So he has a chance to go to a bigger level, as Jules explained, go to another planet of football, I would say, comparing to Ligue 1. And if he has this opportunity, we cannot say anything to him and complain about anything. I think it's pretty nice for him to have stayed longer to Paris Saint-Germain to try something. now there is a time to turn the page and open maybe another fantastic episode of his football career. I'm happy for him if he decides that, and there is nothing much to say except, yes, he wants to say it now, but imagine if Real Madrid and Paris Saint-Germain face each other in the Champions League before the end of the season. It's going to be something to say about it.
Where do you play him, Stevie? How does he fit into this Real Madrid team that you imagine will be champions come the end of the season?
Well, I think if you're going to go and get a player like him, you play him where he's best. And he's best going down that left. I think Vinny, this season, is probably getting used to not being as wide, and will probably go from initially questioning why he's going through the middle to, I don't mind this. I quite like playing a little higher up the field. Probably has less defending to do as well. So I think you play Mbappe down that left-hand side where you get the best out of him. Yeah, you can't sign a player like that and play him out of position.
Does that make sense, Jules?
Yeah, I mean, both Vinicius and Kylian like that left-hand side. I think at that level and with those kind of players, I would suspect that the system stays the same. So you can easily have Bellingham as a 10, the three midfielders behind, and then Vinicius and Mbappe up front, or Mbappe Rodrigo. There's a lot of combination that you can have. I think at that level, the fluidity up front, whoever is playing, there's not really a left and a right and a center. If you want, with players like that, you can have a front three of Vinicius, Rodrigo, and Kylian, and then all of them kind of interchange, like everything could be quite fluid. What we've seen in the last 3 months in Paris with Luis Enrique is Luis Enrique saying, okay, Kylian, I know you prefer playing on the left-hand side because you usually have more space to use your pace especially, but you are the best number 9 that we have in Paris. So I'm going to play you in the 9 position, which is the position, and we've talked about it many times on the show, that Kylian didn't used to like that much. He preferred either playing a 2 up front, but not so much on his own, a bit isolated, where he's got his back to goal a lot. There's 2 centre-backs behind him all the time. But it seems that in the last few weeks, he kind of started to like it a little bit more. He's been quite efficient. He's improved really in that lone striker role up in Paris, which I think could easily be the position that he will take up at Real Madrid. And again, if it's a front 3 or front 2 of Vinicius and him with Bellingham behind, again, I think he'd be very happy with that.
Mbappe, Vinicius Jr., Bellingham. It's going to be fun, Shaq.
Yeah, not a bad starting lineup if you could get those 3 in your attacking lineup. Listen, I think as much as this move has been in a long time coming, I think Kylian Mbappe needs it as much as anyone just to continue his own advancement, and it adds an incredible threat to Real Madrid, as we've mentioned. A year ago, the question I think rightly was, where does he play, given what we've seen of Vinicius? But as Jules and Steve were saying, more and more this season, you've seen Vinicius happy to come inside, whether it was alongside Rodrigo. And all of a sudden, I think both those players, both Rodrigo, who had complaints at the start of the season, Vinicius wasn't quite sure, have kind of grown to appreciate that new formation that Ancelotti has. So there's no real suggestion, given the talents of these players and given Ancelotti's man management, who again I think is key to all of this, that he somehow makes this work, either as a front 2 or as a front 3 with Bellingham in behind.
Osman to replace him, Jules, at PSG?
Well, it was really interesting, I think, and again, they knew there was a chance for him to stay, of course. There's always a chance. The financial offer that PSG have put on the table is way better than Real Madrid. It's even better than what he's earning now, which is 72 million gross a year. So they even improved that. He will take a huge pay cut, 50% pay cut to go to Real Madrid. But they knew that if the money might not just be enough, basically, and that he would go to Real Madrid because he wanted something bigger, like we've explained. So there was a plan with Kylian next season and another plan with that. And I think from a long time at the club, they kind of had a feeling that it would be without him. So there's names already on the table, like a Rafael Leao, who they see as the perfect replacement for Mbappe. It will cost you a lot of money, of course, but by Kylian leaving in the summer, even as a free agent, as we've explained also before, you're saving off the money, the bonuses that you would have to pay him had he stayed, which is around between 80 and 100 million euros. So they would have money to spend for his replacement. I think one of the dreams that the Qatari had was Erling Haaland. I can tell them now this is not going to happen. However, I think Rafael Leao is more of a possibility. And then you see who else you can sign. But if you get Rafael Leao, I think this is already a good replacement. It's not Mbappe, not yet, but it's a good replacement.
Yeah, it's all right, Frank, but I'm a PSG supporter, and 18 months ago, my front three was Neymar, Messi, and Mbappe, and now they're all going, all gone.
Yeah, but it didn't work. I'm sorry. I mean, it's been proven that having stars and mega stars and trying to mix their talents together doesn't work, because it's hard to cope with the egos, it's hard to cope with the tactic, and especially with two players who doesn't know or don't want to defend. It's complicated, and you can have one, maybe. It's possible. It happens with Messi at Barcelona, Ronaldo in Madrid. It didn't work with Mbappe and only Mbappe in Paris Saint-Germain. But I think it's a time for them to try something else. I think, and we all know that until the Qataris don't change the way they think the football and the hierarchy that they have to impose, it will never work. Craig always mentioned Paris Saint-Germain as a circus. We're not too far from there. Because they don't want to listen to the others, to people who are completely neutral, who say, no, it's not the way you should work. And you've been doing that for like almost 15 years, and you didn't win the championship because you weren't listening to the to people who know and have the experiences. And it's why, even with the best players that you can get and the money that you have, you're not going to achieve anything because you don't have that discipline.
Good few weeks for Barcelona then, Luis.
Yes, of course. When they are good news for Real Madrid, you know that they are not going to be good news for Barcelona. And having a player like him at Real Madrid with the amount of talent that they have already with Vinicius, with Bellingham, it's not going to be easy to work with the three of them or with the four of them. I can tell you that, because in the end they are players that in defense they don't work that much, and you know, and you guys are mentioning that when you have a fantastic group of talents and brilliant and big stars, it doesn't always works. You need to make a good environment around. You need to make a good structure to hold that. But definitely, I mean, we are talking about goals and how difficult it is to get goals on your team and on your side. There are not many players who can score over 30 goals a season. Maybe we can count it with one hand, 4 or 5 that I have in mind. Nothing else. And if you can grab one of those,
is what he said. He said, I was told about this coming into the division, that get ready, all the slight decisions, all the easy decisions will go against you. Maybe the thought process and the outlook is that they, Sheffield United, won't be long in this division, and I might be refereeing the other team next year, so I don't want to upset too many people. I'm not just going to go under the radar and not say anything. I've been to see the referee and I've told him that. One of his assistants was eating a sandwich at the time, which I thought was a complete lack of respect. Hopefully he enjoyed his sandwich while he was talking to a Premier League manager. Is this a big deal, Nadem? Sandwich or not?
I think if you want to know what stress looks like, I think it's those words from Chris Wilder. He's clearly in a position where all these little things feel like there's building up against you, but I think most managers and fan bases think the same way. Everyone thinks that they're not getting enough of the little decisions. And in that particular challenge itself, I think it's unfortunate because I don't know what Mateta could have or should have done. I think there is a collision and I think it's right to give a foul, but I don't know how big we can go from there. I don't think he's tried to elbow him or anything like that, so I don't really see it from that standpoint. But I think to come out and say that, he's going to be asked a lot of questions about it. He won't be able to separate himself from it. And realistically, it's quite conspiratorial. And I wouldn't necessarily be buying into any of that, except for maybe the sandwich bit. Because realistically, was the sandwich worthy of ignoring this manager? But then he's big enough to say, hey, you, stop eating your sandwich. I'm talking to you. So clearly he's held on to that for some reason. I don't know why.
Maybe it was a good sandwich. I don't know.
Maybe Chris Wilder was not happy about the sandwich. Frank, did you
it was in English. It was in English.
Hang on. If we do one thing right, it's sandwiches, Frank. I will not have that said.
We all know.
If we do one thing right, we're not bad with sandwiches.
No, but. Oh yeah, okay, all right. Let's say that. But I give you that one. But coming back to the discussion, I think I'm with Nathan. I think it's very sad for the goalkeeper if he's injured. But we can see the players Mateta trying to avoid the goalkeeper. He doesn't try to knock him down. We can see that he cannot move except from a little bit from the side, which is, don't forget, he's running. He has his own pace, and it's hard for him to move from his pace and from his direction. So there is nothing to say about the decision. It's a free kick, no problem. He touched the goalkeeper, but it's not. He didn't do it consciously. He didn't do it on purpose, willing to injure the goalkeeper, and he couldn't avoid the goalkeeper. So for me, it's a fair decision from the referee, and we need him also avoid biting the sandwich at the same time.
But just talking a little bit deeper here about Wilder, Nathan, because he did go on to say this was just one decision of many that he's been noticing lately when it comes to his side.
Yeah, in regards to this, I'll hold my hands up and say I have not watched every minute of Sheffield United this season. I think I'm probably one of many people like that. So I don't necessarily put myself in a position where I can say he's objectively wrong. But clearly it's affecting him, it's stressing him out. He thinks he's not getting the rub of the green. But the fact that it's a different referee pretty much every single week would suggest that it's probably not a conspiracy against them. But maybe in time you'll start to believe it goes the right way. But what fan or manager has ever come out and said, I think we're getting a lot of really good decisions at the minute dropping our way, and we hope it lasts forever? You know, it's not something that we're going to expect to see, is it?
Big deal or a small deal? Or a no deal?
It's a no deal, because every manager, doesn't matter whether you're at the bottom or the top, mid-table, every manager thinks that the referee has something against them. And in fact, we just had a discussion about Arsenal. Wasn't it earlier this season where Mikel Arteta in the post-game press conference was calling it embarrassing and this and that and the other? So at the top it's happening, at the bottom it's happening, it happens in the middle as well. It happens in every league across the world. This is a no deal.
Do you know what else is happening right now?
But the sandwich may have been a big deal.
It could have been. It depends what the what the filling was.
At this point, I'm curious as to
me too. I wouldn't mind finding that out.
What kind of sandwich it was.
Give us a shout. What was brilliant? Well, I don't know. It depends on how you viewed it. I spoke to you about it yesterday. Okay. Was what we saw between Neil Maupay and James Maddison. That little back and forth and the dart celebration in the Spurs-Brentford game, where Maddison said he hasn't scored enough goals to have his own celebration. Stealing his celebration there. And Neil replied, with more goals and less relegations in my career than James Maddison. Did you like this or not, Nadim?
Yeah, I did like it, to be honest. I think when Maupay did the dart celebration, I thought, oh, that's funny, as long as they win. So clearly from that point, maybe it motivated Maddison that little bit more.
A little flashback to your days in the Premier League, Frank?
I don't remember. I think it's very childish. You know, everybody has the right to have a celebration, and if you're upset about it and getting a little bit touchy, it's your own problem. I don't understand what Maddison is trying to find. At the end of the day, he won the game, so don't make it big. Maupay is very happy to play in the Premier League. He's a great guy. Maddison seems to be a good guy as well. I think they should go for a coffee or a beautiful English sandwich and talk to each other, and they could be friends. So for me, it's and play darts. Yeah, why don't they do that? No, but really, players have to grow a little bit. You know, it's really childish for me.
Really childish. Well, look,
I thought it was funny.
Yeah, so did Nathan. That just shows you the childish ones are on the panel tonight. There will be more childish antics.
Frank is far more mature than us. Yeah.
Hello, and welcome into the latest edition of the ESPN FC. It's just me and Ali Moreno in the studio tonight, but fortunately we'll be joined by a few more. Nader Manua and Frank Leboeuf will be with us a little later on. We're going to start by talking about the Premier League, looking ahead to Sunday's big game between Arsenal and Liverpool. Liverpool top of the table, 5 points clear of second place City and Arsenal in third. If Arsenal lose, they would then trail Liverpool by 8 points. So here is what Mikel Arteta had to say about it being a must-win game.
My mindset is to win it, and I'm in that frame at the moment.
But do you look at it and think, right, this is a must-not-lose match then?
No, this is a game that we want to win, and we have to earn the right to win it. And in order to do that, we're going to have to do so many good things, because there is a reason why they are there, but as well there is a reason why we are where we are.
As mentioned, Frank and Nader joining us. They are where they are. Let's talk about this then. Are Arsenal out of the title race, Nader, if they lose this game?
Yeah, I don't really like to go too big too early, but I think on this occasion you probably have to say so. I think being 8 points behind the Liverpool side that, you know, have the narrative with the manager, they have the quality with the players, and I believe that they can go and do it. And I think 8 points would be too much, especially given the fact that they don't get the chance to play against Liverpool again, from Arsenal's perspective. So I think that would be huge. But in fairness to Arteta, and probably myself and others, we're all looking at the worst case scenario for Arsenal, but we're not really discussing the best case scenario. If they win this game, they're 2 points behind Liverpool. Now that really does feel like a big title race and a big push and a big result at a great time for them. So again, I think the 8 points would probably be too much. But Arteta and Arsenal, they're not really the type of team, in my opinion, who like to be on the back foot. So they're going to go for it in front of their fans, and it could be a huge result for them this season.
Frank?
Yeah, I think I agree with Nader. If they lose, for me, it's over. It's more must not lose, as the journalist asked Arteta about, that it's at stake. If they don't lose the game, they can still hope, even if it's going to be very hard, because I think the confidence is going to drop from the Gunners players. They play at home. They have to win. There is only one way to be productive in that matter, is to be concerned that you have to run more, be better, and do the things better than Liverpool. And we all know how Liverpool is capable of getting during the game better and better, and that's going to be very tough. But if Arsenal wins, they're still in the race. If they draw, I think City is going to take the opportunity to go front, and it's going to be very hard for the Gunners.
Does desperation for Arsenal then to win this game give them the incentive to do so?
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. But let me just give you a scenario that could potentially happen in this game. 80th minute, the game is 1-1. And now the responsibility is on Arsenal. Do we go and push for the win? Because we're at home, because we want to get back in this race. It's our opportunity, it's our chance. We push forward, we expose ourselves, and now we're also risking the fact that we could just go ahead and lose this match, and with that, losing any opportunity of winning this title. So the question to Mikel Arteta, while he didn't care for, and he was just kind of tap dancing around it, okay, oh yeah, what do I do with this question? The truth of the matter is, it is a valid point. You get to that moment of the game in which there's a chance to go win it, but in doing that, in trying to take that chance to go forward, you're also taking a risk in the back line. You're taking a risk for a moment of transition going in the wrong direction. And it's in that moment that I want to see the answer from Arsenal and the answer from Mikel Arteta. Not in a press conference, but in that moment when you need to make a decision. Do we go after this? Do we go and win it? Or do we say, you know what, we'll take the point here and take our chances elsewhere and stay in the race? I think this is a moment for them. If I were Mikel Arteta and if I were Arsenal and I'm in that situation, 5-10 minutes to go, I'm pushing to try to win the game. That's what I'm there to do. This whole idea of must not lose or taking the point, I don't think it's enough for Arsenal, not only in points, but I don't think it's also enough for Arsenal in terms of mindset.
Frank?
About mindset, Ali, you're talking about the 88th minute at the end of the game, how to react and how to compose according to what you think and the game. But what do you do at the beginning of the game? Do you go for it, or are you trying to play tactically with Liverpool and just wait? or you really go for it because you know first half you can score goals and put Liverpool in trouble because you know that you're going to come back in the second half. So what would be your mindset at the beginning of the game if you were on Arteta's shoes?
To be honest, Frank, I play the way that I've played the whole season, and I trust that that's good enough to beat Liverpool at home. If I start changing who I am and what the makeup of my team is, depending on the opposition, in this case Liverpool, and I sort of, in some ways, lose my identity and lose who I am as a group, I think Arsenal are asking for trouble. You go and play Liverpool and trust that you're good enough to beat this team. You don't want to get in a back and forth with Liverpool. I wouldn't do that. I would control the pace of the game and not get pushed into a back and forth because the crowd all of a sudden are pushing you forward. There's got to be some intelligence about the way that Arsenal approach the game. Don't go in a back and forth, but don't lose who you are and the identity of who you are as a group.
Nedum, your thoughts on the approach from Arsenal in this game?
I think we've seen over the last couple of seasons that Arsenal are very aggressive in terms of how they start games, especially at home. I think it gets the crowd on side and it forces the opposition to not really be as comfortable as they would like to be at any given moment. And I think that's why we saw them, I think, in the FA Cup a few weeks ago. I thought Arsenal, even though they lost, it felt like they were the better side. And obviously there was a conversation then about them taking their chances and so on. But they can make Liverpool uncomfortable. And when the crowd gets up and the players have that belief in themselves, then it will be an exciting game from their standpoint. Whereas I think if they take a backward step, I think that plays into Liverpool's hands. I think all the guys will probably say themselves, if you can go out on the field, get a few passes off, get a few movements in there, and you sort of get into the rhythm of it early, the chances are you'll have a better game. But when you feel like you're on the back foot straight away, then you have to think about it in a slightly different manner. So I think Arteta will be on the front foot like he always has been. It's one of the reasons why I think they'll be in with a good chance this season of winning the title.
Darwin Núñez is an injured out with a foot injury. Does that change things for Liverpool?
I think it changes their mindset in the front line and their ability to press the ball and to regain possession in advanced areas. The work rate of Darwin Núñez, some people point to the lack of goals at times. Darwin Núñez has been scoring goals. It's just not to the rate that some people would want him to do so. But I think beyond the goals, what Darwin Núñez does for this team is that it does give this front line a certain personality and a guy who's going to run in behind and who's going to make it uncomfortable for defenders and who's going to make it uncomfortable for trailing players when they're trying to get the ball in possession and trying to transition the ball forward. He seems to be lingering everywhere in the attack for Liverpool. And most of all, I think he gives this team the identity that you would want out of a Liverpool team, certainly pressing the ball together. The work rate is outstanding. The work that he does with the ball and without the ball, I think is outstanding as well. It's really important to what they do. It really, I think, matches the personality of Liverpool and Jurgen Klopp. The goals, I think, would make him would take his game and his profile to an entirely different level. Regardless, I think Darwin Núñez, for me anyways, I think he's a really important player to what they do, both offensively and certainly in the initial part of the defensive game.
Frank, what are you most looking forward to in this clash?
Well, first, a wonderful game, that shows that the Premier League is the best league in the world and that the two contenders for the title are going to fight for it and not forget to play and just thinking tactically. We want emotion. We want, from the two coaches,
So is he an 8? Is he a 6? Is he a 10? That's the questions you need to ask. We know what Caicedo does. Caicedo's the one that's going to sit. We need that part. The gap between him and Enzo at Liverpool was a chasm at times. And when giving the ball away, we were punished. Good to see Ben Chilwell start again. It feels, Ben, this is a much more attacking, stronger, both offensively and defensive lineup.
And balanced, yeah, I agree. Malo Gusto and Ben Chilwell as the fullbacks, I like.
Yes.
Obviously, we'd like Reece James in there. Malo Gusto's going to get a touch now. We are underway. And Disasi back in at right centre half. Wolves straight away with Joao Gomez with a foul. We're trying to do the big press there. So just to confirm, Wolves are in the red. They'll play from left to right. They'll attack the Matthew Harding lower.
Yeah, and Cuckoo's down the middle. You've got Cole on the right, Raheem on the left. Connor number 10, and I'm going to watch Enzo because I do feel that him and Caicedo at times, if there's a partnership, that partnership isn't as closely related as perhaps it needs to be in the middle of the park. And we got swamped at Anfield midweek, and it wasn't just down to them, it's all over the pitch. They're playing a 5. Ain't Nouri is going to be one side. Semedo, who I really like, former Barcelona fullback, of course, an attacking fullback. Connor done brilliantly well in a couple of challenges. Perhaps he wasn't really. And there's Connor in a nutshell, perhaps. Wins 2 tackles, perhaps he shouldn't. Then is that little bit of care and decision-making on the pass. But well played, and it's good intensity at the moment for Chelsea.
Ball on the far side, and right back with their left back, and Craig Dawson's just played one almost over his goalkeeper to this near side.
It's not the ball you want.
Nelson Semedo's hooked it up towards Poch up this near touchline underneath us here. Caicedo wins his header, and Disasi back in the middle of the Chelsea half, has no one around him, he'll collect it and turn.
Yeah, so let's talk about their front 3: Sarabia, Cunha, and Neto. Neto's down the middle, normally plays off the right. He loves to cut in, incredibly pacey, lovely balance, lovely appreciation of the ball given away.
And here is the dangerous Neto, 20 yards out into the box, got away from the challenge, gets the shot away. Petrovic pushes it out, and it nearly dropped to Cunha, who started every game and scored 6. Pedro Neto scored winning goals against Chelsea before. Jason and I were talking about him pre-match, amazed that he's still with Wolves. So dangerous is he. That is a blind pass from Caicedo, and it's bad news given away to Lamima. Cunha shoots, that's on target as well.
Right, listen, again,
Petrovic has grabbed it.
Ball being given away twice in the space of less than 30 seconds. 2 shots on target. This time it's Caicedo. This front 3 that we were about to wax lyric about in Sarabia, Cunha and Neto, you cannot afford to give these players free passes. Cunha's shot, I mean, it's a poor shot and effort on target for someone of his quality. By the way, the pace in particular of Neto, Cunha, when he travels with the ball, he is quick. It's effortless, the way he glides across the pitch. That's nice link-up play between Enzo and Caicedo. But Caicedo, they're playing blind passes, you know, where you've got the care of your pass. Our passing so far in this opening 3 minutes now has given the ball away 3 times unchallenged. Anyway, on the ball, lovely
Enzo
ball for
trying to poke it forward for Nkunku. He's going to be quicker than Dawson. He's got there. Now he goes down. He's ended up in the hoardings. Craig Dawson, you wouldn't expect him to win any sprint these days against anyone. He lost that one to Nkunku, and I'm just looking to see if he's okay, because he has clattered those hoardings there. He nearly got to that loose ball with the keeper out.
They leave it to one another. Sarr feels as though, who is it? Is it Dawson that he leaves it? Dawson, he almost leaves it to him, and Nkunku's the sharpest of the 3. Do you know what? I think this is a goal kick. I'm not even convinced. It's a corner, but it's been given as a corner.
Maybe it had actually got... Well, either way, it might have gone out before the touch anyway. But anyway, Chilwell is going to take it in front of the Wolves fans, down here to our left. Left wing corner then for Chelsea, and Nkunku so nearly in. 4 minutes played. His right hand is up, his left foot is swinging, and the yellow ball is going towards the far post, and it's headed out twice by a couple of Wolves defenders. Everyone's still up. Chilwell's not quite going to get there. Difficult attempted pass from Malo Gusto, who's last man back because he's got the pace. But you see again, right back and left back being
do you know what, Ben?
Hugely important.
You've taken almost the thoughts out of it. What I loved about that, Gusto there. So the ball's been cleared, and Gusto is the deepest lying defender. What Ben Chilwell does, he tries to attack and get in behind, which we know how effective he can be. But Middlesbrough was the perfect example of that. We saw bits of it in other games, but when he comes back, Gusto's looking for him. First thing, where's Chilwell? Anyway, goal
running
kick,
from deep is the answer,
Yep.
and I mean, becoming as important an attacking player as Chelsea have when fit. It's why it's such a big deal when he plays. Levi Colwill is not that kind of player. Now, ball down the side for Sarabia, who tries to cut it back. Nelson Semedo hammers one. He never scores goals into a crowd. Wolves have not come here to sit, well, why should they? Just scored 3 goals against Manchester United. Free kick given here. Enzo Fernandez with the challenge.
It's not a foul, Ben. Both go for it, both miss it. This is not a foul. The referee's bought it. Both go for the ball, both miss it. There's a clash of legs. I'll give you a modest opinion now. Nah, it's not a foul. It's not a foul. It's
Tim Robinson is the referee today, by the way.
Poor decision for referee.
Free kick just in from this near touchline, about 40-odd yards on a diagonal to the Petrovic goal at the Matthew Harding end, and Pablo Sarabia's going to take it. He's got a good delivery on him.
5:40 into the game, Ben, and we've seen exactly what Wolves do, right? Gary O'Neill, by the way, he is going to be a brilliant manager. Set piece, how do we deal with it? In-swinger on the right-hand side.
Sarabia curls it into the penalty spot. It's solidly headed out, I think, by either Enzo Fernandez or Thiago Silva. It's going to end up going all the way back to Jose Sarr, who thumps it first time long. Surely a flag's going to go up here.
No, we don't come out together.
Not yet.
We don't come out together, Ben. We've got to come out together. That ball has gone all the way back to Jose Sarr as a back 4, 5, 6, depending how many players, because when you defend, you're marking a player. When you come out, you've still got to be mindful of where your player is. You can't run aimlessly out and just pretend that that player doesn't exist anymore. I have to say that if we're going to do that, you've got to come up in a line, and you've got to make sure that you leave a Wolves player in. If you don't, there's no pressure on the ball. You can't come running aimlessly out. I'd like to see that again. I felt an offside flag might have come up, but we didn't see it.
Ryan Ait-Nouri did get down the left. He just couldn't pick anyone out with his cross. Now Gary O'Neill down there is poking and pointing and shouting as Chelsea try and get it forward to Nkunku. Wants a handball. Referee Robinson saw it, not interested. Thiago Silva's header into the centre circle. And Wolves the brighter, but Nkunku with a half chance so far. Good touch, Sterling into Nkunku. Left channel, he tried to slide it through for Conor Gallagher. He made the run towards the penalty spot. Again, Nkunku goes down and wants a free kick, doesn't get it. And now the ball comes past the two coaches, and Pedro Neto running at both Chilwell and Thiago Silva, and it needed Disasi, a third member, to come across and get the sliding challenge in. Wolves throw on this near side.
Well, end-to-end, box-to-box at the moment. The ball is in both boxes, almost like 15 seconds apart. Chelsea go down the middle on the left-hand side, and Nkunku there, it's not a foul. He kind of doesn't quite get the challenge he wants against Dawson. It's handball. He asked for handball, doesn't have. And then within seconds, you've got Neto, who's drifting out on this right-hand side, where he's more effective. Cunha is now going down the middle. Sarabia is in support. So their front three, it's fluid, as you would like to think that our front three with Palmer, Nkunku and Sterling is.
8 minutes on the clock here at Stamford Bridge. Wolves in possession on this near side. The cross comes in from this near side. It is headed out, and Nkunku is on his own, surrounded by red. He's going to make a break for this near side here. He's running right towards Gary O'Neill, and Poch, he's done brilliantly to find Enzo Fernandez, who gets a bit lucky. He gets a little ricochet from João Gomez, and now Cole Palmer.
Looks sharp, Ben.
Cole Palmer, right wing, attacking the corner of the box. Chelsea looking good here. Cole Palmer, that's worth a hit. Pull the trigger. He does.
Deflection.
Extra touch. It's going to be a shed-end corner.
Ben, Nkunku. Already he's giving us a little bit more of a lot more of a platform than we've seen in recent weeks. He drifted out to this left-hand side, draws attention to him, flicks the ball into Enzo. You're right, Enzo does get lucky. He tries that little back heel Hazard flick, doesn't come off, but allows space on that right-hand side for Palmer, cuts in on the right, has an extra touch, gets his shot away and results in the corner. Ben Chilwell, left-hand side, outswinger.
Take two for Ben. He's had one of these. That's very similar. That's straight into the gloves of Jose Sarr. I'll let you know, Bournemouth already won up against Forest. Good team at home, Bournemouth. And Man U West Ham is the other one that's going on. So we got this and those two games, three of them kicking off at 2 o'clock today. Arsenal and Liverpool later. And Wolves in possession here. Here's Totti on the left side of their defence.
Just on that outswinger there, Ben. We saw Harrison yesterday at Goodison. Just muscling in on Vicario and Neto's on the right hand side.
For a minute, yeah. Petrovic made a bit of a mess of his.
I just wonder whether the ease in which Sarr has been coming just on the edge. I mean, that's goalkeeping practice. If you're going to do an outswinger, the idea of an outswinger is to keep it away from the goalkeeper. So you're tempting him to a ball that he shouldn't be able to get. There's no pressure on him. Maybe have someone on him, stopping the run. Almost keeping him on his line. No evidence of that there for me. I think we need to look at that.
I feel like a lot of those now-see players we used to take for granted here that would do things like that, we just don't have them so much anymore.
Yeah, but
We've said it for a while. We're a bit nice, Jason.
Yeah, we're an easy team.
Where's Carvalho or Terry or Drogba, who would be getting in Jose Sarr's way there?
Well, John Terry against Victor Valdez, right? We know the goal. We don't need. It's a foul, right? He's being cheeky.
Ricardo Carvalho. before VAR existed. Thank God.
Carvalho made sure that he ain't getting a John Terry header.
Here's Thiago Silva. He's got the nous, but he's often not near the keeper. He's waiting to head it. Disasi, his partner, and Disasi gives it back this way to Thiago Silva. So I'm looking right across the back four now. Gusto, Disasi, Thiago Silva, and now Ben Chilwell up this line, right by Poch, and he's given it straight to Nelson Semedo. Sterling chasing him. It was at Wolves when Raheem Sterling did not square the ball when he should have squared the ball.
Just looking at Enzo's role in this team, Ben, he's look at the shape of us. I mean, and Nkunku's chased. We're not really a pressing team, and I find at times that either we've got to do one thing or nothing. And on that particular occasion, Nkunku's there. He's closed down the back line, and he's closed down Dawson. And then once that one pass beats him, he's looking around, and Enzo, who's playing high again, as is Connor's dropped in deep alongside Caicedo. I just wonder whether we need to be a little bit more careful in our approach and who does what at what time and how often we do it. It's a nice play.
Here's Palmer receiving it and then trying to give it back to Conor Gallagher. Ryan Aït-Nouri stepping in, but then equally so is Disasi. Caicedo in the middle right portion of the Wolves half. Chelsea in the blue, playing from right to left. 12 minutes gone here. One scare for Jose Sarr when he really should have come out and dealt with something and didn't. Can't believe he left Craig Dawson to it. Is a great many things and good at a great many of those things, but he ain't quick. Now Nkunku just dropping in as a 10. João Gomez stealing in with a tackle come back pass.
Do you know what though? I like what I've just seen there, because Enzo, this is a very attacking lineup in terms of what you've seen in the past. You know, I
think it's 4-1-4-1.
Well, things will always change. You can see exactly what you're saying now with Caicedo sitting deep, and you've got Enzo and Connor.
And one or both of them can go. The other two will stay wide-ish, and there's a centre forward.
Often you'll see that. Often you'll see Enzo going in and being an 8/10. Connor 8/10. Being those players. The width needs to be held if you're going to do that, otherwise he gets too busy in the middle of the park.
Back in the Chelsea half, it's Gallagher to Chilwell. Gallagher again under pressure. He's played that beautifully around João Gomez, and then Caicedo to Enzo Fernandez. Oh, that's such a shame. Or it might still get to... No, it's not.
Enzo's got to do better, Ben.
He has, because they played out beautifully from the back, and it did open it up going over the halfway line.
It's
Wolves free kick far side.
So it's brilliant. It's brilliant play. Intricate. That Chelsea are getting closed down. In the end, we managed to work our way out between Silva into Connor, into Caicedo, plays a lovely ball into Enzo, and that's us breaking the press. And in the pass, he's looking for Gusto. The pass has to be to Palmer, because Gusto's only going to do the same pass as he is. Why take two passes when one can do?
It's a whole 2 seconds, which is an age in closing down. Now Neto can't pass to Sarabia. He must be. Surely he's offside.
Looked offside there, by the way. Surely. Do you know what? He was in front of the...
I don't think the official, he's so close to the official, it's right underneath us.
Okay, so
anyway, it's back with Jose Sarr now.
What are we doing now? What is our...
Well, it's not a press,
I know,
certainly.
but Nkunku's... Why isn't Nkunku chasing a shadow?
Yeah, he's just jogging about, but there was no point in him closing down. Excuse my mumbling and stuttering, but if no one else behind him was. But I take your point, that absolutely was not a press, was it? But that's fine, if Chelsea aren't going to be a pressing team, but if they're supposed to be, then anyway.
Oh dear.
Neto released.
Oh dear.
He timed that run well. He's down the right side here. They're arriving in the box. Neto squaring it. It's a good bit of play. Malo Gusto gets in the way and it's shepherded back to Petrovic. And they had Ryan Aït-Nouri and Mateus Cunha waiting to finish there.
I've got to tell you, Neto is furious because they both make the same run. One of them has got to make a run near post. One of them has got to make one to centre post. They both make a similar run. It's easy to defend that. You only need one in the box.
Yeah, Malo Gusto would have been in big trouble if someone had run across him to the near post.
And Aït-Nouri, so Aït-Nouri for me, tactically and positionally, the way they're set up, Aït-Nouri has got to attack the far post. Cunha's got to be a little bit more clever, Ben. You know, offered two options.
Yeah, thank God he didn't. Here's Chilwell. Gary O'Neill is really stage managing this from down there, and I absolutely take your point and agree with you. I think he's going to be a good manager in this league for a while. It seemed odd that he got the tin tack at Bournemouth. Here's Cole Palmer running at Totti Gomez and then just crowded out in the end. Oh, Lamima back there, and then very calmly backheeling to Totti Gomez from his own byline. Totti Gomez boots it up, and it's just curled out of play near the halfway line for a Chelsea throw on that far side.
Lima's a good player, Ben. I love the control that he has, and there's a real piece of evidence about what he is as a player. Calm and controlled and composed in areas where you want players like that. Picking right passes, defensively solid. I mean, him and Caicedo, there are a lot of similarities actually about the way that he plays and the way that the Caicedo does. Even just watching the way they operate around the pitch, I mean, they're in direct competition, so why wouldn't that be the case?
Ollie, we've got Caicedo on the ball now, and he's brought it this way. Raheem Sterling, good first touch, left edge of the box. Now he's into the box, and he goes for the cross. It cannons off, and he'll have to collect his own ricochet there. Sterling, well played, gets it back from Caicedo. Sterling and Nelson Semedo stayed very calm with a stand-up bit of defending there. It's quite well done, to be fair.
Yeah, Nelson Semedo has been, he's had a great career, but he offers real experience back there. You know, he's a player that really does fit this Wolves system. The way that they play is a real bonus. I mean, it wasn't that long ago they played a very different way in terms of what they had going forward. Traore, if you remember, was playing in that right wing back position when Jimenez was playing up top. And you're talking a totally different mentality. I mean, Semedo could defend. You know, he's a defender essentially with an attacking instinct. I mean, playing for Barcelona in that position, of course you're going to be.
I feel like it was mostly Matt Doherty as the right wing back then. Maybe Traore, perhaps sometimes further up. They also had Jota, didn't they?
They would swap. There was a time when
Nuno's good team given away there, and Mateus Cunha to Totti, and here is Lemina. Now, he was very, very highly regarded as a youngster. Marseille got him, and Juve took him when Antonio Conte was in charge. They bought Mario Lemina then, when he was a kid.
Yeah, good player.
And it being Juve and there being a lot of central midfielders there, it didn't work out for him, and that's why Southampton bought him, and he went to Fulham, and he's been to France on loan and stuff. But he's a classy midfielder and has been for a long time.
Yes, and there's a reason why they are doing and doing better than most people think that Wolves should. That is a ridiculous free kick that's been taken by Kilman, and Chelsea win it back. Kilman, by the way, it wasn't that long ago. He was linked with Chelsea, I think 2 or 3 years ago, long before the new ownership took over. Kilman's name was heavily linked. In fact, there was a window, I believe, that, I'm not saying a bid was offered, but a conversation may well have taken place. See Palmer coming off that right hand side. He comes in to make an extra body in the middle of the park. He makes that run well.
Ryan Aït-Nouri trying to follow him. Now the ball is on this side, right by Gary O'Neill. It's Raheem Sterling who gets his head up, cuts in field, slows it down and gives it to Enzo Fernandez. Conor Gallagher through that hole wants it and gets it. Zipped into him. Nice layoff to Caicedo, who tries to thread it through. Brilliant ball. Opening goal for Cole Palmer. Moises Caicedo with the exceptional pass at the end of a really sharp move. That is the kind of football we have not seen a lot of. It's a brilliant goal.
Ben took the words out of my mouth. What a brilliant goal. And it all starts with the ball into Conor, who plays a lovely little pass into Caicedo. We've not seen this enough. Caicedo, we saw him do lots of this at Brighton. It's a ball from Enzo into Conor. Plays a little ball back, back into his path. And it's the run from Palmer which encourages the pass from Caicedo. If the run is not being made, Caicedo does not make that pass. It's a beautiful ball into his path. Have you got the composure? Have you got the ability just to take a breath on your weaker foot? Yes, you have. Another goal for Cole Palmer. He's done it again.
Into the corner, and I tell you, folks, this diagonal ball along the floor from Caicedo, if it's 1 ounce weaker, the defender cuts it out, and if it's 1 ounce stronger, it'll push Cole Palmer too wide.
Brilliant! It's a brilliant team
He'd
goal.
have been pushed wide, wouldn't he?
You're
the whole
absolutely
midfield
right.
involved. It's a super goal. That Jose Sarr has had to pick the ball out of his net. Now Pedro Neto will not make it.
But you know what, Ben? So I mentioned a second ago about Palmer coming off that right-hand side. He keeps doing it. If he's wide on that occasion, that pass isn't on. So he's encouraged to cross in that final third. When I talk about Mykhailo Mudryk, for me, he does that too soon in the build-up play. For me, Palmer there, he's got the run right, he's done it brilliantly, but if he doesn't make the run, the pass, he says to Caicedo, here's my run, can you find me? Not the other way round. Often the pass might be the one that encourages the run, not on this occasion. Brilliant ball, brilliant build-up play, brilliant goal. Caicedo, though, he's been guilty of giving the ball away. He's done it again, I'm afraid.
João Gomez to Cunha, he's in the box, left edge, he shoots, big deflection, oh no! Huge deflection, and Petrovic had already dived to his left, and just like that, it's 1-1.
Caicedo again, I'm afraid. We just praised him, and rightly so. About third or fourth time this game he's given the ball away, Ben. He's given it away, needlessly. And we've been punished in the most brutal of ways. It's a deflection. There's nothing Petrovic can do. But Caicedo gives it away, and that front three, they're onto it like a flash. Sarabia plays the ball out to Cunha. It's on his left foot, it cuts inside, it comes off, it comes off Silva. Nothing he can do. But for me, our ball retention, our care of pass have not been on point. And we get caught. Caicedo now, I'm watching Caicedo there. He's asking, he's almost remonstrating with Enzo. I need players in support. I'm sorry, can't get caught there. You make a decision, you have a picture in your mind. Caicedo tries to give the foul away. He brings down, well, he tackles Gomez, but it comes to Cunha.
Softy, and didn't even have, a couple of minutes to enjoy that. Right, 1-1, halfway through the first half, and Kunku kicks off, and Chelsea must go again, playing from right to left. Best move of the game, immediately snuffed out.
The best part of Caicedo's game today has been that pass forward. It's inch perfect, beautifully weighted, as you highlighted, and creates the ultimate goal. Where he does most of his work is in areas that he's just been robbed. And I'm afraid to say that his ball retention today in those areas has been pretty poor.
Oh my God, Nelson Semedo is absolutely flying down this right wing, and he just gave Ben Chilwell a head start, and he needed it on the slide. Chilwell down there by the corner flag, puts it out of play. So on this near corner, that is, Wolves in their mostly red kit, on the corner of East Stand, from which we're watching, and the Matthew Harding lower. Nelson Semedo, former Barcelona wing back, takes the throw, and actually there's a little nibble of a foul there. They're now going to have a free kick from the same spot. Now wakey back there. Neto is there, but it looks like he's going to leave it for Sarabia again. Sevilla to PSG, and then this time last year, permanent Wolves player, and he's got a... See, there's a big gap between Petrovic and the penalty spot, which is where everyone's lining up. Now they attack it. Sarabia delivers, and that's a Disasi header. Only towards the far touchline, really, and Ryan Nuri has picked it up. It may well go... he won't go all the way back. He's given it to Totti, who's, despite slipping, done well to get up and keep the ball. And then it's been given away very cheaply by Cunha.
Yeah, disappointing that the life has been sucked out a little bit from this Chelsea crowd. It's one of those goals that you give away where you are in control of where this game should go. In terms of where we were positionally, oh my gosh, Disasi, he gets lucky. Ain't Noise out of position, by the way. Yes, he has. Ain't Noise out of position. There's a chance.
Enzo Fernandez over the halfway line with his head up, going at quite a cantering speed. He spots Ben Chilwell. Here is Chilwell near the near corner of the penalty box at the shed end. Sterling takes over, gives it short to Chilwell.
They do this well, Wolves. They got bodies back.
Yeah, which is why you've got to move it quicker. Yeah, the
shape of their team allows that. Palmer coming off that right hand side. There's no width. Gusto's got to give us that width. Ain't Nori's gone with him. We've got lots of bodies in on the edge of their box. In fact, we've got 4. Chilwell, look at Chilwell's run, Ben. Look at that run. He's trying to get
that extra
in behind Semedo.
Enzo Fernandez, and Cunha's worked hard to win that, but it's given straight back to Caicedo. Cole Palmer tries to thread one for Raheem Sterling, who's just swapped left for right again there for a moment.
Enzo and Caicedo's ball retention has been not good enough for me.
Agreed.
Not good enough, and it's resulted in 1 or 2 half chances. It's also resulted in a goal for both sides, it has to be said. So, but that when you're in possession and you're unchallenged or unforced errors, as you hear in expression in tennis, I feel that it's a little bit of that, as opposed to being closed down rapidly, poor ball into them where they've got to get the ball under control. That's not been the case.
26 played, and in the centre circle, Thiago Silva with his white socks and boots plays it square this way to Fernandes. Now one more. Chilwell right here on this near touchline as 1 or 2 Chelsea subs go out for a warm-up. Madueke down there, Mudryk and the returning Nicholas Jackson. Now Malo Gusto cutting infield from the far side. Back to the centre spot. Here's Thiago Silva. Ben Chilwell still hanging wide here, and Sterling is with him on this near flank. And he goes infield to Palmer, who's trying to make things happen. He's already now in double figures for Premier League goals. And you will know, folks, that is rare.
Gusto, look at Gusto's position there.
Gusto's coming to be another central midfielder, folks.
Yeah.
Now, Palmer, Caicedo. But now I want Gusto wide right, and he's not there. He's another midfielder.
Their shape has changed, Ben. They've become far more defensive than they were. They would have players in areas where they could perhaps potentially get out. Oh, that's a soft free kick.
But Totti Gomez has just been penalised for
Totti will be
barely even a shoulder to shoulder.
It's not a free kick for me.
No.
Cole Palmer there
is,
yeah.
No,
And
right.
the referee got one. He's been given this. No. Take it, but it's not for me, Ben.
Well, I wonder if Cole Palmer will take it. No, hang on a minute. No, Ben Chilwell's coming over to take it.
Just going back to Wolves, Ben, the way that they've set up since their equaliser. This is not what we saw.
Do you think O'Neill has changed something?
Yeah, I think that they as a unit are far more. It is a 5-3-2, 5-4-1. That's how they are set up. And essentially, you got Semedo and Nate Nori dropping in alongside the 3 centre halves. That wasn't evident in the opening exchanges before our goal and until when they equalised. However, this represents a chance. Every single Wolves player back defending this.
I quite like the number. Well, yeah, but there's 3 in a wall.
Well,
so you feel like you've got almost man for man in the box
I
here.
think you've got to overhit this go fast stick. I really do. It's too heavy at the near post. You've got to overhit this.
Conor Gallagher leaves it. Chilwell goes short, clever, into Sterling, who hits a difficult angled shot into the Wolves fans behind the shed end goal. I tell you what, I like the principle of that routine. Not necessarily the execution of it. It was a tough shot, and maybe you could pull it back having got there, but I quite like the manoeuvre.
I agree with you, and it's nice to see
that. It's probably not going to score from there, is it?
Well, I think what's going to happen. It's got to be a shot across the 6-yard box.
You hit it low and hard towards the far post and see what happens.
That you drill it across the face of the 6-yard box, and then it ricochets off legs. We've seen how many own goals you've seen like that.
Yeah.
But what I do like is the fact that we are thinking about set pieces. You and I are sitting there. Well, in particular, I'm going the far post. It's too heavy near post. In the end, we managed to work a very clever free kick in and around that near post. The execution of the free kick was good. The execution of the final delivery, pass shot, whatever you want to call it, wasn't particularly great. Wolves on the right hand side.
With Semedo going infield to Mario Lemina. Kilman, who has played every minute of this season for Wolves, that takes some doing by February.
Yeah, signed a new
deal. He's played every single minute of this season. That is incredible.
Doesn't want to get caught here.
Now,
He's been
Totti
caught.
Gomez has been caught, but he's lucky that Wolves, rather than through judgment or design, have got the ball back on the halfway line. We're coming up for half an hour. Bournemouth won up early against Forest. Manchester United have just taken the lead at home to West Ham in another mid-table meeting.
Say that. Man United might creep up into the...
Oh dear. Now Gusto's made a mistake. And Aït-Nouri's on the run. Thankfully, he's not as quick as Malo Gusto, who is able to recover. I tell you what, he's made up 5 yards in no time there. Danger's not entirely over. That's a foul. Gusto has tripped him and may well be cautioned for it, actually. Right in the corner of the box he is. Yellow card, Malo Gusto. So, bad mistake. Excellent to atone for it. And then a foul and a yellow card.
Well, unfortunately, our passing in our final third has been, at times, left a lot to be desired. I've already mentioned Caicedo, mentioned Enzo. Gusto now falls into that bracket. careless with passing.
Really, that's a good word for today, Jason. There's been a lot of careless passing.
But with no pressure on you. Do you know, sometimes, you force an error.
Well, like Liverpool did midweek.
Right.
This hasn't been that.
This is not that.
No, this has just been passing it a yard off where you were meaning to pass it. This is a very different kind of error. Now, this is a free kick for Wolves. It's about 4 yards off the far corner as we're looking, of the left corner of the penalty box. So in that left channel. This is a
look at
good
Dawson,
place
Ben.
to deliver something dangerous with Craig Dawson. He's always good at these.
He is very good. Fast stick, he wants to go and attack it.
Now he's making his run. He's
offside.
He's offside. Sarabia is going to take it and curls it in there. Glancing header is only just over the top. And it came
That's a bit easy.
from Matheus Cunha
That's a bit
again.
easy. It's not even one of those balls in that you expect to come in.
If he gets a bit less on this, it's in.
Yeah, and also Nkuku there gets caught in front without, he can't win it. Got to be on his toes, literally on his toes. Cunha there, it's a good ball in. Oh, the pass back in. Oh dear, we give this time gusto, and the Chelsea fans are sensing that we're not in control. We're losing a grip of a game that we really started well, really encouraged. Get a goal up, but since the goal, Wolves have...
They're in again here, into the box, and an important tackle from Caicedo, because Ryan Nuri might have been off then, off and running and shooting.
Look
now,
at Nkuku.
Well, Nkuku is still waiting to make a run in behind, and I tell you what he would say is that let's hope that that's the end of that careless spell, because for that 10 minutes, I felt like Wolves were about to score again at any moment.
Well, and
hopefully they didn't take advantage of Chelsea being lax.
Again, look at Wolves. They're not pressing the ball. They're just filling areas, Ben. They're filling spaces. Again, I'm not a fan of that. I think you can play through it too easily.
Now Sterling trying to run down the right. We know a bit quicker than Dawson. Just take him on. It's Craig Dawson. And Sterling goes for the pass instead for Enzo Fernandez. It goes down at the shed end. That's not going to be a penalty. It's going to be a goal kick.
See that run from Enzo? I know he wants to support him, but do you not think there, Ben, that you'd rather leave Sterling 1v1 with Dawson?
I feel like Sterling looked like he wanted to pass though right away, and I don't understand why he did.
Go in support, but when you go in support of an area that VAR looking at this.
We haven't restarted yet.
It's not a penalty for me.
No, it's not. No, it's not going to be. No, on
but
we go.
But what? So the space. So the ball's on the right hand side. Sterling's got Dawson out on that right hand side near the touchline. Level with the edge of the box. And Enzo's made a run inside the box to go and try and get it. He's being tracked. He has got to bring that under his spell and do something magical to try and. It was Lamina, I believe, that in the end of the challenge, right? I don't know why he doesn't stay away from that space and leave that gap.
I don't know why none of them do it, to be honest. We see it on the left here, Jason, with Mudryk a lot. Mudryk does that.
But on
crowds the space.
But you know what, Ben? What he could do, Enzo, is support, but in a deeper area. So allow space to run into. And if that is then denied, you're then available for the support pass back, and then you can start again.
Chelsea do start again now with Petrovic. All in black at the Matthew Harding end, absolutely left for dead by that.
That pass is not on point, Ben. That pass is under hit, which allows Wolves to get goal side. Our passing, I'm sorry, today has been really poor. Really poor. Other than the brilliant pass.
Yes, other than four threaded, beautiful ones in the goal.
And that's nice though from Enzo into Sterling. That's really
Centre
nice.
circle, and he turns well away from Sarabia. There is a ball on, and he's played it. Cole Palmer, right wing, and Chelsea flooding forward here. 5v5. Palmer, overlapping run. Gusto is not able to get the cross in. Totti is able to bring it out, and that's a very poor ball from Wolves. And now in the middle of the half, Enzo Fernandez has it. 25 yards, curls one into the Wolves fans behind the shed end goal. 1-1, 34.5 played.
Yeah, so we do well actually. The pass into Sterling is a good one, and Sterling manages to get away. Well, it's not the worst effort from Enzo, just sit behind. I mean, he's played it out to Palmer, and Enzo's making that run, but defensively they get the shape right. Nori goes back and tracks, and the pass then from Palmer on the overlapping run, it's under hit. Again, our passing not great, and we've managed to find ourselves, and this is rare, where we can see ourselves get our heads up. Ben Chilwell's in.
Crossfield ball picked out in the air by the head of Nelson Semedo, so Chilwell wasn't able to get in. Sarabia into midfield, looked like a foul, maybe, no, it wasn't given by Gallagher, or advantage was played either way. And fight ball between Pedro Neto and Ben Chilwell, and Pedro Neto comes away with it. That's brilliantly done. What a skillful player. And he goes back to Max Kilman. There's about 4 dummies in there. Every one of them had me.
Reminded me a little bit of the goal that Brazil scored in the 1970 World Cup final. Do you remember that?
Do
you remember that, Ben?
Well, I remember watching it.
But do you not remember the dummy that led to one of the goals, Jorginho's goal?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Where the step over, and he drops the dummy, and he does the step over in the middle of the park, and he goes it out, and eventually Pele plays
before it goes
and then
across halfway. Yes. Very good.
Just that drop of the shoulder, drop
it's
of
almost
the
an
hips.
exaggerated one.
Yes, it is.
It wasn't a subtle one, it's a big
but
one.
because you are, the problem you've got on that particular occasion, as we saw in the World, if you're that old or you've seen the footage, you are in a position where you have to make a challenge, or you've got to be goal side, and what that does, you're vulnerable, and you'd rather go goal side and fall to the dummy than get caught and be whipped round.
Malo Gusto, far side, almost allowing Ryan Aït-Nouri in. He has allowed him in, and he's given away the throw because he knew he was in trouble.
Sloppy.
I think
Careless
that would be
sloppy.
the word. Sloppy would be the word for this half of football from Chelsea, I'm afraid, folks. There's been some quite nice things. There's also, though, been a lot of really slack basic errors without really being forced into it. Anfield is one thing when they're all over you like a rash, or Man City. Anyway, here's Aït-Nouri coming into where all the traffic is, surrounded by blue shirts. One of them was bound to pick his pocket. They've still nearly won it back again, though, Wolves. In fact, they have, albeit a long way
I haven't
out.
mentioned Nkunku's name, Ben, for about the last 15 minutes, mate. Haven't mentioned his name.
That's
Early
a really
part of the
good
game, he looked like, you know, and they've stopped that ball in, that that's where I
Right,
mentioned
how have they stopped that ball into?
So
What have they done?
I said to you the shape of the team had changed when they went to 1-1. And they are a far more, they're not allowing, so where they are now, their shape of the team of Sarabia, look what Semedo is. Semedo's playing almost as a centre forward alongside Neto. Sarabia is joining up. Their wing backs, I mean, I can't quite believe we've got Sarabia playing a right wing back here. Nelson Semedo's gone into joint.
Semedo's tucked in, and Ben Chilwell's going, well, where shall I run? That looks like a foul.
Yeah.
It is in the centre circle on Caicedo.
Yes.
Chelsea free kick.
No, he's kicked the ball away. He's going to get booked for this. That's a really stupid mistake to make. And the referee's saying, what do you want me to do? You know the laws.
Yeah, João Gomez with the foul. Nelson Semedo kicked the ball away.
I think it was Semedo that gets booked, right? That's
yeah,
not
João Gomez.
That's not a booking. No, the Gomez one's
No,
not a
it's
booking.
Semedo got booked for kicking it away. Gomez made the foul.
But look, okay, you asked me now. Look at the shape of their team now, Ben. So where we saw earlier, we saw Lamina perhaps being a little bit less protected. Sarabia's playing a bit deeper, better happy. So the shape of the team, they are essentially a 5, a 4, or a 3. Oh, we're getting caught in there. We're playing in tight areas. At the moment, I don't think Gary O'Neill can quite believe tactically how easy this has been to change their approach into a game that they actually were losing control of. They're now very much controlling the way the game goes. Having said that, Semedo's out of position. Enzo on the left-hand side. Bit of space for Sterling.
Sterling on the left wing attacking the shed end for Chelsea. 38, nearly 39 played. He's right on the corner of the box. There's a lot of red in front of him. He slowed it down. Chilwell crosses and it ricochets off Max Kilman. It's a shed end corner for the Blues.
Wolves do that really well where the ball is into Sterling and he's got an overlapping run. Let's say on this occasion that it's going to be Chilwell. Their position doesn't change. They hand the player over. So whoever's marking the ball then marks the runner because that's the furthest forward on that particular side. They do that really well. Done it very well when Palmer played the ball to Gusto about 15 minutes ago when he got caught under his feet.
So Chilwell, keep it away from Jose Sarr this time. He has, but Craig Dawson has headed it out. And Cole Palmer wasn't quite sure about the bounce of that ball. And
we should be winning that ball.
Goes all the way back.
We should be winning that ball. Shouldn't be bouncing like that. So the ball's coming, it's an outswing, and they win the first one. Then the ball bounces on the edge of the box, and we're a little bit hesitant to go in and just. What you don't want to do is leave yourself spare at the back, and we just felt a little bit hesitant. And Wolves eventually give the ball away, only because the ball bounces up. There's no one in those advanced areas, but the shape of their team. Look at them. We can't even see. You can't even see Nkunku at the minute.
No, Cole Palmer just made a run from deep. Thiago Silva thought about trying it.
Don't find him.
Now Disasi.
Look at
Well, that's a great ball in behind. The cutback is just beyond Nkunku. I saw him then, and so did Malo Gusto, who couldn't quite pick him out with that cutback, but he got to the byline. Meanwhile, Neto has got beyond Enzo Fernandez and he's running into the Chelsea box. He's hit a shot, thank God, because if he'd passed, we could have been in trouble. Still might be. No, there's a foul in there. And a yellow card for Pedro Neto for the challenge.
Brilliant,
on Ben Chilwell, who is down and holding his shin pad.
Silva, honestly, you can't buy this. You literally, any young kid that's watching this piece of defending, hopefully you'll see this. He knows that Neto, he's a lucky boy, it's a yellow. He goes over the ball. VAR will look at this. They will look at this. I don't think it's a red, but I've got to tell you, they'll look at it. He goes over the ball.
It's one of those, when you start seeing where the foot is, you think it's going to go, it's going to be
Sharp
trouble.
Nkunku gets on the edge of that, Ben, I think.
It was a bit, it was on the stretch though, wasn't he?
Yeah, but no, but I think a
the
Sharp
fullback should
Nkunku
be
perhaps,
better.
No,
you don't think that it's a bit behind him?
I think a little bit of both, you know.
Okay.
A little bit of both.
Meanwhile, Caicedo sending it long for Sterling to run the left channel. Can he get there? He can. Well played. He's ahead of Nelson Semedo and he squares it. Gallagher back in the box, left side, crowded out by Andy. And Gallagher ran into Sarabia there. And
that's what they do well, Ben. They get
I don't think
bodies
he knew
back.
anything about that.
No,
but it's a free kick.
again, that's the side of the game that they've changed. You asked me a minute ago about, look, 3 round the ball. It was a 1v1 essentially that Sterling had against Nelson Semedo. But
and
look,
then suddenly
Lamina,
it wasn't.
Then suddenly it wasn't. Sarabia gets back, Lamina gets back, and all of a sudden he's not only kind of crowded out, but because his touch isn't on point, he then.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? If you are rapid with how you move the ball or your control is perfect, as those second and third people come, they're out of the game if you've done something quickly and brilliant. If you take a couple of touches because you're Raheem Sterling there, they are then in, aren't they? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, and that's not,
whereas
that's
if you try and do that against Man City or Liverpool, the pass will be gone and then you're out the game.
Yeah, and that's not Sterling's fault. He had to wait for the cavalry. He had to wait for support, and in that support was Connor, and Connor's done nothing wrong. The problem you've got there is that they've outnumbered Connor. They had men going retreating in numbers, more numbers than we had men going forward. It's a lovely ball from Dawson, that, by the way, to Semedo, drilled with his laces.
Semedo down the right, in behind Chilwell again is Neto, and it's a square ball. It's another deflected goal. You can't believe this. Heading towards the far post, Ryan Ait-Nouri, big deflection in at the near post. 43 minutes played, and a couple of really unlucky goals conceded at the Matthew Harding end. But Chelsea have been a bit easy to attack in this game.
Yeah, no,
you know what I mean? There's a big part of it that is the misfortune, but they've got in so easily down the right
this
here.
right-hand side there, it's Neto again. Semedo's over that. That's like the shape of the team allows that. Lovely ball from Dawson. But Neto's got in behind Chilwell. Yes, it's a deflection, but it's about Neto. It's about the ball from Dawson to Semedo. Overlapping run from Neto. Plays in the middle of. It's such a simple goal. It's so easy and beautifully done. That's Ait-Nouri that scored that, by the way. It's there the wing back.
Yes, via Axel Disasi this time, and well, it's 2-1 to Wolves over Chelsea. That's how it finished on Christmas Eve at Molineux. We've got a whole half to deal with it here, plus 1 minute and stoppage time. But Chelsea in front. Are Chelsea about to be behind at half-time? Twice in a row, having not done it all season long in the Premier League.
Well, almost certainly, Ben, almost certainly. And that right-hand pocket for them.
On the top, and then we are down.
And we spoke about Neto, both on air and off air, how brilliant he is.
Who is marking?
He's so quick.
Who is marking Neto?
He's so good. You know, all right, there's a little bit of good fortune, but you make your own luck. But the shape of their team, Ben, we've created nothing. Jose Sarr, since the goal, there's been 1 or 2 half moments. It's had nothing really much to do.
Not really. I'm afraid at the moment this is another feather in the cap for me, for Gary O'Neill.
So easy to play against.
Brilliant manager.
Now, Cole Palmer sliding it down the right channel.
This is
Sterling.
Really...
Again, numbers, Ben. Look at the numbers.
They surround it.
Look at what they're doing as a unit. Getting bodies back. It's not 1s and 2s, it's 3s and 4s around. Sterling's trying to turn inside there.
Sterling is not even nowhere to be seen.
A bit of space in terms of Augusto. He's found
nowhere to be seen.
Brilliantly done. brilliantly done.
Goal kick, apparently. 400 minutes have just come up. 4 minutes.
Gusto's got there, and tactically right now,
4
Gary O'Neill
minutes.
is on top. He's changed the way they played once they got the equaliser. They are far more as a unit. I felt they allowed us to be a bit more open. They allowed us to be the Chelsea we want to be. We took the lead. In fact, it was a great exchange. I think the first 15 minutes, I thought we played well. Now Wolves have said, you know what, ain't having that. That's too easy for us.
But
that's too easy. We cannot allow that.
Don't you like the fact that the manager will do that 10 minutes in? Because so few do. We used to have one here. It was pretty successful.
Yes, but it was the goal at 1-1 that allowed him to do that, because he's like, I got it wrong. Oh, now we're drawing. Now I can reset. Now I want to play this way.
Even just scored.
Ball is on the far side. Chelsea throw. We've had one of the added four.
We're off it. We've not been.
We are crap people.
I'd say since the goal we scored.
Well, basically, Jason, there was about 20 seconds where Chelsea were brilliant, and it culminated in a goal.
Yeah, but there were some encouraging signs early on. I felt that we moved the ball. Our passing, I thought, was terrible, and it has been. And again,
just booted out of play by Desassi on the far side.
Yeah, we're.
Sorry, this is getting a little bit ragged now.
It
was sloppy, and now it's ragged.
Very much so, Ben.
Good morning, Mr. Oaks.
Yeah. Wolves ball, far side.
Somebody's going to blame height after this game. It's the height. Chelsea players are too short. That's why we're losing the game. Like, come on,
all 2 goals are just low. Are just on the floor goals. I don't see anything that has to do with jumping.
Right.
There.
Exactly. Man, now he gonna say something like we getting bullied too easily, the physicality and things like that. Like, technically, Wolves are playing 5 in the back, and both goals that they've scored look like a script goal.
Yeah,
they didn't
too
work
easy
hard
for them. It's just one ball, break all the lines, boom, 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 deflection. But I don't want to hear any crap about deflection, because it shouldn't be even in that position to begin with. So.
But Ben Chilwell, who defends like this? You standing there waiting for him to make a move, and then he get penetrated from the back. The defense are not confident. Like, not even just the defense. You look at the whole team. I think it's about time that we say something is wrong in the locker room. Something is wrong in the locker room. Thiago Silva's body language is so disappointed. Nobody fears, like, seriously. I think it's about time that we say Pochettino has to come up with a better solution. Look at Nkunku. How many touches has he had? Soon we're going to say he's not good enough. Caicedo left as a lone DM, always getting isolated, so he makes a lot of mistakes. And I don't know. I could look at this with my eyes and say that the tactics that we are using is not an A+. It's not an A+.
We are just average. How can you call that? We are just like a Sunday League
right
team.
Now.
My Sunday League team is better organized than this. At least we are drunk on Sunday, but we can just put some energy and effort, and it's not gonna break all our lines by one pass. That's how good my Sunday League is. You know.
This is sad.
This is so sad. It's half time, people, and we are losing, just like on Christmas Eve, where they smashed us 2-1. This time around, they are just having joy to play at Stamford Bridge.
This game, right, is calling for mature players. We are out rushing. We are moving the ball fast. I get it. We're trying to send a message across. But there's plenty of times where we just had to hold the ball. There's plenty of time where we just had to take our time. Because every time that we rush into the Wolf position, the ball don't even last 2 minutes. We get hit with a counterattack. Every time. Every time.
What is the tactics and techniques? I don't know. What Pochettino is trying to do. Can you explain to me a little bit, like a kid? Explain to me what we're trying to do here.
what I see, we are dependent on technical like players' ability. I don't see any type of like tactical play by Pochettino. I don't see it, if I'm being honest.
He's been outclassed by Gary O'Neill. That's his name, right? The manager. Gary
Manager
O'Neill.
from Wolves.
Like, you see when they concede that goal, they completely change the way of play.
Absolutely. And immediately they equalized,
Yep.
they went straight 5 at the back.
Yeah.
5 at the back.
Sorry, guys. I didn't see you, so I didn't take you quickly. Anybody that want to jump, just...
I detest these players. I hate these players and coach. I swear, I hate this coach. I don't care if you say hate is a strong word. I hate this motherfucker. I came out from work to come and see this bullshit. Fuck!
Oh my goodness me. I can't even say anything.
Oh man. I swear to my, if I cause these players, I can cause these players and it's going to follow them.
It's the coach. It's not the players, it's the coach.
What is this?
Guys,
I was saying something about this fucking lineup. I was saying something about that midfield. Oh God, I was saying something about that midfield. That midfield doesn't look right. That midfield don't look right. They are touching up from that midfield. I told you, because if I say something that they'll say,
listen to me. You have a little girl at home.
No, my
don't
daughter is
yell
not
at.
home today. They've gone to North Carolina.
All right.
I'm telling you.
Good. Don't do that in front of the kid, right?
No, she's gone to North Carolina.
All right.
It's the coach.
All right. Good.
Guys, can I say one
If this
thing?
coach remain in this club, I tender my resignation as a Chelsea fan and don't give a fuck about this team again. I'd rather go support Luton Town.
Okay, we're gonna come back to you, Mark. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mark, very quickly, and we're gonna go to and Henry.
You know what?
We're gonna go all around. Oh man.
You know what? Poch has really appointed some of us who defended him when he early on came on board. I believe some of these games, you don't have to be losing some of these games. It's very, very, very bad right now. It looks like Graham Potter's time at Chelsea. Playing Wolf at Stamford Bridge, and you can't beat them, then which team can you beat? And let's not forget that we are not far from the relegation zone. And I'm so disappointed. Like the way he structures some of these things, I don't know. And Sterling, I don't know if he's playing
Is Sterling playing today?
Yeah, he's playing. Like
I didn't see him.
Back.
That's the first time that I hear his name.
He's on the left wing. He doesn't track back, and anytime we are coming back, Chilwell seems to also like struggle. That caused most of the goals. If you look at the flanks, our flanks hardly track back, and I don't know what is going on. So if your strategy is not working as a coach, I'm expecting him to come back and win this game. If he's unable to win this game, I believe he will be gone in the next couple of weeks.
He's not going to win this game. I could tell you from this point of view, Wolves are going to defend like a Champions League final, because their coach too he's not an A+. The Wolf coach, the goals that we consider has nothing to do with Wolves' brilliant tactical analysis or anything like that. It was just
position
script goals, run, deflection in the net, run, deflection in the net. So that means our defense line crap, our midfield tactical approach is crap, and this is the reason I put the blame on the coach. Thomas Tuchel will have two midfields, always be next to each other, whether we in the build-up or whether we in a counter-attack. And then you can see that this is an instruction given by Pochettino to leave Caicedo by himself in the DM every time that we with possession, and it's not working because he keep on making mistakes. I could count with my fingers how many times has he, I see dismissed the ball. Like I see lost the ball ever since he signed for Chelsea Football Club.
Yes,
he's not comfortable being by himself.
They are not using him right.
Okay, Mr. Andrew, bro, you have to jump because I don't know what to do.
Can I, guys? Can I say one thing and then I'll leave you guys to it.
Okay,
Um,
go.
okay. Look, I had predicted in one of your videos also that it's going to be 2-1 to Wolves.
We still
For
have
you
time.
guys who
45 minutes
for
to
you
go.
guys
We
who
can
have
still
seen
beat
Chelsea
them.
play, please, this is a message for each and every one of you. Cherish the moments that you saw Chelsea succeed because you are not going to see those moments again. They are gone. By the time these owners are through, they are gone. I'm grateful that I saw a Chelsea that had no money and that played good football. Like the Chelsea of the 90s will beat this Chelsea like 11-0. And then I saw the Chelsea that had money and then that was playing very well. And then I saw another Chelsea that has money, but that is crap, which is this one. So
I agree with
cherish
you.
those moments. I'm grateful that I saw those because I'm not gonna. I don't sure I'm gonna see them again. Not in the next 2-3 years. It's not gonna happen.
Keep the faith, brother. Mr. Andrew, please talk to us.
Hello, good afternoon, gentlemen, or good morning, or good evening. Hello, sir. How are you?
Yeah, distinguished. Yes.
Distinguished, all distinguished. I mean, I think we're more distinguished than the players that are playing on the pitch because I mean, that performance that they put in there is absolutely atrocious. But I just want to echo the is it Brother Henry who said that in regards to
Yeah, enjoy the moment because it's gone.
I think that's the case. Believe that's the case. We're not going to see them ascend for the foreseeable future, at least for the next 2 to 3 years. So don't look for it next season or the season after that. It's going to take a long time.
Who's going with me in the championship? Who's going with me?
Oh my goodness. Oh, please don't say this. Don't say that. I've never heard you say this before. Why?
Because I'm saying, I'm trying to please my, you know, I don't know what it's called, but I will be
everything.
there. Yeah.
Everything.
And one
currently
thing I would say is when they were selling some of our experienced players, we all saw how some of the Chelsea fans were so happy. I believe if Pulisic is here, Lustwicz is here, all those guys are here. Some of these games, there is no way they are going to lose some of these games. So, for me, I believe experience is more important to a game. Experience is more important. Like, look at these guys. They are all individuals who are trying to make up something. We don't have any experience. We don't have any leader on the field of play. We have nothing. Like, right now, any team, like even the women's team, can beat this Chelsea side. How?
Yeah, it's very, very
so
tough.
Bad.
Man.
It looks so
But
bad.
all I can ask you guys, is to have some faith because 45 minutes still to be played. Mr. People's Republic, you haven't said anything.
No. But you guys you're all so negative. Such negative energy in this chat here. I don't know what's wrong with you people.
I can't prevent anybody to be negative, man. What do you expect people to do? You are witnessing this crap. So emotions are emotion. You can't control people's emotions like that.
Come on, be fair. Those goals were freaks of nature goals. Come on, deflections. Come on,
script goals.
But the problem is, it shouldn't be even in that position to begin.
They didn't position themselves well. That's why this all happened. If they position themselves well and if they should track back, I don't think those wingers will get the opportunity.
And you won't prove.
Yes, sir.
Why don't we get the same opportunity that Wolves did to score those script goals against? Why don't we get those same opportunities to score those same type of goals against Wolves? Why?
We're playing different style because the Wolves are playing on the counter attack. We're playing on the front foot. So obviously, every time
because they're also well positioned, the well drill, well positioned, tactical.
Yeah, that's because they got super fast forwards. So the moment we lose the ball when going forward, it's open season at the back there, and our big heavy defenders, whatever, having a struggle.
And this is why I put the blame on the coach. No, this has nothing to do with height. Because in the press conference, he's going to say, we don't have height.
It's a young team.
It's a young team. We did this.
It's a young team.
No.
And we don't have height. He's gonna blame on height when you concede all the
goals. See something like if Poch really wants to build with Chelsea, we have to see the effect. It has been too long. We are in January. This is a very crucial time where you cannot afford to be losing games. He thinks we are at a safer place. By the time we realize we'll be out there struggling for avoid relegation. So some of these games, this is Wolves. There is no way you can tell me that we have to lose against Wolves. Wolves is lying down there. So if you can't beat Wolves, how can you beat all those teams ahead of you? West Ham, Brighton, and all those guys. How can you beat them? There is no how you
Brentford.
can beat these players. And we are in January. You are losing some of these.
But we beat the almighty Wimbledon.
And Oaks, let me
We
remind
beat
you what he
Wimbledon,
said.
though. Huh?
Let me remind you what he said when we lost to Liverpool. It's just a game. It's just that one game. And look, against Wolf, look at what he's doing.
Oh, let's go. Mr. Victor, do you want to say something? Go on. Victor, are you still there? No.
He's loading.
Can I just say something?
Yes, sir. Let's go,
Can I just
Andrew.
say-
Victor,
I just
whenever
wanna
you're
say
ready, you can jump. Yes.
Maybe this is something that these results, the way they're going, this is something that maybe we want. Maybe something that we want. Why I say this, look on their policy, their transfer policy, what they're doing, bringing in these under 25. It can clearly be seen that it's not working.
Yeah.
It's not working. We're suffering because of it.
But
So,
he's doing the same thing, though. Insanity.
If they continue on this trajectory, they're going to have to change. They're going to have to change. They'll have no choice but to change. So that's the only thing I'm looking at and saying, well, maybe things will have to change. Maybe not this season, but next year, most definitely. No more of these wonder kids from Brazil for 18 years old. And look how much money they spent, which is why now they're facing some repercussions for the financial fair play.
Yeah.
Saying that they need to raise 100 million by June 30. Good luck on that.
Yeah. Good luck. They're gonna sell the entire academy for that.
Yeah.
But do you have any hope for the second half? People, remember we're gonna take a break because I have people over. Arsenal fans, drunk people, are just getting on me. But it is what it is.
I'm sorry.
I'll be back before even the game ends, so we can continue. I don't know how many hours the therapy is gonna take place. But sorry about that. It's very cold. Do you have any hope, Andrew, for the second half, or you think it's done?
The only hope I have, I think it's done. The only hope I have is that we're all going to speak after the game's finished. It's
going to be a draw. It's going to be a draw.
Yeah, the best, our best results will be a draw. I don't know how we can come back, but hopefully, if we are able to come back, maybe it is going to be another, surprise.
I still have hope, though.
Game.
For some reason, I still have hope for this game.
Yeah, I believe we can level up and
the players cannot win the second half. It's going to have to be the coach to win the second half.
I say we are 4-3-3 will do better against 4.
So you want to change the formation for 4-3-3? That's what you mean?
Yeah, because Wolves have 4 in the midfield and put Gallagher down there with Caicedo them.
Hello.
Victor, go. Yes.
Quickly, I know that we are about to start the second half. Have you realized that even Nkunku is becoming impotent?
Right.
Yeah, and that is what a poor
How many
midfield
touches?
does. Yeah, a poor midfield does for you. You know what I mean? A poor midfield does for you. That is why Chelsea, we don't succeed, because we have not done anything with the midfield. And the midfield we have right now
we have the most
toothless.
expensive midfield.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the irony that I was about to add. The midfield we have right now has to play because we spend £250 million on them. But they are so irrelevant to our play that we do not know what we're doing. Listen, when we ahead, when Palmer scored, I knew that this was a game this is a running game. And if you start with Silva, who is passing to the left and right and walking with the ball sometimes, we don't start any attack, folks. We play in front of our of our goalposts. We play in front of our goalposts when we know that we have nervous players who cannot get the ball out there. The ball should be played simply. Kick the ball in and let's go and struggle there. But you know when you kick it in, nobody will get it because Sterling is 5'2" and he's not going to challenge anybody out there. We have problems, guys. We have
Victor, with you. Sterling is not tracking back.
Say it again, Victor.
Chelsea have a good midfield, but the thing is, Chelsea need a coach what demanding what them need from the player. Pochettino is not that type of coach what demanding.
Nope, he's not. This is what I keep saying because at Brighton we saw what Caicedo could do. At what you call it, Benfica, we saw what Fernandes could do. So if then this Chelsea Football Club is not working, I don't want to hear the poor midfields, please.
Nobody is demanding. Nobody is asking them to do anything different, demanding anything from them that is special. They don't even run with the ball much. They have space in front of themselves, and they will rather pass it to the side or the back. They have space. They don't even use their bodies. They don't even use their bodies in the game of football, and we lose left and right. Everybody else in the football world runs except for Chelsea. Chelsea players don't run.
The second half already started. If anybody wanna go and watch the game and come back, it's okay. If you wanna continue with me a little bit, it's okay. I'm just giving you the green light because my energy is gone, man. It's just sucked, just gone right now.
I mean, you have players that are nervous to play from the back, and you insist that they play from the back.
I wanted to say,
players, they are not confident enough to play from the back, and you have given our game. You have given our game to a 39-year-old man.
Manchester United just scored even the second goal. Manchester United.
Who cannot run? The guy cannot even run with the ball, and he walks with it. Nobody is taking initiative in our goal, in our game. Nobody. And the coach stands there, he pays back and forth. Even the commentators said it. It's like the coach from Wolves is running around like his head cut off, and Pochettino is pacing back and forth. His sense of where we are on the field is so telling that you can tell that if you're not perform, it's coming from.
He's been out coached in this game here because he's failing to see. This is like Graham Potter's Chelsea here. Everything wants to go through the middle. Well, Wolves, they're tactically very, very clever how they're defending here, forcing Chelsea out wide. And Chelsea, as you know, we don't do crosses. We don't know how to do crosses. And it's just, every time we attack, nothing is happening. And Pochettino has no plan B. He only knows how to play one way here. And this is our way he's getting exposed. Change the formation, play out wide.
Did you see that stupid Stanley losing that chance?
Yeah. But what I'm saying to you is this, right? It's not even like he has a plan, though. I mean, when we started the game, the commentators was like, it's two different styles. I'm like, what style? Chelsea doesn't come with any style. He just picked the players. What style are we talking about? Can you really define what Chelsea does these days?
Nope.
We just play. And it's really amazing that this guy is stealing a living like this. It's crazy.
Raheem Sterling, man. I've been defending this guy, but come on, man.
It's crazy.
And to think that Raheem Sterling is supposed to, be a senior player, I don't see the difference between him and Modric. Modric is learning from him right now.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
If Sterling is doing it,
time
and
to bring
Modric does it, what is that problem?
Chukwuemeka, man. Bring Chukwuemeka. Take care. This is Sterling out right
Yeah,
now.
earlier on, you asked, there was a question that as some of these players reach their limits, can they do any more? And I know in my heart that Sterling cannot do any more. Maybe a little bit of incremental improvements here, marginal improvements, but he set it in his game. And you as a coach, you should know that. And you can have a use for his style, but not when we need to bring the entire team up. You need people that will play forward and also defend. I mean, we don't put any fear at all in the heart of the opponent. They're not afraid of the attacking midfield or even the striker. They're not afraid. Nobody is afraid of them. Imagine
how will you change your tactics for the second half then? After what you just said there, what are you going to do? Who are you going to bring on?
What you do is you bring Chukwuemeka and people that will give them something different to look at. They know what Sterling is going to provide. They know that is what a coach does, right? You know what the players are capable of. If this player is one-dimensional, and all they are doing is going to get the ball and try to drive at the opponent. And the opponent knows how to curtail that or absorb that. Then you bring somebody else that will give them something different to look at. Increase the level of threats. How many people can threaten their goal line and can score? Our midfield, the three in our midfield, are incapable of adding to the goals. No Gallagher goal, no Caicedo goal, no Enzo goal. So it is only left with Palmer and Sterling and Nkunku. So if you make them impotent, if you paralyze their efforts, you've already killed the team, because you know it's not going to come from anywhere. It's not like you all of a sudden going to get a run from Silva through the entire midfield to come and score. He is barely walking when he gets the ball. He passes to the side and I mean, look at, you have to analyze these players we have. And you as a coach have to know their capabilities, their strengths and weaknesses, and make sure you use that at your benefit. At the moment, I'm looking at Silva getting the ball, walking with it, trying to pass to the left. He shows his hand to the left and right. And I'm looking at it. And then he passes to the back to Caicedo. Caicedo passes back to him. Middlesbrough is fine with that. They will have a field day with that. You know what I mean?
What is Gallagher doing in this game? What is Gallagher doing in this game?
Tell me about it.
Anybody seen? I haven't seen him in this game. Where is he?
It's crazy. It's crazy, and he is the one who's penciled in every single time he makes a selection.
If I say something about Gallagher, some people criticize me.
When Gallagher is healthy, he plays. Then tell me, what exactly besides blocking and
who is the
almost
best
leading?
out of the three, though? Because
none of them.
It's okay
for
to
me,
criticize
me right now, I will let one of them do the job and tell him, when you get the ball, if he doesn't go forward, you are out of the game. And then I'll put in any other midfield, even Gilchrist, whoever, even if it's a defense, I'll put them there.
Yeah, Jackson's coming on.
Look, let's be careful. Let us not like, treat these players like they are the same as last season. I put this blame on the coach tactically. I promise you. If Enzo Fernandez and Caicedo went to Liverpool, you will have seen these guys score a screamer goal from outside the box. Why? Because it's a drill thing. What the coach wants is what the coach demands. So when we're looking at what Chelsea is doing, Thiago Silva holding the ball more than 3 to 4, 5 seconds, passing left and right. When you're a defender, when defenders do that, that means there's no option up front. Or you're supposed to release the ball quicker. Because if you hold the ball more than 2-3 seconds, another player is already marked for you to release it. In between one of those, that should be the problem.
Exactly. Now, you are saying this from thousands of miles away, right? This guy is privy to the videos when it is done. This is not the first time. Now, if Thiago Silva was to get the ball and take it in, regardless of who's in there, even if he goes to the opponent, but if he does it 3 or 4 or 5, 7, 8 times, the players will anticipate that and move forward. And you know the goals they score is because the ball was in our 18-yard box. We don't even get ours there because we like to play it amongst ourselves in our own half and maintain possession. And this is something that is so basic. I don't understand this, that the coach cannot see this simple thing, that the ball has to be in their 18-yard box all the time. That is the point, not to be played amongst ourselves back there. It's crazy how we can really allow ourselves to play like this all the time. And because we are so poor, Silva gets to be put into this game all the time. He is freaking 40 years old in 6 months. Less than 6 months. 40 years old. And he is controlling the affairs and the destiny of Chelsea Football Club. From the skipper's position. It's crazy.
Yeah, the problem is in many levels, to be honest with you. Coaching, players, quality, scouting, honors,
bringing youth, all of this stuff. And I know we find ourselves in a big trouble. Like, how do we fix this? And this is why I said the only way to fix this is to bring a world-class coach who at least will give us wins. Wins first has to begin, so we will be able to sell these players by the summertime. Because last time I checked, man, we had to sell our players for cheap. Right.
Yeah, I just want to say all their values have gone down, so they're going to struggle to get this 100 million by June 30.
Yeah.
We paid 100 million for two players by themselves. Do you think right now Caicedo or Enzo are worth 50 million?
No.
What
I
are we
think they're worth
trying
50
to do here? Can anybody please shoot from outside the box? You know, we want to try to like walk with the
We
ball
don't
at
do
the back
that.
of the. What are we doing?
We don't do it's almost like the basic things that everybody else does in football is not in Chelsea. Like just shoot. Just shoot right
Yeah.
before you enter the 18-yard box. Just shoot, and even if you see, that is what I'm saying. We have been dealt with a dose of seriously poor football for so long that right this second, if one of those three midfielders is to shoot from outside the box and score, he will be our best player for the next 2 months, hands down.
Because the
We
problem
don't
is
do anything
when you
out of the
shoot,
ordinary anymore. We don't do
sometimes
anything out of
even
the.
when you shoot off target, it can be a
crazy.
deflected goal. Did you see what the other team did? Wolves. They just shoot on target and anything can happen. Deflection, penalties, a red card, something can happen. We just like forget the basics
Somebody,
of
somebody take off Caicedo in this game. He's absolutely terrible. 2 free kicks
No,
at the box.
Caicedo. I remember some time back,
Take him off.
some guy was saying that Caicedo was very poor, and I defended him for a minute, and I wish he was here for me to apologize to him, but he was rude to me, so I let him go. But Caicedo, in fact, I mean, the thing is this, he's young, right? So there might be room for improvement if you have a different coach, and also if you give him different roles, because he wasn't this poor. He wasn't this poor at Brighton. You know what I mean? But if you look at him, he labors when he runs. He to me is like Dave. He's like Aspilicueta. When they're running forward, it feels like they're running back. You know those kinds of players. When they run, they don't give you a sense of momentum. Like they feel like they are laboring when they are running. And when he gets the ball, the same thing. He's so scared, and right now he's even more scared of the fan base. So he's even going to be more careful when he gets the ball, right? So you have players like that who lacks enormous amount of confidence. They lack confidence. So he has to come from the coach. He has to set them up for them to be
Caicedo
successful.
is gonna get a red card for sure.
Yeah,
yeah.
you know,
He's
and sometimes it means sitting them down for a minute, letting somebody go in there and do what they are supposed to do.
What's going on?
When they go out there, they know what to do. But if you don't sit them down and you play them, you completely. Somebody just said our values
Victor,
keep going down.
How many times have we seen Caicedo exposed by himself? Where are the other two midfielders? And that's why I say it's also because of poor tactical plans. Where are the other two? They're in the other half, waiting for the ball to get to them. How many times have we got hit with a counter attack? The only person you see in that midfield is Caicedo, and then Caicedo is surrounded by either 3 wingers or even 4 wingers at one point.
Yeah, I believe that Enzo is one of the few wasted of monies we. Enzo is. I mean, he has convinced. Listen, he has convinced whoever, including this coach, that he is actually an attacking midfielder, which is completely. You may be an attacking midfielder in Benfica, which is not true. He wasn't like that. I mean, I'm looking at him right now. He's trying to be up there, trying to force a goal or something, and he's at the shoulder, literally at the shoulder of the defender that he's trying to tackle, right? He is not like that. He should be asked to stay deep and distribute the ball up front. That is at best what he can do, because he cannot in any way tackle the ball. He cannot dispossess anybody. He doesn't have the strength to run forward. He can easily be dispossessed when he himself has the ball. He is not an attacking midfielder in any sense. He's not even quick enough like you can get some quickness from Modric and Sterling. He's not even one of those players. So I don't even know what he does up front. And sometimes when he gets these glaring chances, he doesn't score. So as a coach, I will analyze this in 2 seconds and say that is not your role. Your role is to distribute the ball, so work on that and improve and get better at it. You are not a goal scorer. You are not going to go up front at all. And I'll put Gallagher in his position, right? Right now, they are all useless. When we get the ball, the midfield is porous, it's hollow, it is penetrable, because they don't do anything there. They are not able to stop any attack. We are living on tenterhooks right now, because we know even when Chelsea is ahead, we are not truly ahead, because our midfield is not able to stop any attack. And if you have a nervous back line, then you are in double trouble. And that is what the problem is. So everything is hinging on these players up front to score a goal and keep us in games. And they don't get the ball because Silva is holding on to it and coaching while he's playing the ball. And he has affected not only him, he's affected everybody in the back line. So all of it is in shambles. Analyze it like this. Play simple football. Run with the ball because it's a running game. Get the ball into the 18-yard box and do something with it. And everybody comes back and defend. And if you are saying that, then of course Stanley doesn't get to play because Stanley cannot defend for you. If you are saying that, then you have all these players that cannot play the game of football for us because they don't help with the defense at all. When Middlesbrough get the ball, you see these red jerseys moving at what speed? When we get the ball, you see these blue jerseys standing and doing 10-yard passes. No vision, no incursion. Our games are also tawdry. It's such a sad sight after £1 billion.
They just impose their rhythm at the moment. Like they play the way they want, and we are there just to follow them and try to, I don't know. I don't know what we're trying to do.
I thought we was playing this game at home. We don't even feel like it.
Yeah.
This
it
is
doesn't
sad.
look like we are playing home in front of our fans, where you have a little bit of pride that your family is there watching you.
The last time that I saw Enzo really put a type of a performance, and then we started saying like, "Oh, he's not a box to box." I think he should play as a DM because his long range passes. When he played like Adnan Graham Potter, it was Enzo Fernandez.
But Enzo problem. That's the problem with Enzo. Every time that he scored against a Sunday League team, all of a sudden it's masterclass. And then when it gets more complicated against a decent team, all of a sudden it's somebody else to blame. So Enzo is a complicated one. Depend on the end result. If he's pushed a little bit and he ended up by having an assist or score a goal, that is his position right there. And then when we put him a little bit down, if we don't win, it's always a problem. Remember, even under Graham Potter, where people said he's not a number 6, he's not a DM, he's not. You have to play him as a number 8 or whatever. It always changes depending on the final result.
Oz, do you guys realize that even Palmer is utterly selfish because he thinks he has an imposition? He's taking Caicedo off, obviously. Now you think that Palmer has become selfish because he thinks he's better than everybody, and he's the one that has to score our goals. So even when Nkunku is through right now, he doesn't pass the ball. He always cut through and try all of the things that he would not dare do at City. Because he will have to pass for him to get a chance to play.
They just scored 3-1.
We finished.
You know what I mean? The things that he would dare do.
Caicedo is out and Jackson came on.
We're finished.
People, game over. Goodbye, Mr. Whatever his name is. Pochettino is not a coach, man. Pochettino, I don't know because listen, you don't need a coaching badge, okay, to do the simple common sense in football. We all played football on the street. Sometimes it's simple. Keep it simple. Game over, people. When
all they did was run and score and shoot. That's it. That's all we've done today. They just run and shoot.
Yeah. We can't even run with the ball. It's really all they do is when they get the ball is positive. No passing on the side. Everybody's running to them. Shoot. The goal they just scored. They just run past our players. They just run past.
They just run past everybody.
39-year-old man. He couldn't run with the ball. He couldn't run with him.
Okay.
And he's supposed to be the one with the spear. And he passes a quick little pass. And there's a ball in the net.
Silva got
After
exposed
£1 billion.
Silva couldn't keep up the third goal there.
He got outrun. He couldn't keep up. And that is emblematic of the
People's
whole
Republic. Remember the day I told you. Remember the day I said The day that Thiago Silva will leave the club, we will get hit with drive-bys, goals left and right. Remember I mentioned that?
That's true. I remember. Yeah.
And look at the goals
Silva.
we're conceding. Now we're making this goalkeeper look poor.
It's really a shame. It's really a shame. Wolf is defined, and I mean, like, it's really, it's oh my goodness. This is really sad that a current Chelsea fan is witnessing this. And like everybody says, it's not because we don't have resources. We spent money than the entire Bundesliga this past summer. The entire Bundesliga is spent. This is the story of our lives right now. It's incredible. And he's sitting down. The coach is sitting down. He has no clue what is going on. And everybody else is quiet in that stadium because it is you cannot explain. It's inexplicable. You cannot explain what is going on to the club.
Almost 4-1. Almost. Jesus. Fucking Chelsea is shit, man. So shit. It's so shit.
Chelsea used to buy players from big clubs and bring them to our football club. Now we shopping in Brighton.
Oh my God.
We shopping in all these middle team clubs. And then we bring a coach from Tottenham. Oh, I like our owners.
This is going to be the state of affairs for the next 2 to 3 years, gentlemen. Distinguished.
That is where I beg to differ. If you come in, if you bring a coach that has a sense of what is going on and plug the holes that are in this team and sit the ones that need to be sit down so that the ones that really want to play can play, and then he's able to at least do something with the players that we have. Look at what we've done to £115 million player who just walked off when we are down by 2-1, and then as soon as he walks off, he will score again.
And Liverpool were in the same situation that we was in.
Yeah, and
but this guy brought in club. They brought in an elite coach.
Yeah, but remember they had
Pochettino, not a Graham Potter.
They had Michael Edwards as their sporting director, so they were able to find the correct players which fit Jurgen Klopp's style of play, which plugged those holes. We don't have a functioning sporting director or director.
No, we do. It's because they're following the instructions of the owner. We need under 25s.
Really?
No. But
you think those sporting directors are really doing it?
There are, this is a cop out. There are under 25s that are performing elsewhere, though. Guys, I feel like regardless of the mentality of the new administration and CEO, you have 25 plus people underneath you that you are asked to work with and make sure you prepare them to win football matches. That's all the coach is supposed to do. If the coach was doing it right and we were screaming by, look at what Manchester United is not able to outright sack their coach, because every now and then he will give them a win, or even he continues to give them a win amidst they are playing at home right now and they are scoring, because and we all know that they have huge problems, right? But they are at least winning football matches. It dwarfs the other problems you have. When on the field, the fans are happy and the players feel good about themselves. But this coach is making our problems behind the scenes look even more a bit bigger than it really is. We do have problems behind the scenes, but the way we play adds on to it because we have no happiness. Once at least what the spectators are able to, the fans are supposed to see is okay. We don't want to know what is behind the scenes, and normally that feel-good factor helps. But you have 25 players. Work with them. Make sure you set them up. Let me tell you this: a lot of soldiers go to war without having an idea how to shoot a gun to kill another human being. You know what they do to them? They put them in a camp. They give them music to listen to. They tell you that other person is a rat. They are an enemy. Go kill them. And you set their minds up mentality-wise, and they go and do the job.
Yes, but brother Victor, they're going to war, and they're setting up their mentality to do what? To win the war, to go and fight, die on that field, and bring victory. Our players are not doing that.
No, but the leadership does that to the play. I just gave you
Instead, they're
that
dodging
metaphor.
bullets.
I just gave you that metaphor. I just gave you
Fuck
that metaphor.
instrument.
No, listen, I just gave you that metaphor because I just wanted to tell you what leadership can do. Why is it that a few people that are politicians can motivate an entire country of millions, hundreds of millions to go to war? Because they give you that sense that you need to do it. It's life and death. The leadership matters. This man cannot lead this group to do anything. Nothing. And the coach matters. Coaching is crucial in the modern
It's
game.
important.
Especially,
Very, very important.
yeah, it's crucial in the modern game. Especially when you depend,
Oh,
you need wings.
God, man.
Jesus, don't tell me it's full.
Oh Lord, I hate this. I hate this coach. I hate this team. I hate all these players. To hell with them.
Oh my goodness. So what is it now? Is it 4?
No, it's
Just people pass. They're making
don't
they go.
Don't call the ambulance.
Oh Lord.
Still on need 3. It's
I am
honorable,
cut
right?
all these players. All of them should just have injury. I don't care no more.
Hey.
I don't
Let's get rid of the coach.
Let's know this season is over.
Pochettino out. Everybody, let's go on Twitter.
You know. This
To be honest, now I need the Mourinho. I need the Mourinho.
This Chelsea team, right? This Chelsea team has shown us why actually performance should be attached to your salary, your wages. If performance was attached to their wages and these guys are going to not go unpaid for a week or two, we will see something else. Now he's making changes. He's about to make changes of people that probably should have started the game, but he has no vision. He would like to go out there, and if it is going bad, he try to make the changes that we need to make. Sterling is not a player that will win us anything. Sterling is not a player that will win us anything. I'm telling you this right now. If Sterling doesn't play another game for Chelsea, I'll be fine. I don't care what kind of goals he provides every now and then. Sterling is not good enough.
So what's the difference between Modric and Sterling? What's the difference between Modric and Sterling?
Modric is learning from Sterling.
Shit upon shit for the past 4 months.
I wanted to say,
calm down, brother. Calm down. Don't give you a heart attack. Have a drink.
It's a heart attack performance, though. It's a heart attack performance.
I've been seeing, to be honest, yeah, I've been seeing shitty football at Chelsea. This is the worst shit. This is the worst shit I've ever seen in my whole life.
Oh my God, Chelsea! It's
This
really
is the worst shit I've ever seen in my whole life. Like if I had a sniper, I'll start shooting all of them away. Just to make them angry I am right now. These motherfuckers are lucky I'm not more living in England because I know no.
And you see how quickly they're removing the starch out of Nkunku. So he's ready to subbed as welcome to Chelsea, my friend.
We make a world-class player become shit. This coach will make a world-class player become shit. If you want it. Lord.
Before Nkunku, man, he didn't deserve it.
Yeah, but also, guys, these owners brought in high school players.
To
turn into world class. How are you supposed to do that? Look at all these
high school students, that's right.
High school students. So you brought them here to win a Premier League. Oh my goodness!
That's right.
They messed up our club. It's their fault.
That's true. It's true.
We cannot just put the blame on coaches too, but they messed up our football club. These youth are not gonna do it.
No, but some of them can play. These guys came.
They can play, but they will have limits.
No, they can play.
They will have limits.
No, I know, but there are youngsters that are scoring amazing goals and playing in other teams. I know they are supported by experience. No. They are supported by experience.
United. Like, come on.
Every other top 6 has youngsters that are doing very, very well right now. They have youngsters.
But
they are not dominated. No, they are not dominated by youngsters. I'll give you that. But our team is not also all poor. You know what I mean? Chilwell is not his first rodeo. Silva, you all keep putting him in the game. That is not his first rodeo. I know that we are prone to injuries, but you have players that you haven't given them the fair chances to do well. You know what I mean? If you keep playing,
you cannot have an entire team full of youth.
Playing Sterling, if you keep playing Sterling and Sterling is not going to give you anything, that's the problem. It's not about just the fact that they use.
thinking Pulisic, Mason Mount, Kai Havertz, Jorginho were the problem, but at least they won us the Champions League. Now, with the money that we spent to get like perfect players, they are putting us.
But that's a good example. Look at Pulisic. He's in the top 4 in AC Milan. He's mixed with he's mixed with what? Grown men. Experience.
Players.
Now Pulisic's not looking average over there. He's looking like a great player again.
Yeah,
just because he's mixed with experience.
That's true.
That is an unfair comparison. That's Italian football and EPL. The slow tempo there. Pulisic, when was he ever fit? Come on.
Look at Jorginho at Arsenal. He barely played games, but he's in the top 4.
The problem with this team is that, let me tell you, the problem with this team is that, 1, coaching, 2, the fans put these players above what they are. Like calling Conor Gallagher a world-class midfielder, calling this player a world-class this team. We need to start defining what a world-class is and what an average player is and what a poor player is.
Ben Chilwell, I could take his position. I'm telling you this right now.
Ben Chilwell is finished. The best of Ben Chilwell was against Juventus. It's done.
He's finished. We agree. He's finished. I agree with you 1,000%. He can't stay fit. If he can't stay, best ability is being availability. But going back to Pulisic, play 1 game, out 3 games. It's the same syndrome as fucking Reece James.
You just don't get the problem.
It's
we
like
are
I
trying
told
to
you.
make a point here where you lot came here and say all of them are bad.
Hey, what is great for number 4? Number 4.
Ruben Loftus-Cheek playing out of positions is a problem. Callum Hudson-Odoi was the problem. Such and such was the problem. That's the problem. In general, we're not talking about, because he went to Italy, that's why it's that way. That is your own theory. But what we're saying is losing those key elements that we all call flop here. They are not good enough for Chelsea Football Club. And we brought the players that were supposed to be perfect, the missing pieces, because we spent a lot of money, so they're going to win us everything. This is the reality. So I'm talking in general here. It has nothing to do with just one individual. But how the hell everybody that leaves Chelsea, they go somewhere, they do good. What are you going to say about even Datro Fofana, who is scoring?
2 goals at Burnley.
Two goals at Burnley. That's the problem.
Can I say something?
He's
Can I
playing his
jump in
rightful
here?
position at AC Milan.
Can I jump in here?
Yes,
you just talked about
Yeah,
players
go
who
ahead.
left and someone's doing well. Look at
Hudson-Odoi is scoring. Hudson-Odoi is scoring.
Romelu Lukaku.
Let's him
what is his name? The guy that used to play for us who's now Luton. Luton. I forgot his name.
Ross Barkley.
Ross Barkley is scoring. Everybody else is scoring.
Go on, Andrew. Go on.
No, that's all the point I wanted to make. You know, as you mentioned, Hudson-Odoi and Ross Barkley. I was talking about Romelu Lukaku, but you gave me some better examples
But
there
all
as well.
these players, though, they in the team mixed with, players with experience. Hudson-Odoi is scoring goals because he's playing with men.
I think we
But
were
at
very
Chelsea, it's a whole
brutal on
youth.
getting rid of all of them. Because there was something they did good to win us even the Champions League. So the disrespect that I see in the Chelsea community especially.
You know what's so bad? Even though we used to shout Koulibaly. Can you imagine, from Disasi, we are buying from Koulibaly, we went all the way down to Disasi. Can you imagine? God.
It's okay.
Who caused Chelsea?
Well, guys, this game, I don't see
just
us going back, really.
Oh, no. But, this is what I'm saying. Imagine if this was City. City will be fighting. They will be in front of their goal post and they will be doing... of course, City is too high. City is 2 or 3 levels above us. So we don't even want to talk about it. But imagine if it was one of our... the people that we wallow around in midfield for mid-table with, they will still be fighting very hard. Chelsea, has given up. Look, Silva is giving up the ball right in the 18-yard box, and he's struggling. And he is supposed to be our so-called experienced player. Wolves is having a field day with us at Stamford Bridge.
Penalty.
It's incredible.
Penalty to Wolves.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Penalty to Wolves. That is so clear as night and day. That was just so clumsy from Gusto. That is just amateurish. That really, you don't in the box.
What's that penalty?
Yeah, that is just so amateur. That's Sunday League penalty.
Penalty.
Sunday League stuff. So really, Sunday League defending. You know, you don't lunge
It's
into
gonna be 4-1 in a minute.
So another 4-1 then. Another 4-1. One from
Yeah.
Liverpool and one from Wolves. Oh,
This is a
fantastic.
game. Yet another
Wonderful.
game lost due to poor tactics. I mean, you should have known that.
You know, the big problem here now is that, like, I'll be honest. We have a youth team that, let me tell you when they're going to look like, you know, the best players in the world. They're going to look like the best player in the world when Arsenal, probably the entire team retires. When Saka
He got the
retires.
ball, though.
When Kevin De Bruyne retires, that's when we're going to have, the best players in the league or something. But the problem here right now, Chelsea Football Club, all these games that we are losing, we're going to ruin these players. Because they're
you're
lost.
right.
I don't
You're
even think
right.
that they are playing for the coach anymore, to be honest. It looks like they are trying to get him out.
We brought in world-class players who's supposed to be the next big thing. But look at the way we're losing. How? We've ruined them. Like my brother in UK said, we've ruined it. It's done. Look at Enzo Fernandez. This summertime, you probably gonna look for his visa to go to Real Madrid.
Now Enzo Fernandez can go wherever he wants. I don't want him around here anymore. Anyway.
But
So
who's gonna
it's-
sign up for Chelsea? We've had this problem since last summer.
No, it's our disloyalty also matters. I mean, if you have people if you are going to deal with youngsters, then deal with youngsters that you are actually bringing up yourself. We have an academy.
We've
If you're
ruined
going to
them.
deal with youngsters, don't put any pressure on them by putting 100 million pounds tag on
Victor,
them.
even these youngsters that we brought, right? They're in the bench being ruined. Look
Maybe
at
missed the
these two
penalty, you know.
midfielders. Look at the Brazilian youth kid. He went on the loan,
They
wasted.
score, it's 4-1.
This is embarrassing, this man. End the stream. End the stream.
No. I
Oh,
you have the stream.
No.
Chelsea cannot take
No, we can't end the stream. We need to console.
He missed the penalty.
We have to face it though. We have to face
They
it.
score.
We have to face these days so that if it turns around, we can
can
tell.
laugh one day.
He missed it.
We can laugh one day. Remember these days.
He missed it.
Exactly. We have to face it. We don't have to run away from it. Face
The
the way
project.
it's going. People are leaving the stadium now.
Right.
Let us face it, and
He missed it.
especially with what the coach
are
will say
late.
when it's done.
Oh.
4-1
So,
again.
we've
two
ruined
weeks
the
in a row.
project. Look at all these youth players that we've signed. We've ruined them.
Yeah.
He went to Nottingham Forest, got 0 minutes. We just took a player from Leicester City back. That youth guy for no reason. He's in the bench. Look what is going in Leon.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Nice knowing you. I'll see you guys next season. I'm done with this thing.
Hey, next season.
I'm done with
It's
this
gonna be a
thing.
next season.
We need to console each other. We need to support each other. Don't go.
Before you go, does it reach a stage that Pochettino should be sacked in the morning?
He should be sacked right now.
Oh, yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
he should be sacked right now. He should be sacked right now. If they don't start Pochettino and bring in Mourinho, I'm telling you, there's something wrong with this Todd Bowley because this motherfucker is in the Grammys right now.
He's doing Grammys tonight. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but he's not even managing the affairs anymore these days. I think he's left it with his subordinate or whoever was behind him. Now,
But it's all good. It's all good. I'm done with Chelsea. I can't take this pain no more. I'm done with them. To hell with those players. To hell with those players. To hell with Pochettino. To hell with him.
It's really sad. It's really, really sad.
You know what he's
I detest what he stands for. I hate this motherfucker. What he stands for.
Oh Lord! Don't get a heart attack.
My nephew, Oaks, my little nephew, he's 9 years old. He said, "Why are you still supporting them?"
All of them should just they should just have injury.
After £1 billion.
Motherfucker.
£1 billion. It's really, we have been the talk that everybody will say this kind of experiment We will anytime anybody talk about experiment, they will use Chelsea as an example of how these things should not be tried. Now we have set all kinds of records by what we have done this season. And to have this coach who has no spine to do this to us. It's all
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
it's
brother.
amazing.
Absolutely
Everybody will use us as an example of things not to
Yes,
do.
very much so.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Moving forward.
100%.
It's really a sad day.
We're the textbook.
Big time.
We're the
We are the
what don't do.
instructions.
Don't do what Chelsea does.
The instructions.
Man, the
Boy, they
for
freaking
followers.
Wolves. The freaking Wolves are singing goodbye, na 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 na, because freaking hell, they are singing. I'm not even joking, because people are leaving Stamford Bridge. They are singing na 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 na. Oh, goodbye to us.
Goodbye.
Yeah, but I agree with you though. I think that at this point, I think it's the players.
Oh, hey, they
are
scored.
not
Chelsea
even playing
scored. Who was that? Jackson. Oh, hey, nice one.
Look at the Wolves players. They're smiling. How you play Chelsea Stadium and you smile?
Silva scored. Okay. Okay, at least he'll make
We are going to mark a comeback. We have 4 minutes.
The comeback is on. The comeback is on.
If I was one of these Chelsea
We have
players, right, I would take that point.
62% possession for nothing.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you for
62% of the possession, about 80% of that 62 was between Thiago Silva, Disasi, and the midfield. And they all passes among themselves back there. And it didn't start with Thiago Silva. It started even with what is it called? James and all of those people. They just passed among themselves. The possession is what we do. It's the safe passes. We don't do anything serious. It's always safe passes.
Any word about Thiago Silva, your brother, scoring a goal?
Oh, who cares? Who cares? I mean, he scores a goal. If this was a 1-0, I would still not even worry about it. I would still not even praise him. If you score 1 goal when you are down by 4-1, but you play the ball amongst yourselves for 60% of the time of the game, of which 80% of the time of it, you are playing it in the back. You're not even over the line on your opponent.
I bet you Thiago Silva feel like Superman right now. He feels like I got a point to prove.
It's crazy. It's really sad. It's really sad. I mean, Palmer cannot take this team on his shoulder. The guy is 21 years old. He scores a goal. He scores a goal to lift us up, and then everything comes down.
Penalty against who?
Should be to Chelsea there. That was a clear penalty on Gallagher. But okay, this is what happened.
Please, I think it's time that we sell Gallagher. Gallagher gotta go. I love his efforts, but it's just no. He has to go somewhere else and develop.
Yeah, that should
because
be
I bet you once Gallagher go to Tottenham because he's playing with men, this guy's gonna look like prime Kevin De Bruyne.
Gallagher doesn't have to go to Tottenham. He was at Palace and he was around people that will make him shine. And he was with the coach that put him in a place for him to shine. And he scored 8 goals minimum. And his name was being mentioned after ball after ball after ball after ball. He doesn't have to go to Tottenham to shine.
How is that not a penalty?
They are deployed.
Because of Chelsea, how are you even surprised that the penalty is not given?
How is that not a penalty?
Any other team is a penalty.
Exactly. You make your own luck.
Not a penalty?
If we have played well, probably if we were ahead, we'll still get more goals from that. They think we are desperate. We want to go from not doing the work. You know, you don't create luck with playing any way you want, and then the last 5 minutes you want these kinds of decisions to fall your way.
Come on, guys, let's go. Let's go. Let the comeback.
Really,
we still have
really
5 minutes or more than that to go. Come on.
No, we have to make it respectable. They probably might add 3 or 4 minutes. If we can score 1 more goal, then maybe we can make it respectable. Because 4-1 was a horrible thing. 4-1 back-to-back weeks. It's just too much. So at least if you can score 4-3, you can score 3 to make it 4-3. I will take that home. It's still a defeat, but at least it's not that bad. Our goal difference.
Manchester United beat Wolves the last game. 3. They scored 4-3 the last minute. So why not us? Let's go.
They run though. Any team that runs will score. Any team that runs, we just get the ball, and the safest of passes is what we do. Gallagher just got the ball right now, and I saw him has a lot of space. He looked to the side and passed it to Disasi. He could have moved the ball forward and destabilized their defense. Oh, the guy's coming after us. What do? No, we pass to the side. So no defense is threatened. We pass and pass and
That's
pass.
why I said I will make into this Chelsea team.
It's so predictable.
It's
And this is
so
something that
basic.
a coach should tell the Gallagher, you are being the one that I pick every single game. When you get the ball and you have space, run at them and shoot. That is all I want you to do. If you don't do that, I'll take you out of the game. If he goes out there and doesn't do that, take him out. And people, if the English media ask you, why did you take our darling Gallagher out? Tell him I gave him an instruction, he didn't perform it, so I don't think he was having a good day. You stand for something as a coach. This man doesn't say anything for us as members of this the fan club to be proud of him. And it's not saying that he should be mean, he should be doing these things, but this is a result-based business. And he's not giving us the result, yet he's not telling us anything to make us feel like there's any result in the horizon. Nothing. Because the same thing keeps happening every week.
All these Wolves players have a full beard. And look at Chelsea, man. Youth. We done. It has to go, bro. The coach has to leave. He has to leave. This is poor
brother,
tactic,
who would you
and
bring
he's
in?
ruining
Who
our
do you
team.
think would bring in now? Who would you bring in as a manager?
Xavi Alonso is going to be available. Thomas Tuchel is going to be available.
Oh, no, this is
Mourinho is
not even
available.
Mourinho. If I were the leaders, right, I will get the phone number. I know he doesn't want to do it because he has but I will get the phone number of Zidane and tell him, what do you want? I'll give it to you.
Zidane's going to Liverpool.
I will tell him, what do you want? I will give it to you. I will give you anything you want.
Right.
For you to come and see if it is possible for
Jackson,
anybody to change.
how's that not a penalty?
Yeah. 2 times
How's
we
that not
got
a
the
penalty?
penalty that was not given. 2 times.
Because it's Chelsea, man. Why are you even...
Yeah, they are looking at it. It's a penalty
How's
there.
that not a penalty?
Look at.
No, he pushed him though.
There's nothing to look at.
What you gonna say?
They
We
just
played
pushed
on?
him. He just pushed him. You know, what is his name? He just fell. What is his name will not stay on his feet. He's just,
Gallagher too.
Yeah.
The goalkeeper is down. You missed that chance? Hey.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they called him professional.
They've added 10 minutes to it. See what we do with that. It's crazy. Oh my God.
Let me be honest. Even if you score 4 goals or 5 goals, I'm not celebrating this bullshit.
No,
Like,
but
this is,
yeah. I mean,
come
of
on.
course, the fan base want to keep a respectable position in the league table because we can't keep losing like this. But we know that there's problems. I mean, come on. Even from now until the end of the season, if we start scoring, right, and we start winning games, there are still huge problems that we have to deal with. You know. Chukwuemeka gets the ball, pushes forward, his huge frame runs forward, and then it panics everybody. You get what is his name? Sterling gets the ball, doesn't do anything with it, and then he gets to play before Chukwuemeka. That's what it is.
So, brother Henry, can I ask you? You said you mentioned Zidane. Can Zidane work with youngsters? Is he a
It doesn't,
bro. It don't even matter.
Zidane will
get rid of all of them.
Zidane would tell, even if he's gonna get rid of some, right? The ones that are here will be like, oh my God, this is Zidane, the guy who heads people in the World Cup. He's not gonna get. He's not gonna
You don't want to get red butted.
Yeah, he's gonna hit us if we don't perform. Not this coach that paces back and forth and doesn't say anything.
This Sassy, come here.
Yeah. Oh God.
Oh dear.
We need somebody with a spine, my gosh. Find this coach. Tell him, what do you want? Let this be our experiment. Let's show the world that we can make it happen with youngsters. And then give him whatever he wants. Build him a mansion. Put him in the middle of London. Our coach is standing there. Their coach, up by 4-2, is still yelling at them. That is the difference. Yeah, it's the difference. And you think that our coach can yell at Silva? He's so scared of Silva. He is so scared of Sterling.
Josh, my brother, are you here just to put the final nail in the coffin?
No,
What do you want, bro?
What are you doing
I
here,
thought you are my friend. You coming here
what
just
is
to
Tottenham
punch
doing
me
here?
in the face again?
Nah. I just wanted to ask what's happening in the game. I'm not really watching it. What's happened? 4-2.
We are getting dismantled. We are
Dismantle
playing.
is kind. It's
It,
kind. We are getting murdered, massacred.
Oaks.
Yes, sir.
Timo Werner. Huh?
Yeah.
He had a 4.1. What you call it? GP or whatever it's called?
Yeah, XG
GPs,
stuff.
yeah.
XG. And Timo Werner at Tottenham. The guy who was poor at Chelsea Football Club. Who can even pass the ball?
He's playing football under Ange. That is the football that Werner is. That is his football there, Ange ball, because it's quick moving pace, bam, bam, bam. So, what the point are you trying to make here?
I think Josh maybe
Since we
wants
have
to
a
swap.
Tottenham Hotspur over here, what do you think about Timo Werner?
Look, you
Whole
wait.
book about Timo Werner.
Give him some time, and you'll see why exactly we signed him. You know, when he was playing at Chelsea, like I said this obviously multiple times on the stream, that he wasn't in the correct system. But here at Tottenham, you can see that Werner, I don't know if you're watching any Tottenham games, but when Tottenham are playing, Werner is making 4, 5, 6 runs every single game and he's not getting the ball. Once Maddison, Udogie and Richarlison see those runs by Werner, you will start to see goals. And let's not pretend, that we'll that Werner's being crap right now. Let's be serious.
No,
yeah?
he had an assist already. He's participating his own way, creating space and all that. Just people just care about the goal, but I don't care even about the goal. I think he's gonna be very good.
Yeah, mate. I just came in here just to say, look, a bit annoying for your sake, 4-2. I'm gassed with the 4-2, but yeah, big up. Subscribe to this channel, lads. Subscribe to
Thanks, my brother,
this
man.
channel.
Go
Can
check
I just
on
ask the young gentleman?
I'm hearing an
Can I just ask
advice
the young
from
man?
Tottenham.
Would you like to swap managers? Hell
no.
Take Pochettino agent. Agent Pochettino back, bro. Take him back because I think
we'll give you a cut price. We'll give you a bargain.
Alright, have a good one, lads. Good
You
luck.
guys
Good one. Thank you so much,
guys.
brother. Thank you.
I can't believe this.
thought
I never
you came
knew
here
a day
to
would
punch
come.
me in the face again. I'm already down. Okay? So people leave me alone. I'm already down, okay? So and
From Tottenham Hotspur giving us advice.
he's gone.
Look at
A
Poch
player
on
from
the
Tottenham
sideline.
Hotspur is giving us advice.
Look at Poch on the sidelines there. He
finished.
looks like a broken man. He looks like a broken man. Look at him. Look at him. He just looks like a broken
but
man.
the
He
problem is
But that is
well,
his fault, though. It's his
the
fault.
end
It's
of
his
the
fault.
game.
He's not. He doesn't have. I don't know if they have that roundtable meeting where they discuss these players and discuss what they can do to be successful. I think they do, but I think that he is
No, they
so
don't.
weak.
They
He
don't.
has no spine at all. Because if he does do that, then we have a really bad coach. Because I mean, what is he going to say to these performances? What is he going to utter from that mouth of his? An incoherence that he always gives us when he speaks. What is he going to say from this performance? Right? With a
Victor.
4-1, he's like they were better than us.
You know
And
what?
is he going to say it again?
Last week when we lost against Liverpool, there was a link that said the players were concerned about what Pochettino was demanding from them against Liverpool, or something like that.
They don't even understand. Like
right,
the
they
problem
didn't
is
understand.
even
like
a
that.
journalist, when they ask him a question, he completely responds something else.
Something
because
different.
he didn't get the English. Nobody translates it, and he gives you an answer that he think he heard.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if even the players can even hear
they don't
his
understand him.
instructions.
Exactly. So he goes out there, he puts them on the page, and they are all on their own. Because if we cannot understand him, do you think the players do? No. He is incoherent. I mean, the thing is, it's not a language barrier. He could find somebody that could explain exactly what he means. And his own body language 80% of communication is non-verbal.
Then he's gonna be like, oh, we have to feel it. It's
80% of
good
communication is
it's
non-verbal.
good to feel
Your
it.
body,
It's good to
your
feel
body,
it.
yes,
So it's
your
good.
body language.
What's good to
Even if
feel
you-
it after freaking losing a game?
Exactly.
It's good to feel it. It's good.
Our players are short.
Yeah.
They're not physical. Like,
No, yeah,
what are you
they
talking
are not
about?
physical. They are not athletes. Our players are not athletes. You can
That's his
pull it all of them
responsibility.
from Silva to Palmer, all of them. Maybe Chukwuemeka, but they all have also tiny little frames. You know what I mean? You can push Chukwuemeka down anytime you want because he's a tiny little frame. They need time to be able to get better. You know, so I am telling you this, except for Disasi, and I'm not saying because he's big and thick and tall, but we are not athletes. So
big and thick
our
and
game,
tall.
All
you know,
right.
our game.
Mr. Loop, are you there? Loop.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Crazy.
Good morning, sir. Real quick, I wanted to ask you guys, what do you guys think about the owner? Do you think he regrets purchasing this this club?
No, he doesn't. Bro, he's making money.
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys that.
I don't understand when you say he's making money. We need to cough up £100 million within the next 4 months. And you really think he's making money? I mean, I don't understand where
he wants.
money
He's going to
maybe.
sell the youth. He's
Yeah,
going to sell
maybe.
all the
No. If you sell the, you still have to balance the account. You have to know how FFP works. We are not right now. They are not making any money at all from the team, from the club. They will when the club appreciates, because every single year they evaluate the club and they tell you bought it for 2.5, but now it's what 3 point something billion because of assets and because of the venue, and sometimes they add also the value of the players. Right this second, they are not getting any real money from the club. They anticipating that within 10 years. That's why they also gave him a clause.
The game just ended, people. The game
Yeah,
ended.
you don't sell the club until after 10 years. After 10
we
years,
are
it will be
forced to sell Enzo Fernandez at one point, even Caicedo, if you want to make that money back, because we
but we won't do that though.
We have
we won't do that.
and other more midfielders who needs to come and play. I
Yeah,
think
but we won't do
what
that
it's
though.
gonna look like.
We won't do that though because of the simple reason that we're going to lose the tremendous. But Chelsea is used to that. I mean, we bought what is it called? We bought Lukaku for how much? And we are now begging to get what? How much back? We are used to. How much we bought? We buy Kepa for. Kepa is now a loss. We bought all these players that we buy them a lot and then we sell cheap. Everybody knows that is Chelsea's mantra, and we thought that this particular group will come in and change that culture. But now everybody knows that a player that will cost 40 million somewhere will be charged, will be plastered with 80 million for us. And we will buy them because we are desperate. We only go on the market when we are in need of something. And everybody, the whole world knows, the whole world of football knows that we need it. So obviously the price is what? We have price gouging for us, and we accept it. It is not necessarily the problem of these owners. They have come in and they've invested. If you tell me that they didn't invest, I would say no, you are wrong.
Okay,
it is the problem. It is a problem of the coach.
Lend Mr. Victor so I can say something. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Victor, lend, and then I will say something after that.
No, I'm done. Let's move on.
All right,
it's what it is.
Andrew, go.
Yeah.
Go. Andrew, are you still there? Yes.
Oh, yeah. What I was saying is that, yes, they've invested, but have they invested correctly? That's the point I was trying to make. They haven't invested correctly. You can't be buying all of these youngsters and ignoring your main squad. This is part of the reason why we're in the position where we are, because they bought all these
high schoolers.
You know?
Yes.
To come and play in the Premier League.
Every week we're hearing about a new Brazilian wonderkid or Ecuadorian wonderkid and so on.
Every time we lose.
Every time we lose.
A youth is being signed.
But guys, the thing is this. The question you have to ask yourself once you pose your question is that, can anybody do any better with these players? If we are sanctioned right now and we never get to buy another player, right? I remember when the year we couldn't buy any player, Lampard did something. The only reason why there's a problem here is because every single time Caicedo touches the ball, we want to see £100 million in there. We can't. Fine. We have to count our losses. But if we were to start from the basics, a leader should come and do a press conference and tell us, you know what, this is where we are. This is what the players can do. This is what I will try and bring out of them. Not just a nebulous what is it called? This thing that he says, oh, we need time. What does that mean? He comes in and say we need time, and then we win tomorrow, and he's like, oh, Gallagher is the best player in the world. It's all confusing. You have to call a spade and tell us where we are at, what can we get out of them. And I believe, I trust you, this is my last point. I'm telling you today that if you get a better manager, we can squeeze whatever talent that motivate the price tag of these players. We can squeeze that out. Right now, we are not squeezing that out because the leadership is poor, period. And it's not the leadership that didn't invest money in us. Don't say that. It's not about the ownership. You have where you are.
Distinguished. You see, I'm learning from Andrew. I've been here for 6 hours. We're gonna try to conclude this show here. I'm dead. 3 o'clock in the morning is the time that I woke up today, right? So I'm gonna go ahead, and if you are in position of like power, a Chelsea Football Club right now, like what will be your first decision to make toward like the manager, because the first guy to pay for all is gonna be him, and the players, where we go from here. So let's listen first of all from Mr. Messi's brother, because he hurt Chelsea and we hurt him, and we are Chelsea. We're gonna go back. We're gonna come back. What is the problem and what is your solution?
So real quick, I think you guys are in the same situation as last year. There's no point of changing or firing the coach right now. I get it. You bring in the new coach, let him settle with the new players, but you guys are spending money like it fucking grows in trees. I think just keep until the end of the season, let it finish, ride it out. Next season, start off with the new coach, Mourinho back. Who knows? You know, that's what I'm thinking.
All right. So a new coach, according to this Messi's brother. Okay, let me go around. Le Français Dave, if you are in position of charge tonight, what you do?
We need to change our policy. If our policy is failing, this is the first thing we need to do. And second, we need to give a coach power to bring in the players to fit his system. Because clearly, we just bought a bunch of players coming from high school, and then we hired a coach to say make the impossible. That is not how it works. When we look at these successful clubs, so firing the coach is like starting another season over. Because that coach also is going to come all the way January and end up in the 10th position and say, oh, our players are short, our players is this. No. If we want to keep Pochettino, give him the players he wants. But bringing another new coach in means at one point we're going to have to give the new coach his own players also in the summertime, which is a difficult situation. So it's...
I know it's not my turn here, but I want to ask a quick question.
It's hard.
I know it's not my turn. I want to ask a quick question. What do you mean by give him players he wants? He was a custodian of £400 million. The transfer we just made, some of them passed through him. He was there when we were buying these players left and right. Except for Nkunku and the rest that were done before.
Are we sure that was his signing?
Yes.
Yes.
And even if he wasn't, he's a coach for a reason. Folks, what is this give people what they want? So you want to tell me that every single time,
because it's a good player.
Every single time you get a coach, you have to suck all these investments you've already made? And then what is the point of them being coaches? I mean, they are footballers, for Christ's sake. They are international footballers.
When we look at Liverpool, Jurgen Klopp, when he came into Liverpool, with these players that were already there, every season they disappeared one by one. Why? Because he couldn't make the impossible with these players that were already rusted and done.
But you
now,
could
when you
see
look at
the
Liverpool
promising
today,
factor, though. And right now, if Klopp was to be at Liverpool right now, and it was happening right now like that, the game advances. We think that everything else stays the same. The game advances. The pressure that was there 5 years ago is not the same as the pressure that's there today. There's more pair of eyes. The pressure today is more. Yes. You cannot call yourself a high. The level is high. Everybody's expectations are high, especially when you have invested this much money.
Okay,
Chelsea's already
Mr.
invested
Victor,
in
I
our
will
players.
come back to you so you conclude. Let me conclude with Le Français Dev because he's been with me for a long time here. Mr. Le Français, anything you want to say? Do you even think that we can win this freaking Carabao Cup, or we need a manager bounce? What is your conclusion for the show? I will be back at some point.
Yeah.
But,
I would say, I mean, I don't know how we're gonna win this cup, honestly. So the owners need to make up a big decision. Either sack him and bring an elite coach, or keep him. But either way, each decision comes with a big consequences. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for having me in the show.
Thank you
I'll
for
see
helping,
later.
my brother. Listen, take some rest and then come back when I'm back again here because I need some fresh air, really. People's Republic.
Yes, I have seen the sample size, as they say, is now big enough with Pochettino, is now big enough with Broja, is now big enough with whoever, to know that we can now see the ceiling of Pochettino, of his coaching, of how high or how low, depending on what eyes you look at it. And I'm sorry, but I don't mean to be mean to me.
You just say it. It's time to
I
go
don't
for
know.
him, right?
I even worse. Not only would I going to sack him, but I'm going to hire Thiago Silva as a middle, as we call a temporary coach until the end of the season, until they find a proper permanent coach. I know most people here they all hate Thiago Silva, but I think he's the ultimate professional and he's a born leader, you can see the born coach. Somebody like him, or John Terry, or somebody. But this with the Pochettino, the way we're going here, we're just treading water. We're not going anywhere. We're just going. The reputation.
We're drowning.
The reputation of the club has been tarnished. The name of Chelsea has been destroyed. Everything with all the last 18 years, 20 years we worked for to come up to that level there. We just been pulled way back. We're not even mid-table. We're the bottom half table team, and this is not where Chelsea. This is not where they belong, and this is just sad that we are hanging on to this guy here.
I don't wanna even know when the next game is and against who and in what competition. I just wanna turn blank. Right now. Don't even remind me. Oh, what's the next game? I don't care. Okay, leave me alone. All right, Mr. People's Republic. Thank you for helping. I'll be back, but.
Yes,
for
enjoy.
therapy. Right now, I just need to take the dog out. It's beautiful today, not so cold, no snow. So this is a perfect time for me to go to the nature, kind of just get some fresh air before I come here and gun down somebody. It is what it is. Mr. Victor, you conclude, and we're gonna go to Andrew and Henry and Mark. So we are out here, man. Yeah, out here, Mr. Victor.
It's a sad day. You could have predicted this, that any team can come here and run shots around us, at us and beat us like this and humiliate us like this in our own home, because we have a toothless, spineless coach and spineless players. It's really sad because some of us really care about this, and we look forward to our weekends being saturated with the thought of a team we love and enjoy. And we do everything we can to make sure we clear our schedule to see and enjoy these kinds of things. And then we are presented with this performance. So it's really a bad day. And it's been bad, Chelsea, joy that Chelsea gives you these days is not there. There's no joy at all, even when we win. The blame can go all around. Like we all said many times today, the blame can go around. But I believe so much that it starts from in the performance angle, not the money aspect, not the fiduciary responsibilities that anybody might have when it comes to the leadership, the owners. For me, I feel like if they hadn't put a dime in this club, I would go at them. They have put something. Howbeit they are kids, but kids. I thought the last time I checked, I thought this game was being played by between 18 and 27 years old is when you are at your prime. And we are right there on the cusp. We have players that should be able to do that. So if we are not getting it done, and some of these are international players that have shined in other capacities or other places, then it's our problem. So So for me, I feel like when it comes to the performance angle of things, the actual footballing issues, it is to do with the coach and what the coach says and what the coach demands from them matters. And we right now, you could say give him time because some circles are saying that, but I don't think we have that because before that time is over in this current game, we will be way down and out of picture. And once we get out of picture, it might be very hard for us to get back in. Nobody will care about that, no investment or anything like that. So, like you said, I'm going to turn around and look at our next game and still come back here and be tortured because I'm like the tortured wife, the bullied wife, the abused wife. I'll come again and support my team. But right now, we need to hear something in these next few days from the club. Some statement, something, even if nobody's head is being cut off for this or being laid on the platter for this, we should at least have a statement to tell us that something is seen here and some level of change is happening. And because of that, we can still, we should still hold on. So I'll leave you here. Thank you again for allowing us to vent our spleen. Like I say every single time, the platform is superb because I don't know where all of this energy and vent up anger would have gone if I didn't have this channel to throw it at. The TV would not take it. So at least somebody else is on the other end to listen to it and because you provide us with this platform. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, my
I'll
brother.
be on
Thank
again
you,
the
my
next time
brother.
you come.
Come back. Don't kill yourself. This is... Oh, what the hell? All right. Let me go to Mr. Andrew, say goodbye, and we're going to go Mr. Gordon and Mark to conclude the show. Mr. Andrew, bro, do you have any
yes,
hope
sir.
for me? Or you want me to keep on crying myself? No hope.
Don't cry, bro. Don't cry because they're not worth crying.
They don't worth
they're not giving us anything. So why should we cry for them? No, they're not giving us anything. I do want to know when the next match is.
I don't know. Don't tell me, please.
No, because I want to know that's when you're on. So when you're on, that's the only time that I can feel good and have some fun and get some genuine enjoyment when I'm speaking to you and the other esteemed and distinguished gentlemen on your panelist. You know, it's really very therapeutic to me. Now, in regards to our future, it's like I said before that I don't think it's going to take a long time before we ever see any ascendancy again. But I think no matter what, Pochettino will be gone. If not tomorrow, it's probably maybe by the end of the season. Because if they are going to bring somebody new in, and they do need to shift a lot of players, whoever they bring in, they need to liaise with whoever the new manager is going to be to get the players that he needs. Players that he needs to elevate the club to, I mean, it won't be overnight, but hopefully to the standards that we saw when Roman Abramovich was around. Because at this point in time, the name of Chelsea, the badge of Chelsea, is severely tarnished. And it's what's so shocking is that it's happened in such a quick period. You know, it was only 2020 that we won the Champions League and the Club World Cup, as well as the Super Cup as well. And to go like that from where till now,
like 50 years already.
Yeah, to just totally nosedive. You know, it's quite well, it's very sad. It's very sad. But we'll just keep on pressing forward. We're here to support each other. I'm always here to support you, the way you support us, for letting us vent our frustration. And it's always a pleasure to be on the stream with
Thank you for
you
helping,
guys.
brother. Thank you, man.
Yes, sir.
If I were to
Don't
you,
go,
I don't
don't.
know what I was going to do right now. But thank you so much.
We're all suffering together, so don't worry. We'll bear each other's pain. Okay.
That's great, man. Thank you so much for
have a good
helping
evening.
my brother Andrew, Mr. Gordon, and then Mr. Bamford Sport to finish. Gordon, come on, bro. Come on,
All right. Okay. Well, I was Pochettino out for a while now, so that hasn't changed. And
so you're waiting for the club statement. You know that blue.
I've been that blue thing that appears on your phone, like, okay, club statement. Yeah, I'm waiting for that.
Yeah, all right.
I've been waiting for that for more than a month now. But it didn't come, so One thing, this is as much as policy and as much as performance. So, with me, they should start. First, the coach has to go. Second, those two sporting directors off. Like, there should be one sporting director, one director of
It's a
football.
lot of confusion, isn't it?
And yeah, there's a lot of confusion. This person wants to brag that, oh, I'm the one who brought Lavia. Oh, I'm the one who brought Cole Palmer. So, no, there should be one. But not these guys, not any of them. And there should be a director of football, there should be a technical director, there should be a set piece specialist. Because we are really poor. But the coach has to go, and they have to revamp the way this team is. Like, you have to go a little bit out of that wage structure because you need to bring guys in. Osimhen is not going to take 100K a week, the same as Malang Sarr. He's not going to do that. So you have to break it. You still keep it, but you break it. You make exceptions. You bring in those few guys that will come and take the team to the next level. And what else am I going to tell you? Yeah. I mean, maybe more ideas will come. Yeah. Thank you for providing this platform. You know,
I'll be back for
Aziz
therapy. I'm gonna let
Aziz had every right. The screaming that Aziz did is the same screaming that I did behind the scenes. So he had every right to be that angry because it's really frustrating. And it's frustrating because you can see it. It's not like we need this team to be unpredictable because you can see it. You can see it happening, but you can't stop it. It's like you see a danger approaching, but you can't stop it. That's how Chelsea is. And you would expect a reaction after being battered by Liverpool, but still there's something in your mind that is telling you that it's not gonna happen. So, and it didn't happen. So again, thank you for allowing us to say this, and I hope you have a great rest of your day,
Take
brother.
care of the family and come back next time. Mark, conclude the show, man. I'm not rushing you or anything. Say what you wanna say and conclude the show.
Kindly give me that time. You know what? I believe the blame has to be going to everybody who is involved with Chelsea, including the supporters.
How?
And also,
Supporters? Are you?
Hold on, I will come to that. I'm going to explain myself. And also, I'm going to blame the UK government for targeting Chelsea Football Club for some time now.
Vladimir Putin also.
There is no fucking way you will just go for somebody. They even started the agenda before the whole war started. And the man couldn't even come to UK to run the football club. What was the agenda? What were they trying to achieve? And now, I believe they've been able to achieve whatever they wanted by selling the club to these good-for-nothing people. Like, somebody told me that these guys coming to Chelsea, you guys to fasten your seatbelt. When that person told me that, I didn't understand the whole concept.
Yeah.
But now I'm beginning to unravel some of the things, what they were trying to say. I don't care about $1 billion. What the heck do you even sack Thomas Tuchel? You could have maintained this guy, give him the $1 billion, let him build upon the team that we had before Thomas Tuchel left. And when these guys were trying to bring in guys, some of the supporters were happy that we're getting rid of some of our experienced players. Most supporters were happy. Most. I'm not going to say anything, but I believe most were happy that Mason Mount was leaving, Pulisic was leaving, Kante was leaving. Everybody was happy. You understand? And now look at the mess we are in. I don't care about the $1 billion they spent. If they really like the football club, they would have done something. They've taken so much of useless decision as football administrators or football owners. How on earth you sack Thomas Tuchel? That was the downfall for our team. And even if you want to help our football club, you wanted to spend 1 billion then the following season. Why didn't you give that money to the coach? Let him go for all the players he wants to build. And look at the mess right now. Look at the mess.
A big mess.
Last
really.
season we were at the 12th position. Now we've moved to 11. Nothing is going on. I believe people will blame coach. I also blame him because sometimes, technically, I believe he takes certain decisions. I don't really understand why he will be taking some of those decisions. He might not be the best coach for the job, but we can't also blame him entirely. And for the football players, if Drogba was playing like this, our football club would not entice them for them to join. They have to leave a legacy. They can't tell me that, hey, we are new, this and that. Those time is over. If they were babies by now, they will have teeth to bite. So I expect them to go into a game with all the necessary, anger or whatever they can do to make sure that they bring the results.
Yeah.
Like a player like Sterling, I've defended this guy for a long time.
Yeah,
And what even gets me mad is you mess a ball, then you'll be laughing. You don't show any seriousness. You don't show any anger. You don't show any energy. Why?
Nothing.
Why do you have to go through this?
Nothing. Yeah.
Nothing is working right now. Honestly, to cut the whole thing short, I think it's about time they write a statement. I don't care, because when Abramovich was here, until he gets it better, if you come, you mess up, you are leaving. I can no longer, defend Poch after losing both home and away to Wolves. Wolves we used to beat for fun. And 2 games, you've conceded 8 goals. I was watching the game clearly. Anytime Wolves get the ball, it can result in a goal. So just imagine you are playing with a very top side who can score anyhow. That means every chance they get, they can score. So what are you doing as a coach to save the situation? That is why I believe they have to let him go. It's about time he say goodbye to the job that he's doing. I don't care. Like right now, they have to go look for Gus Hennig.
Yeah, Gus Hennig. Yeah.
He's not working right now.
Interim manager.
Just bring in Gus Hennig, add Frank Lampard and John Terry to be with him. If they can learn something from the man, that would be good. And even if they should give this team to Frank Lampard, although he came in for the second time, but the likes of Nkuku and all those guys were not around. Even if they give this team to Frank, I believe he will perform better than what we are seeing right now. So as it stands right now, I don't know how Poch is going to redeem his image. He has destroyed everything. The hope that everyone has for him, he has destroyed everything. And I think it's about time. Because even if the players are so fed up, just imagine the demeanor of Caicedo when he was going to sit on the bench. Look at Nkuku. They are all not doing well. But these were players who were doing very good under another system. But you are not using them in the right way. Like everybody is messing up right now. Performance has not been that great. As a manager, you have to bring the best out of them. At the beginning of this season, we were in the same mess with Liverpool. Let's ask ourselves, where is Liverpool right now? Yeah. Where are they on the table?
We
started the whole mess together. But they have a coach who can read the game, who can come up with different strategies when the going is going hard. And that's the reason why I believe Poch cannot help us unless in the next games or in the rest of the games he go unbeaten. Like he has to win everything to at least gain the confidence back or gain the trust back from the Chelsea supporters. But as it stands right now, the way I feel, I believe most Chelsea fans feel the same thing. And in the next couple of games, I don't see how he's going to survive if he continues to.
Yeah, Kenny
like
14. Kenny said that Steve Holland is a good interim. Yeah, that is a good shout. Anybody's, even me and my grandmother, just fly us to London right now.
And
Because
let's not forget about this Afcon. I will use that as an example. Ivory Coast had a coach who messed up in their final game. The FA was like, enough is enough. Just leave the heck alone. Like they sacked the coach. They brought in an ex-player. I don't know if the guy was Faye. I don't know Faye if he was maybe an assistant coach to the main coach. But let's look at what the guy did. He was able to transform the team,
and they are
and
in
they
the
are now in the
semi-finals. Yeah.
semi-finals. And if like the way he was talking to the guys, anytime there is a break, you can see that energy between a coach and a player because he has been an ex-player and he understands them. He understands them as a player and he understands them as a coach. So when he's talking to them, you can see the energy. And I'm so happy, like Ivory Coast was able to redeem their image and go and qualify to the semi-finals. We can do the same thing. Let's bring in someone who can like have some connection with the players because as it stands right now, I don't see that with Poch and these current players. These boys are good. For us to go by them, no one is so bad. But it seems there is a missing link that
Yeah.
we all have to discover. And as I'm saying, there is no way Poch should be with this football club if it continues like that. 2 matches, 8 goals. I don't see the last time we experienced this. Even not under, Graham Potter, who was who was considered as the most worst, coach. And I think right now, Poch is the one who is going to be the worst coach ever. Two games, eight goals. I don't remember the last time something like this happened. And to the owners, I hope one day they'll go to Stamford Bridge in a very, crucial game, and they will see empty seats, and all that they will see is like the away team supporters, and that's when they will realize that the whole supporters are not in favor of whatever they are doing. I'm not going to waste your time. If you are supposed to come back, I will just
Like I said, I
situation.
need some fresh air and come back. I've been here
course.
for more than 6 hours. Thank
But
you
I
so much
think
for
we are
holding,
done.
bro. Just I'm not
Sure.
me anymore now. Let's
Sure.
hope that we're gonna. Mr. Serge, listen, man, I
Hi,
was
how
already
are you?
leaving, so I'm gonna give you just a
Just
few
1
words.
minute.
Few words,
Just
please.
few words. Just few words. Hi, how are you?
I'm not good. I woke up 3 o'clock in the morning to watch this crap. How can you
Oh,
even ask
God.
me how am I doing, man?
Oh,
This
God.
is crap.
Oh, God.
Yes.
You know what? I'm not surprised. I said it long time ago. So you guys are just where I was. So I'm already over this. I'm just laughing because, it's amazing because the problem with us Chelsea fan, I'm not a football analyst. I'm not an expert, but I watch things, and I'm just a physician. I can also reflect and reason on things.
Yeah,
So
common sense.
common
You
sense.
don't need
Common
a
sense.
coaching badge to
Yes,
understand
but
simple things in football.
From the beginning, this guy Pochettino had the full preseason. Then we said, no, Potter did not have a full preseason. That's why Potter was not good. But this guy had a full preseason. But we are seeing worse than what Potter brought. From the beginning, you can see the impact of a coach after 6 games. After 6 games, we saw it with many of the coaches that we had. We saw Conte changing the game after 4 games. We won that year because the coach was able to read the game and read the player and change the style according to the player. This guy, oh my God. I'm not going to say anything because last time I said it, Poch was just a mid-table coach. I was treated here saying this is nonsense. Someone told me this is nonsense. This guy doesn't know football. Yes, I don't know football, but I can have a common sense.
Yeah.
So now,
where we go from here?
From here, it's difficult to change the owner. We can only change things that we can control.
Yeah.
So we have 10 years at least with this owner. The change has to be the sporting director and the coach. These two sporting directors are not mid-table sporting director. They are not even sporting director. They are just data analysts.
Yeah.
And you take a big team like Chelsea, you give it to those people.
That is a big gamble, though, because analysis data don't tell you the reality behind things.
Yes. And these people,
eye test is eye test. The feeling, human feeling, is different than, oh, look at he scored 5 goals against the Sunday League team and then get him. That is different. Football is man contact,
exactly.
Eye test.
So we get rid of those two sporting directors. We get rid of Pochettino as quick as possible. If this doesn't happen, I think fans should start boycotting the game because
they got booed. They got booed from Stamford Bridge. The fans were singing at the end of the game, Abramovich and Mourinho. So they got booed. So that it already started. Not only us, but it's everybody, even in the stadium.
Yes, they have to at the end boycott the game because these people are just looking after money. And they don't have the sense of soccer, the pride of soccer. What this team is and where are we going with this team? No, they don't care. These people, they cut the ticket, the supporting ticket that they were giving for away game. They are just cutting on everything that the supporter can have.
Yeah.
And the supporter and the fan has to come and watch this crap. No.
Enough is enough. Do you want the blue, like club statement? And thank you so much, Mr. Serge Kapongo.
Take care, man.
For helping, bro. I will organize another therapy session in case you have time. You can join.
Yeah. I was suffering few months ago, not now.
Now you already accepted the fact. Yeah.
Yes, because by that time already I could see where we are going. And
you
for
said
me,
it in the same channel here. I remember you saying it, and I wasn't sure. I was like, no, give him time. It's not only his fault, and then. But I can see now what you were saying back then. All right, brother. Thank you so much. Okay. Take care.
Sure. Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much. That was Brother Kapongo from Canada. People, thank you so much for watching. I will organize another show for the therapy session. This is what you got. You wake up early in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning to prepare the show. Thank you, Chelsea Football Club, for putting me through hell. And you know what? You don't deserve even to have a sandwich. Take all your money and give the money back to the fans that paid a lot of money to go and watch that crap. You have to reimburse everybody that went to that freaking stadium. Shame on you. You don't deserve even to wear the shirt. No heart, no passion, no nothing. Yes, we can talk about the coach now. Where is your personal pride? Where is your personal pride? Do it for your kid. Do it for your family. Show some energy. Put some tackles. Shame on you. Bunch of overpaid. Nothing. You don't deserve the shirt. You don't deserve us. Us fans, we don't deserve this. Bunch of overpaid Sunday League freaking, I don't want to say much. I will be cursing on the show, and I don't want to curse here. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you, and I will see you next time. Yes, bro. I'll be there. I will check on you. Let me just go now. Take the dog out. Just take some frustration out of my freaking mind, man. And I will contact you for that. No heart. Nothing. They don't feel like the way we feel, right? Those people, they go back home on their Ferraris. But the fans, they're going to have to wait for the train. Call a Uber. Take. Some people travel from other countries to watch that. They have to pay hotel rooms, to pay for their food. And you're going to just take your Ferrari van, go back home, nothing. You get your bonuses, you get your salary. Shame on you.